there is another very important phase of warfare. It has as its target not the body, but the mind of the enemy.
The target of psychological warfare is against the enemy's mind.
It is words and ideas.
The ammunition used by Psy-War.
Its mission is to influence the thoughts of the enemy soldier, and at the same time
is expected and encouraged to study foreign languages and the social sciences such as history, economics, and sociology. He must have a broad and sympathetic understanding of all phases of human experience.
Gripping at my skin, the walls of night closing.
But the use of this force as an integral part of combat has now taken on new form.
As I wait to say my last goodbye.
These are the Psy-War soldiers.
It starts with a simple question and ends in objective reality. Through our journey from there to here, we find one another and ourselves. And as the next 24 hours breaks free from our last, we gaze onward in reflection of the day.
Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up.
Friday, August 1st, 2025. Thank you for joining me today. Have a lot to talk about, a lot to get to, a lot of many multifaceted topics that I definitely couldn't fit into one title today. One thing I wanted to say off the bat about that is it's interesting. One of the topics we're going to get to before I get into all of it is one that I felt should have been in the title, but I've talked about it a lot and I wanted to make sure the other parts got seen in the title today. But American citizens continuing to be arrested by ICE. It's not slowing down, it seems. And I'm very, I was concerned about this the moment Trump floated the idea of American citizens being deported, losing their citizenship, both naturalized as well as born here, as he said himself. But I never really expected, I was just talking about this funny enough with somebody else, that I see these things, we see the evidence, I recognize all the facts around it. And yet still there's a part of me that goes, I just hope that I'm missing something. And I hope that I'm wrong about that. I don't want that to be the way it goes. And then when it ends up happening, despite the research and having the evidence, you're still in a way almost kind of shocked. And so it's like, as this continues to drive forward and we keep seeing examples of this, I'm almost speechless. How one, it's happening that I never thought we'd get to this point, as well as how few, I guess, let's say just partisans seem to even be willing to call it out. Regardless of your position, even people that are team sport politics, that has to be something that's beyond the pale. But we're going to talk about just to, kind of reset the table for that, to make sure we know where we're at. The lies around Garcia, the lies around Khalil, the lies about the whole damn thing. People that are now coming back from CECOT and giving you a horrifying insight into what that place was. Rape, torture. I mean, it's insane. And it's weirdly enough, surprise, surprise, very similar to what we're seeing in Israel. Seeing as how Bukele himself is a proud Zionist. And we understand the overlaps to these two countries and with the United States. Now, could just be coincidence. Maybe they're just the same kind of people. But the sad reality is that people who were sent there were innocent. No criminal record. Many of them were here legally, going through the right channels. The majority, in fact, in the first group, some of which have come back, have horrible stories to tell you. And we're going to go through quite a bit today. I want to actually start with a point we're going to get into around something I briefly mentioned that I wanted to make sure you didn't miss, around a data breach that Corbett had covered that affects our website as well. But it apparently only emails, but I'll get to that in a second. And it has already been fixed. but we're going to go through it so you guys know what's going on. I'm going to be interviewing Corbett about it pretty soon just to kind of lay it all out there. And it's amazing how little attention it's getting. We're going to talk about AI, censorship on Twitter, a few points there. And, a really important focus on, because of some interviews we recently did and a show we did on this and Derek's recent article today around the make health tech great again direction. It's very alarming where this is going, medical tyranny, medical surveillance, and sadly enough, what we've been talking about. And one of the documents is entitled Winning the Race, America's Action Plan, AI Action Plan. Of course, is it winning for you? No, it's winning for the power structure that wants to control the AI, to control you and, other governments as well. And even if you think that's the direction it has to go in, the way that this is rolling out is, it's not what was promised, and it's definitely not what most Americans want. And a shout to Toby Rogers is where I took that term from. He's the one that rightly called this a backdoor vaccine passport system. We'll go into that. Working with Amazon and Google and OpenAI and Microsoft, and all the people that he's called the trusted entities. I'm not joking. It's amazing that anybody is still on this boat other than team sport politics. And I believe that's kind of where it's at, but I could be wrong. We're going to go through that, continuing to show you where this is going, a couple updates on Doge, an interesting overlap with Amy Gleason. How long have we talked about that? And here she is showing her face with this new health direction from Doge, the acting administrator of Doge, even though it looks like Dave Smith, or not Dave Smith, what was his name? I'm jumping through this stuff right now, but Steve Davis seems to be the one managing daily operations, but she's the one supposedly still in charge. Same thing when Elon was there. I think there's something strange there, but suddenly she's in the picture now. And we'll talk about what that means and the interesting reality of what Doge was, which it turns out now is actually Americans spent about $21 million to save all that money that actually wasn't saved. I think it was about artificial intelligence and the data of our government, or us rather, through our government. We'll get to that as well. Talk about the technocratic overlap to all of that. A really great article from Sociable.co run by Tim Hincliffe, and a great discussion around where this goes. That's why one of the reasons I started with that video of just the title is Pentagon looks to acquire generative AI for influence activities. I mean, this is deep fakes, propaganda to a whole nother level. I believe it's already happening. I think it's quite obvious, actually. An important discussion on a couple updates around Russia and Ukraine deploying nuclear submarines, the continual funding of Ukraine while acting like it's somehow nobody's fault other than Russia. It's just an alarm. Everything seems to be drifting. The veils are coming down. Good way to put it, right? The illusions are falling away from people, and it's important to see. But from that point, we're going to talk about the immigration aspect and how really important this is as it's coming back to Americans, but it should matter regardless. And of course, we're going to talk about Epstein, the different updates therein, and it's just getting worse and worse. And make sure we talk about Gaza and Israel and what's happening there. I know it's the same thing. I mean, every one of these stories feels in a certain way the same kind of feeling, that it's insane, it's obvious, it's dark, but everyone's starting to see it. And yet weirdly, it all keeps going, yet almost goes faster. Now, you know my thought on that. I mean, it seems to me that there's very clearly something driving all this in a direction that has nothing to do with American interests, or maybe not even American leadership, in the sense that they're actually in control of any of this. But the point is clearly it's still going, almost as if the more we see it, the faster it goes, which kind of makes it seem like an end game. But we'll talk about all this today. You guys can hopefully stay tuned to the end. There's a lot to get to. And I don't know, just keep calling this stuff out, because it's really important that this stuff gets, not just discussed, but something, begin to take action in your life. We were just, the reason I'm saying this, I'm going to shout out a show we just did on the IMA. I'll bring it up next before I jump too far ahead. But it's just important that we start thinking beyond the kind of the daily cycle and doing something about it in our lives. And I don't ever mean violence, by the way, but it's important to find action, or find, ways to act that out through your life. And as always, just voting with your dollar, for example, one of the only votes they really care about, where you spend your money makes a big difference, how you interact with people's lives. Before we get to that, I really want to make sure you guys didn't miss this. And as I said, I'm going to be interviewing Corbett about it, because he's the one that showed this to me, which is really frustrating, by the way, because we both use what's called, it's Give WP is the name of the actual plugin. And all it really is kind of a medium between your website and then people donating through Stripe. And so it doesn't appear to be Stripe. It doesn't, and it even what it appears to be. And again, I'm read through his article here, but I want to talk to him personally more. We have a 12-hour time difference, so it's difficult, but have him on to break this down in depth. That it was more so, they claim, like a hack or an accident, where essentially there was email addresses that were included in like the code. And apparently that was it, even according to James. It was just email addresses that were added to spam lists, which is lame, which is incredibly stupid. And of course, it feels focused on whatever we tend to use to try to generate revenue in a way that circumvents the power structures as best we can. And now that's having a problem. I think James is going to go away from it entirely. At this point, we're so overlapped with this, and it seems to have been fixed, that my point is that I would completely understand if everybody wanted to go a different direction. I would not begrudge it at all. So I'm going to point out in a second all the different other options we have that you guys can use. But again, if you could read on his work, it appears as of right now that it is solved, patched. But I agree with him. I mean, how do we know? But my point is, we don't know whether that's the app, whether that's some actual random hack, which then you couldn't argue was some deliberate action by them, but we should question everything. And we should consider whether these are deliberate actions to suppress corporate media or independent media and their ways to generate revenue, or just people trying to scam other people, But so this is what he wrote. It says, there's been a data leak at the corporate report, and that's anyone using it. So it's same with us in regard to email. Well, I shouldn't say the report. I don't know if he means his website or the plugin going through it, but I guess it's the same kind of thing. The point is that was the vulnerability, not the corporate report, right? Or TLAV. It was the plugin through it that has been fixed. One of the latest updates of the GiveWP WordPress plugin, he says, in quotes, accidentally started publishing the email addresses and usernames of some, but not all, of the people that were using it, and to the source code, which also wouldn't have been seen by everybody other than those who know how to look for it. But those are the people that would tend to abuse it, I would argue. The plugin has been deactivated on his website, and the email addresses are no longer exposed, but the email addresses were already caught by these spam bots. The point was they've already done a patch, and they argue, and as far as I can tell, and based on the information he sent me, it does appear to be patched and solved. So as of now, there's no more security breach that we can see. He says they were exposed. Emails were exposed. Only those who signed up on the site's membership from his site from 2024. No other members, people who signed up before, or people who signed up by alternative methods like Substack or PO Box were affected. So it seems to be a specific focal point on email addresses from certain places. And to me, that sounds like just a phishing kind of scammy thing that people tried to use to benefit themselves. Regardless, it's just tiresome, isn't it? One day after another, whether it's even Stripe before trying to kick us off their platform before we got some thankful pressure from people at the head of Substack, not because they knew me, but because they were also overlapped with Stripe, that pushed back on them trying to censor us for doing what everyone's doing through Stripe, which is crowdfunding and, and donation models, and a lot of people anyway. And they pulled back, thank God. But at the end of the day, we know this is where it's going to go. They're going to come after us at every possible angle, and not even just us personally, but anybody trying to, I would argue, profit or benefit or maintain continuity when doing the right thing for the right reasons, or rather just objective, nonpartisan coverage, or just unpopular information. Either way, I wanted to make sure you saw that. I didn't want this to fall by the wayside. It frustrates me that this even happens, but at the end of the day, it's something that right now, if I were to pull this away right now, that would pretty much collapse what we're doing. I'm going to try to make an effort to pull these things into other locations and demonstrate and highlight our other options more, or in general, and if ever no longer even promoting this. The problem though is that we have a huge portion coming through this right now, and it is. Let's put it this way: if it hadn't been patched and solved, and there was no longer vulnerability, I would stop it immediately. But as it stands now, this is what most people use to go through this platform because they've been kicked off everything else. This is what they drive you to. These difficult choices where we have to decide, about, oh, dang it. Angela's telling me the sound is a little spotty. Is that everyone hearing the same thing? It's just one more thing. Let me double check the sound here. Yeah, everything looks like it's okay. Let me know if you guys can hear okay. Maybe I can try to jump out and come back in. Either way, long story short, the point was that because this is something that's so central to our current, donation model, if we were to stop, that I would dramatically change what we're doing. And I'd like to believe that's not what anybody wants at the moment. But let me know your thoughts. Let us know what if we can help you transition to some other thing, which is what I ultimately hope, that people continue to support TLAV. Now, what I'm going to show really quickly here, I'll just grab this, and I'll show you this post in a second. We just did a great IMA panel on our website. You could find at the very top. See the donation right there. The donation link will also give you an option to send it in through mail, which I recommend you do over anything else, by the way. And then the rest of it is through Stripe and then GiveWP. There's basically any kind of cryptocurrency donation. If you want to reach out to me, we have wallets we can set up. But on here, Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum. We have Subscribestar. We have Cash App, and on top of that, like Substack, for example, you can sign up. You can subscribe to our, where was the other ones? Oh, and here's the TLAV store, by the way. This one's about to close soon, Truth Clothing, but right now they're both still active, and this one's discounted. And then we also have the online store for Big Frog, which is where everything's going to be in the future. And it's all the, slight variations, but all the same things. So all that's ways you can donate and support us, as well as all the other platforms we use. Like you can donate through BitChute, which is one I should say out of the gate, one of the only real free speech platforms in existence today that really does support TLAV more than anybody. So if you want to donate through there, you still can do that. But anyway, all that said and done, please help me in the chat, guys, if you can post other links for people to support. So now that's out of the way, guys, and please reach out to me and my office number, anything else, if you have any more thoughts on that. We had a really great panel. IMA panel. Carrie Wedler's the one that kind of initiated the idea around this, which was something that was just such a refreshing change and different conversation. The things that we've all talked about, though, fear, propaganda, the idea of being manipulated through that, and something I've talked about a lot on this channel, right? The idea of how emotion circumvents logic. And that's exactly what this is about. And I've talked about that in the past around the acronyms EDSO. It's endorphins, dopamine, oxytocin, and serotonin. And they all have a specific kind of, one's about love, one's about achievement, one's about, they're all chemical responses that you get by doing a certain thing. And they drive you to certain positive outcomes, like falling in love, making friendships, achieving your goals. One of them that's outside of that pair, it's part of the same discussion, but it's left out of that acronym, is cortisol. And that's about fight or flight. Now that's meant to be a survival mechanism that, literally shuts your body down. Everything, your hair stops growing, your immune system stops. It's all scientifically proven. But it's meant to be like you're running for, as Carrie points out, like you're running from a tiger. Now, however, when you're making deep political decisions about the lesser of evils and blah, 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 well, the point is that it's much less coherent. And that's the point. Because the point is we're now kept in the state of fight or flight because of our jobs, because of the 24-hour news cycle, or a lot of us anyway. And this was about that discussion and how Carrie's found ways to basically rewire her brain pathways to basically heal herself in a lot of physical ways. She was dealing with immune system issues and all, and nothing would solve it over years. And then finally she found this other path, and everything was solved. And so this is titled, that's just her story, but there's a lot of good conversation here. Why and how we must overcome the fear paradigm to free our hearts and minds. I really recommend this conversation. So let's all start in generally about a point of, it rolls into the AI technocracy discussion, but really just censorship as this one point goes. And it's interesting for a couple of reasons. One, yes, Twitter is actively censoring all sorts of things every day. Most people don't even talk about it anymore because it's become sort of we accept it, but we don't want to highlight it because we like this. It's this weird kind of overlap. And those that do get dismissed, it's happening, whether it's about Israel, whether it's about there's things that you wouldn't even expect, not to go too deep on it. This being one of them, I would argue. Dr. Simon Godek, why did Gab AI, so Gab, the platform, get suspended? So they made their own AI and they put it on here, which I don't even know how that works, how you put your AI on there, but I guess you start an account. I'm not even sure how that would work. But it got suspended. Twitter suspended their AI, which seems a little bit, dishonest, I guess. I guess it is their platform, but it's funny that you want to box out, they have a right to do this, don't they? And so when somebody asks point blank, you won't be surprised to find out, at least they claim, that it was about Israel, anti-Semitism, the whole damn thing. It says it was a reply to a post about ADL's latest hate speech report, as you might expect. And so that's what they claim anyway, and they got censored. But let's be honest, as always. This is what's been going on in this platform for a very long time. There's still partnerships with ADL. Yacarino made that very clear before she stepped out of the way. Now, Elon's doing whatever he is now. Now they got everything he wanted from the AI data scoop. So who's running Twitter now? Obviously, I don't think he ever really was, if you really break it down. He's in charge, but who's actually doing the work? The point, though, is that somebody is still actively choosing to censor for Israel. That's not a secret. And we can talk about, and we will, Trump's overlap to this and how they're censoring right now. They're pushing colleges to suppress speech about Israel and calling that national security, even though it's a direct violation of constitutional rights, or rather not honoring inherent God-given rights. Interesting, isn't it? Now here is what Garbage Human points out. And he goes, and there it is. Look at this. The Combat Anti-Semitism movement literally had it listed on the website, banning explicitly bigoted systems, specifically like Gab AI. Now, you can find responses that some might argue would be, what they say, bigoted, racist. But there's a very, very fine line to talk about this when somebody wants to say, well, Zionism is not Judaism. Well, oh, you're an anti-Semite. Well, no, you're not. That's a fact, and you could prove it. So what's interesting is there is a line there. People do cross that line when they're talking about valid things, and sometimes those opinions, in my opinion, would bleed over into things I would argue, yeah, might be slightly racist. Maybe not because they mean to, though. Maybe because they've been manipulated by the very Zionism that makes you think Jews are the problem in the world. That's what they do. But the point, though, is it's about Zionism, not Judaism. But yes, that overlaps very clearly with Jewish supremacism. And this is a fact that you can look, and I'll show you as we get through the show, from even B'Tselem, the leading Israeli human rights group that openly tells you that Jewish supremacy in this country is what is the problem. But it's because Zionism is creating that, just like it's creating Christian extremism, or how you would frame that from the Christian Zionism perspective. It's all of it, but see, it's overlapping, but it's Zionism that, in my opinion, at the least, is the central problem. The reason I'm saying all that is because when you talk about the bigoted systems, when you look at what they're actually pointing to, well, a lot of it has to do with disagreements about historical facts around, let's say, Theodor Herzl or the foundation of Zionism or what Israel's doing right now. So clearly there's a line there, right? And so this is them trying to, in my opinion, to stop this because Gab's giving you answers that they just simply don't agree with. Now, even if you think it is being racist, so first point aside, second point, even if you think it's being racist, at what point did that become a crime? Wasn't it the predominantly Republicans who were telling us that the Democrats were doing this and that's free speech and we can't allow that? And here we are, and it's the same exact thing, just finer tuned. Before it was just, racism and woke and stuff. Okay, but now it's the same thing, but specifically anti-Semitism. Well, guess what, guys? That's what it was always really about. And not even anti-Semitism or actual racism, but about using that to control your speech, control your thoughts, and to suppress a genocide at this point. But so also on Twitter, just to see this is continuing to happen, is every time we continue to talk about things that I don't think, well, let's put it as simply as possible, because I don't know exactly what, I can't speak to the intention of this bot censorship program or who is ever doing it back there, but that I find it most common under certain topics that you get these weird little, buy my crypto, or I'm an investment person that comments underneath these posts, which then you can almost guarantee will get dramatically low engagement. It's because, as they told you, negativity or people that block you add up to, so then they can game that. Then you can have a team of people come and block you simultaneously, and then all of a sudden your post is suppressed. That's easily what happens. That's the same thing as before. So this one was simply, and I'll show you this later, Bondi out there fighting every day to make Zionism great again, all while violating your constitutional rights like it's her job. Well, and the point is that she's literally telling you that they're pushing to, basically speech. We'll come back to it. I don't want to jump too far into it. It's about anti-Semitism in colleges and everywhere else. And this person says, I've seen incredible results with this random person, exceptional trading strategy. It's the same thing every single time. They almost always block you right afterward. My point is that they're just continuing to do this, and every time you see it suppressed. There's one right there. Here's another one. Same point, blocked. Interesting take. Definitely makes you think about privacy. Well, here's trading information. And my point here is that, remember, this was done. This was added. This is CECOT. This was done by the platform. Overlap with Israeli manipulation. All verifiable stuff. This is another overlapping point that I just want to include really quickly before we go past this. Now, I had this saved. I had this pulled aside. Somebody commented underneath this post with something I thought was very interesting. And I remember there was something that was like, oh man, I want to talk about that. But frustratingly enough, I can't remember what it was right now. But I remember the feeling when I saw it, and I remember I pulled it aside. Now it's gone. And I looked, okay, well, the account is gone. I'm thinking, okay, maybe this worth also thinking about stuff like that. There are people like us that are out there like sort of gathering information, and whether or not there's a kind of a choke point of stopping these things from reaching us when it matters. Worth pointing out. But also just another account suspended for simply, commenting about things that I think, I felt were interesting, but I can't look back and find out now. Oh, and then I want to include this before we go. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but we're going to get into the Palantir, panopticon, health, making tech health great again discussion. Before that, I'm going to play one quick part of this. Now, Greg Reese had put out a great video about the agentic state. AI governance in the agentic state. Now, as it says right here, a person sees themselves as an agent for carrying out another person's wishes, in this case, the government. And we all know that's happening, where people envision themselves as like the agent of Trump, right? They all love to think that way, that we're acting for Trump. We're all on the same team. That's team sport politics. Almost as a matter of policy, it circumvents logic when it comes to their interest if you go against the team. The point, though, is this is becoming like a mental thing. And we know this is happening, guys. We're being worked by a lot of this stuff. So I want to play one quick part of this. Make sure you watch the whole thing. I think it's a great video about where we're going and where we are. But this guy here, it's actually a clip from a movie, I think. And I haven't seen the movie, but I'm 90% sure this guy is an actor I recognize very young. I think you'll see what I mean. But I'm going to play this part of the clip so you can see as he describes what the agentic state is.
Doing the right thing.
There was a time, I suspect, when men and women could give a fully human response to any situation, when we could be fully absorbed in the world as human beings. But more often now, people don't get to see the whole situation, but only some small part of it. There's a division of labor, and people carry out small, narrow, specialized jobs, and we can't act without some sort of direction from on high. I call this the agentic state. The individual yields to authority, and in doing so, becomes alienated from his own actions. A person has a choice. He or she chooses to become agentic. But once you assume the role, it's almost impossible to go back.
Published in May of this year by the Global Government Technology Center in Berlin, a proxy of the World Economic Forum, the Agentic State White Paper outlines how agentic AI will revamp 10 functional layers of public administration. The white paper states that in an era increasingly characterized by polycrisis, interconnected and cascading shocks ranging from pandemics and extreme weather events to cyber-physical attacks, financial instability, disinformation campaigns, and even conventional warfare, traditional crisis management models are under strain. Threat actors are already adapting. With AI, they can automate, scale, and personalize attacks at unprecedented speed. Governments, by contrast, are often still operating with institutional reflexes, shaped for a slower, more linear world. One of the main proposals is...
So make sure you watch this. The interesting part about this, guys, I mean, look at this. This is the agentic state. Like this is written out from the government international perspective. There's slightly different viewpoints to what they mean by that, but the overarching point is what he's describing here. You know, and what the actor there in that movie part was describing, which is that you are, you know, like you're acquiescing to the interest of the power structure, and as if you know, are like a part of the apparatus, right? And that is, I mean, everything we're seeing and overlapping this with AI, which is what this is talking about, building us into this like AI hive mind kind of apparatus. It's not secret. They've been talking about this a long time. So keeping this in mind, let's talk about where this seems to be going right now. So I actually had an interview with 7 Cs, which is what this is. And then ultimately, right when we were done, this is when that story broke about the make tech health great again. And it was so perfect to what we were talking about that I decided to sort of do a daily wrap up. So the first hour of this is me discussing those points. And then I play the interview in the latter half of the show, which I really enjoyed. I thought it came together really well. Let me know what you think. But it was entitled The Palantir Panopticon and Trump's new big tech-led private health tracking system. That's what he called it, right there. This is not what anybody's calling for. We don't want AI health. We don't want medical tyranny, medical surveillance. We don't want a private health tracking system with the most trusted tech, oligarchs. That's what he's talking about. Google, Microsoft. I mean, where are the conservatives who were just 30 seconds ago telling us these people would be in jail under Trump? Now they're running the show. That matters. So also include this. This is just to include, I did it in the first part of the show. Really crazy. We've been talking about this a long time. We touch on it in the interview, but I make a point in the show to go over this and the actual document. Digital twins. Now he touches on that in Greg Reese in the video, right? I should remember what I don't want to jump back, but there was a term he used for it. It's like infrastructure something. The point is it's where we're going. That they're already highlighting that this is necessary. And I've been telling you guys this for a long time. And look, to be clear, it's been going on for a long time. That's obvious. I mean, I'm not sure whether I think like the SimCity game part of it was some sort of like a, guide, or even like the metaverse that Whitney and I had a whole discussion about way ahead of it. Like I don't even think that's even come to pass yet, but we were talking about what that would mean when that world came to pass. I think that's what it's kind of about. But this is about, the using your data to create you in this simulation so they could predict what you'll do, potentially predict what the masses will do when this is applied. And I think they already do that. Not to say it's always exact, but I do think we're getting there, and every data point we add to the machine is helping that outcome. And so this is what he's talking about here. Digital twins represent one of the least practically understandable concepts of digital health and AI. He says you can see a sensor or wearable, like you can understand the other parts of it. He says this new study doesn't solve that, but definitely plays a role. It solves understanding what these things are. The Human Phenotype Project collected extensive, in-depth medical information from over 13,000 people. Now you can see the sources of the data and the figure, and the point was they're driving this to, predict where the future will go. And guess who's doing this? Israel. It's happening in Israel. Not that always means it's an evil thing or bad, but at the end of the day, guys, it seems roads lead back to Zionism at this point. It's hard not to see that. This is all where this is going. Zionism, technocracy, globalism, sort of as one blob coming your way. Now, Trump administration is launching a new private health tracking system with big tech's help. That's what we were discussing. That's what you probably all have seen. If you haven't, we're going to go over it briefly right now. All it comes down to is arguing from the perspective of somehow that because your data has been kept siloed and private, that's hurting you. How dare they stop you from sharing your data with everybody, even though that's not what anybody wants, it seems. And arguing it's some kind of a freedom movement to break free of the privacy corrals of your information, jam it all together for freedom of information for the government to take from you. And it's a really weird argument. And at the end of the day, it's about collecting all the data the same way they just did with everything they had in the government to give to Doge and AI and Palantir and everybody else. And it's about using this to help solve your health problems, or so they claim. And who knows, maybe that's what what it will do. But sort of like Neuralink and the others, we know that there are other applications. Applications such as Derek covers in his article, using that to manipulate, for example, to box you out of insurance, to box you out of things you need from the government, or to use against you in all sorts of ways, predictive programming, medical pre-crime. But look, a lot of people don't even want to consider these things. Oh, that's just conspiracy theory, despite the fact that it's happened many times already. But, people don't want to hear it. So the real problem for me is that this is invasive, and it is about AI-directed medical surveillance. And I don't know why anybody wants that. Predominantly, Republicans clearly don't. Now it's being supported by the team sport politics that wanted to pretend, that 30 seconds ago told you Biden was doing this, and now Trump's doing it, and now they don't care. Derek put this out today. Big tech and AI firms are, quote, winning under Trump's second administration. It says, first, last week, he said big tech and artificial intelligence have had a hell of a week. First, last week, U.S. President Donald Trump unveiled his Winning the AI Race, America's AI Action Plan, which I'll show you next, which called for, accelerating the rollout of data centers, which we've already talked about, necessary for the expansion of AI, which I'm not sure everybody wants, but that's too late. It's happening anyway, and removing federal regulations on AI. Now, wait a minute. Didn't we just go over this and they pushed it out of the bill? And so everything's good. And I told you this is what was going to happen. But you know why? Because Lutnick was telling you, just like we keep talking about, it's there. They'll admit these things. And the problem is that it doesn't get really discussed until it's supposed to be seen. The problem is that we knew this before because they were already going here. We didn't know, but we saw it. Then it comes out with the bill that says no regulation. And that was crazy. They tried to pull it back to 5 years and nobody was having it. And so now they go, okay, we'll pull it out. But guess what? It still seems to be happening because Lutnick already said it on stage. We're going to do it anyway. Here we are. And I'll read it to you directly from the paper. Now, that doesn't mean it's legal. Doesn't mean they're allowed to do that. The point is that they'll do it anyway because through executive action, through unilateral power, that's what everything is today. So no regulation means that this is the Wild West going forward with all these, dystopian directions. Without any guidelines, no regulation. So it's people equate. You looked at it like this with the like at the time when nuclear weapons were, if you believe that's the thing, people dispute that, which I haven't found that to be. There's information there, but it's interesting. But the point was, let's say you said, okay, remove the regulations. Everybody can make a nuclear bomb in their garage, because we want to get there before the Russians do. It's the same kind of logic. Now, you may not think so, but if you understand what this can lead to, what AI, as even Elon Musk has told you, and now we're going remove regulation, let all these companies that are literally supporting a genocide right now just rapidly rush through this with no interest in your privacy, no interest in your security, no interest in your constitutional rights. That's where they're going with all this. He says his plan also called for seeking direct input from the big tech bros on which regulations should be voided. All right, so let's ask the tech rulers what they don't want, because that's what America First is. Now, there's one quick point to add to this. In a broad sense, it's interesting how we, in that IMA panel we discussed, one of the things we talked about was, not always, acknowledging the people that are like always hair on fire, everything's the end of the world, right? And trying to at least try to recognize some of the positive, which is at least one way I talk about that. I think that this is only happening because we are breaking through. We are succeeding in showing people the information so they can come to their own conclusions. And that's even though the propaganda, even though the censorship, it's still happening. How is that not a positive? They're just fighting back and making us feel uncomfortable to stop it from happening, in my opinion. The point, though, is that there's a lot of crazy stuff happening. There's literally what's happening in the world is insane. But that doesn't mean that it's all end. World War III, we're collapsing today, but it's important to be honest about it. So it's important to have the balance, right? And talking about things like this that are very clear, what they tell you they're doing, that's not hyperbolic. That's what's happening. That's what they're telling you. And yeah, that's crazy. It's something, it feels like it, what's the right word for it? It just feels too much. But so recognizing it's important to see that it is happening, but not that it's like, the hyperbolic framing of it. All I'm trying to highlight is that people out there do that. And they're just trying to manipulate you based on things that are happening, but trying to keep you in a state of fight or flight, like we talk about. What we're trying to do is inform you with things that can make you understand it, help us find out ways to fight it in a measured, balanced way, as opposed to trying to just, call for war and revolution, because there's all, the idea is that we're trying to solve, as always, you can't solve a problem without first acknowledging you have one. And we haven't even really gotten there as a society yet. And so it's about trying to solve that and succeed and bring it back to a place of stable, what Americans want at the end of the day. When it says these statements were followed by the announcement of the Make Health Tech Great Again initiative, which called for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, to partner with Amazon, Anthropic, Apple, Google, OpenAI, and other information technology firms to begin laying the foundation for a next-generation digital health ecosystem. I don't think we want that. The plan also calls for expediting. Oh, let me do this part by part, actually. Here is the White House Post. Winning the Race, America's AI Action Plan. I just want to show you one part, just that specifically. It's on page 3 about the regulation. To maintain global leadership in AI. Again, that's the starting point. It doesn't, the idea that we're in this forever feud with other countries, always vying for control over each other, that doesn't have to be the way the world is. Now, call me naive if you want. I don't believe that that's the reality always, that if we're not doing that first, they're going to come kill us. Well, it's worth considering whether that might even be the possibility because of the way our government has been treating the world for this entire time. But I'd at least like to see a world in which we try to get to a point where it doesn't have to be, we have to be globally dominating everything to make sure those guys aren't in control first. I think that this is a cascading, never-ending cycle of war and conflict for their benefit. I'm not saying that that maybe that's just the way it is and I can't see it, but we should at least try, at least look to a path that doesn't always guarantee that we're simply trying to rob, steal, and kill to get there first. Because if we don't, they will, and that makes it moral and okay. No, it doesn't. Anyway, the point is, to maintain global leadership in AI, America's private sector must be unencumbered by bureaucratic red tape. Private sector. So not government that you at least argue are accountable to you, but completely private entities that have no interest in your rights, no interest in upholding anything they claim is about you. But let's let them have unfettered access, no regulation to something that could destroy the world. Because it's better for America? That's a hard sell. President Trump has already taken multiple steps toward this goal, including rescinding Biden's executive order, which we'll look at. Which, by the way, I'm not going to say that Biden's executive order was meant to be taken, that they're all the same thing, guys. They're the government. That's the point. And I think one was meant to lead to the other. But if you read it, it's interesting that it at least feigns the idea of having some kind of guide rails or guidelines and guardrails. But now he's like, rescind that because we can't have any restrictions to these Palantir genocide committers. We can't have that or any of the others. It's Oracle or OpenAI or these are people that are part of the problem as far as I'm concerned. That's just my opinion, but I'm sure conservatives largely agree when you look at the past discussions. And it says on AI that foreshadowed an onerous regulatory regime. Okay. You can't have that. Democrat regimes. AI is far too important to smother in bureaucracy at this early stage. Isn't that funny that we can't have that because that's what you want. But in other cases, we'll smother everything in as much bureaucracy as possible that benefits our direction. I'm speaking as the government, not left or right. It's the same damn thing with different flavors. And it says, whether at the state or federal level, the federal government should not allow AI-related federal funding to be directed towards states with burdensome AI regulations that waste these funds, but should also not interfere with states' rights. All that's called lip service, to pass prudent laws that are not unduly restrictive. Okay, so just like everything else we're seeing, and we'll get to the point about Canada and tariffs, and that's what's going to help the country, but they don't like Israel, so too bad. Like, okay, that's pretty clear. The point here, we're not going to make you do it, states' rights and all, but we're not going to give you massive funding that everyone else is going to get unless you do what we think first. That's happening with colleges. This is coercion, guys. It's just like the COVID shots. Guess what? Same people. So realize that this is not, it's about trying to make it seem like there's choice, just like with COVID, but all you're really doing is using this as a coercive measure to get them to do what you want. That's what's happening. But it goes on to list all the different things led by the Office of Science and Technology Policy, launch a request for information from businesses, and it just lists off all the different, recommended policy actions, which is what they'll do if they want the funding. You get the point? Main point, no regulation. Just like we were talking about, that should be discussed, and it needs to be high-level conversation because that's insane. I mean, this is leading to a dangerous point. That's my point about before, like about not being hyperbolic. We all must acknowledge, not for sure, but that the possibility exists if you allow no regulation on something like this, that even the leaders in this field will tell you could lead to catastrophe. Then I don't know, maybe there'll be a catastrophe. See, that's not hyperbolic. That's just an obvious understanding of where they'll tell you it might go. And let's be honest about that and not let them rush headlong into that direction because got to beat China. So continuing, the plan also calls for expediting and modernizing permits to data centers. The Trump administration has been working to rapidly expand the creation of data centers around the U.S., largely in relation to the creation of AI expansion, which will require massive data centers. Now, this goes along with an endless amount of problems. Water being a major one, which I'll include the show we discussed that in. And this was about the overlap of weather manipulation, but the point simply being on top of it, that first and foremost, these data centers are consuming an incredible amount of water. I'm not going to go into it all again, but just understand, look at the show if you want to understand more. It is not sustainable. We're talking gallons of water. The reality is one Grok engagement, one OpenAI, whatever it is, all the different versions, one question will use tons of water. I shouldn't say tons, that's deceptive, but I think it was gallons in the context of one of the studies. They dispute the full amount, but the point is a lot. Far more water than you would realize just to answer your question. That's because of the way this all works. And this is easily, you can look this up in a lot of ways. The one I talk about here relates to the Great Lakes and what it's doing to the areas and what it can do. And so the point is that they're rushing these data centers out. We talked about Spruce Pine. We talked about the location in Texas where Elon's new center is. Every one of these have the same story. People's water stopped working. The water comes out brown. They can't get their utilities to work. They're getting sick every day. It's not a secret. And yet this doesn't matter, right? It's hard not to see an overlap potentially with things like East Palestine. Not even to say I know exactly why that jumps to mind, but whether there's something there about why people were sick and they didn't care. Whether there's more going on there, maybe there's something to be built there. I mean, I'm just hypothetical. The idea that there's the main point is the government ignoring what they're doing to your life. That's the real point here, and this is one more of it for their interests, not for you. Oops! Oh shoot, that's frustrating. Oh good, I have the highlighted part right there. I'll just read that. So. Greg Reese put out an article or tweets an article. Texas AI centers guzzle 463 million gallons. 463 million gallons. Now residents are asked to cut back on showers. This is not a joke, guys. We just talked about this one. Musk SpaceX town in Texas warns residents they may lose rights to continue using their property. Yeah, welcome to you've owned nothing and you've never been happier, at least what they tell you. Yeah, did you think that was just Biden? Hopefully you're now seeing it's not that. Realize this is an all of government direction and it's going in the same one right now. Texas data center uses 50 billion gallons of water. Different story as state faces droughts. We have to understand how this is going on around the world right now in places we don't even get to see outside of the country. It's all consuming. And it's important you understand that the amount of water being used is just not sustainable. Back to the other point, though, we've covered stories of people getting sick and what they're doing. Spruce Pine is an interesting conversation. That was the center of the hurricane, and everyone made it about the lithium, even though we already proved that the lithium contract was already in place, that they didn't benefit from what happened there. Felt like kind of a distraction to me because Spruce Pine was right in the center. It was right in the center, like the literal epicenter of where that was. And so if you were going to look at the map and look at the red spot of where if you're arguing it was created, right? Wouldn't you start where the bullseye was? And that was directly where Spruce Pine was. And guess what? It was a quartz mine, basically one of the locations in the entire world that creates a very fine quartz powder that's needed for, guess what? The AI revolution, as they're framing it. It literally says, like, if your phones, your computers, everything we use comes from this location. And now everyone's building a data center there, and the town seems to not exist almost. All the stores are closing. People are losing out because they're taking over, and they don't want you there. They can outsource. They can use AI. They want to be able to utilize these locations and basically push people out of these towns. It's happening all over the country. So continuing here. Says White House Office of Science and Technology Policy Director Michael Kratsios said the plan, quote, charts a decisive course to cement U.S. dominance in artificial intelligence. TLAV previously reported that he was one of the more than a dozen of cabinet members who have relationships with Peter Thiel and/or Palantir. He was also the attendee of the 2025 Bilderberg meeting, which took place last month in Stockholm, Sweden. He was referenced in the Twitter files, so-called Twitter files, as the person who, quote, this is interesting, led the Trump administration's call for help, from big tech as part of efforts to combat misinformation. It's the same thing. Different narrative, same idea. And that was about anti-Semitism. That was about whatever the thing was at the time. And guess what? We need Silicon Valley to help us. Now it's a different narrative. Now we need them to come help us. It's a takeover as far as I can see. The focus of the meetings was in conspiracies around 5G cell towers, runs on grocery stores, and misinformation. Yeah, 5G was one major story we talked about. In fact, I'll grab this one for you. This was this was actually the first video we ever had that, oh, dang it. It's at the end here. I'll put it in the bottom so you guys can see it. But this was the first episode we ever had that went over 1 million views on YouTube. And boom, our account got deleted just like that. And then a month later, so did the backup channel with what was it? We had over 100,000 subscribers in the main one. And the point was, and we got PolitiFact, if you will, where they tried to claim there's no connection. Well, guess what? This report, 5G bill signed into law while everyone is distracted by coronavirus during Trump's administration, was not even really about the fact that there is an overlap. But there's just symptoms, and there's a correlation. You can decide for yourself. But I never made the argument that it was this. Simply pointing out, and I did show the overlaps is probably what they got bothered by, but all it was while this was going on, Trump rolled out 5G infrastructure. Very little people cared about that at the time. 1 million views. It's deleted. So when you come back to this and recognize that at that time, Donald Trump was working with him to censor you around that topic, well, what do you know? It all comes back around. So we also have the overlap of this from the health side of it, which is all interconnected, right? But one side of it, we're talking just about AI, that they're using that as the health, it seems right now, as the driving factor. But as Toby Rogers rightly points out, backdoor vaccine passport system, which I didn't even really think about that way until he said that. I'm thinking, you know what? That's exactly right. It's just a more of a broad view, but it's the same point. Trump launches digital health tech ecosystem to, quote, bring healthcare into the digital age. And as Derek writes, many times in this presentation or the writings they put out, it initiates the idea of a digital identity, that you need that to use this. Well, what do you know? Suddenly, digital ID is not a bad thing anymore because the Republicans are talking about it. Now, I know that's not majority. That's team sport politics. The point is that that's what's being framed by the corporate media as what one side thinks. Speak up, guys. If you're being misrepresented by the screamers out there, show the world that you're not blind to this, whether you're left or right or aware of the illusion of all of them. But think about this. Now we're going to the point where we're rolling out. And, really the best way to think of it is that, as before, it wasn't really about vaccine passports. It was about the idea of the whole infrastructure to it. Social credit, digital IDs, and this was just the way to get in. Now they're using another thing. And before that, what was it? Terrorism, right? Or now immigration for a moment. It's the same thing. It's all leading in that same direction. And we just need to start being honest about that. Now, this is an interesting overlap to me. I've been bringing up Gleason for a while. Here's her LinkedIn page. Not to say that I necessarily knew one way or the other about what her intentions were or anything, but that it just was a weird thing that she was pointed to as the leader of all this when Elon was clearly in control. And then he kind of jumped out of the way. And she still is the acting director, but never really took control. And so it was Steve Davis who took over the acting day-to-day operations. So what is this? Who is she? And what is going on with all of this? And she still has it listed down here as the Doge service, which is really the digital services. That's what it was before they turned it into Doge service. So guess what? Full circle. Now they're pushing it through the same tech health discussion for digital ID. And she is the one leading the charge. So it answers the question for you. I asked earlier, why is she from Doge? We're pretending is some kind of cutting costs and in fact, no, she is from digital services they call Doge now. And now she is presenting, guess what? The tech health ecosystem that you need a digital ID to access. Now, you guys, it's not secret. This is obvious. And let me play this for you. And then I'll look down here. This is FlexPa is ready to kill the clipboard. Today, we're announcing that we've been selected by this group, the network they're discussing, alongside Apple, Google, AI, OpenAI, what do I say that again? Aetna, that's that insurance overlap. Elevate, all these different points. Oracle. Great. So a QR code. So now you're going to talk, my opinion on QR codes in general. Run screaming as far as I'm concerned. It's very, very, very insecure for a lot of reasons. And I quite frankly think it's a manipulation in entirety, my opinion. But the point is, selected as basically the entire thing they're doing will now be using these QR codes instead of like clipboards writing things down to exchange information. Smart health cards. This is exactly what we were all screaming about. Where's all the Republicans? Andrew Ora is like, yay, good thing, and quotes what she says. I'll just play it for you. Here's Amy Gleason for you.
Information shouldn't be a luxury. It should be a standard. So for all the Morgans out there, access to information shouldn't be a luxury. It should be a standard.
Oh, okay. But so it's my information. You're claiming that it should be a standard that you all always have access to my information because that's just no, it's my information. I get to decide. Whoever anywhere else gets access to it, I do. But you see, they're trying to shift this paradigm. We got to free the information. This is just crazy.
Access to information shouldn't be a luxury. It should be a standard. So for all the Morgans out there, come join this movement with us at cms.gov.
Movement.
Let's kill the clipboard and axe the facts. Let's help make health tech great again. Or in this case, maybe it's for the first time. Thank you, President Trump.
Out of nowhere, huh? As Doge, my gut, she's the one that's going to get thrown under the bus the moment something goes awry. That's what I think. I think she's being, well, I mean, again, maybe there's more to it that I didn't see. When I first saw Fauci, I completely misread him. So who knows, right? But what's interesting is that this just feels weird. Out of nowhere, and from Doge, digital services, but other than that obvious point of why she's involved, maybe that was the point from the very beginning. Maybe the first part was about Elon getting information from all of this and sailing, riding away into the sunset with all of your data to create the AI panopticon. And now she's stepping into a role. I don't know, but the information shouldn't be a luxury. This is very weird ways to frame your personal data and them accessing this to make sure we're all healthy. Isn't this very collectivist? Isn't this very communist in a way? I'm trying to use the words that are going to make people over there recognize the problem. They're literally telling you that we need to have access to everything to help everybody. Doesn't that sound very much like you need to take that to save grandma? It's the same kind of logic, same broken logic as far as I'm concerned. So here is an interesting article. Tech leaders to partner with Trump admin on patient records. And this is just an interesting point that I didn't know about Amy Gleason. Patient health information is now scattered across multiple disconnected systems, leading to inefficiencies, medical errors, and wasted time and money. But, who cares that privacy? No big deal there. We have to be more efficient. So that's, if you're falling for the argument that you keeping your information private is hindering everybody's health, I just think it's like everything else. You probably already took the shot. So that's alarming to me, the way that they're framing this, that your privacy is getting in the way. It's sort of like your rights getting in the way. You heard this before. Remember when, what's her name? I'm blanking her name. With the blonde hair, stood in front of Congress and said, we know what they're doing. We just don't know how to stop them. And it's like, well, they know where the rules are and they act just below them. And we have to find a way to, those rights are hindering our effort. That's what she argued, that your constitutional rights were somehow hindering them from going after people that they wink knew meant something else. I don't care if you even somehow actually know that. That's still not something that's actionable. You can't act on people's intent, your perceived intentions about what they say, if what they say is within their rights. It's insane. But we've all seen that now. Look at where it's going from the left and the right. Same point here. Then, the interesting part, Amy Gleason, the acting administrator of Doge and a former health tech executive, and Arda Kara, who worked at the data firm Palantir before joining the administration. I just find that an interesting overlap. The whole thing seems to fall into place. This is a clip coming out from this direction. As Shannon Joy writes, horrifying. RFK Jr.'s HHS releases bizarre, a vision for the future video promoting AI assistance in health, QR codes at doctor offices, and AI that help you manage medications. QR code we were just talking about. This is what and there's Amy Gleason telling you how it's going to be.
Imagine scanning a QR code at your doctor's office and instantly sharing your medical history, just like when you board a flight.
Oh, and just like people can walk by and scan those things with very easy devices, or those things can be hacked, or, these are, as always, starting with an idea that it's you have to allow that to happen. But at some point, it's going to be probably right out of the gate that if you don't do that, you don't get this access. If you don't do that, you don't get a part of the system. If you don't do that, you go to the back of the line. But just realize that these things are not secure, guys, the way that we're talking about this. And really, that's a smaller point for me at the end of the day. I'm talking about the way that this will be utilized from a whole of government perspective, as Derek was highlighting, and that this is about centralizing that information so it's a one-stop shop, as opposed to having your personal records in certain places that you choose. Now, if you wanted to consolidate those things on your own accord, that's up to you. But what we're talking about is the way it was set up for your privacy, right? With the interest of you in mind. Now they're claiming that's a hindrance.
Imagine having an AI assistant that knows your care plan and helps you manage medications with confidence. Picture patients truly at the center of their care, building stronger relationships with providers who can focus on healing instead of on paperwork, freed from the administrative burden that technology should have solved years ago. That's not science fiction. That's what healthcare can and should look like. We're finally at a moment where real progress is possible.
Now, I'm sorry to make a point that I think people get offended by, but it's the same point that's made before about the health minister in the UK, for example. I think it matters when you put somebody like a Peter Hotez in front of you with his crooked brown teeth and his clearly unhealthy skin and everything about him that screams, I'm an unhealthy person, and telling you about your health. Right? Coming at you, go, you need to take these to be healthy, and then goes off talking about he eats fast food. There's 100 different things you can point out. I don't think she screams the idea of health to me. And every time they seem to put these people in front of you that are supposed to represent health, they don't appear to be taking health into mind in their own choices. So why do we think that makes sense? Now, look, for those out there that want to argue, I'm not hating on anybody. You can choose what you want to be. You can be overweight if you want. That's completely up to you. It's not good or bad. It just is, except for the reality that it is unhealthy. That's a fact, but that's your choice, right? It's the reality, though, is that being overweight is unhealthy, regardless of the ridiculous effort to try to make that be some kind of a, whatever the left side of this tried to make it. But I do think that's valid, as much as, again, it may insult some people, that this shouldn't be, if for having, like, here's a good example. RFK Jr. is a good example of that. Somebody who clearly seems to be healthy and clearly cares about health with his track record. So despite the fact that he's now completely shifted directions, before he was a good example of what I think a health person should look like and should act like and should represent. Not the same here, I think.
We're finally at a moment where real progress is possible. CMS, under Administrator Oz's leadership, understands both the urgency and the opportunity. CMS is building the core infrastructure, a national healthcare directory, secure data access, and modernized systems. But the future of healthcare technology can't come only from the government. The apps, services, and tools that make this data useful in people's lives must come from you.
Right. You have to do it. You have to acquiesce. And if you don't, you're hurting everybody else. It's right there beneath it.
Private sector. We're creating the space
Wait,
for
listen
new
back here.
private sector and tools that make this data useful in people's lives must come from you, the private sector. We're creating the space for new ideas to rise, so better solutions.
It's an interesting way to say that, right? So so the private sector, you understand they're talking about your information, right? You. That's very clear throughout all this. They need your personal data. So if you're calling on the private sector, so at what point is there, it's the same as Palantir, I guess. They just got access to literally everything the government's ever had on you. And I guess we're just moving forward. Like, that's not a big deal. So I guess I was kind of balking at the idea that there should be a middle step there, but I guess they've already shown you that they don't care about those things.
Compete, scale, and help real people like Morgan. Step into this space with us. This isn't just a showcase, it's a national sign of acceleration. It's about action. We're asking real companies to make real commitments, to build data sharing networks, to create apps that deliver real health outcomes, to help us kill the clipboard and give people a healthcare system that's smart and secure.
How about we just lean into healthy choices? How about that? How about we lean into eating healthy and exercising and, getting out in the sun every day? Now we just take an app, go sit in a dark corner, stay on your computer, and just jam pills down your throat. That's what they want you to believe is health, which embodied by who is talking to you. That's kind of the idea, the representation, right? You don't need to exercise. You don't need to actually be healthy. Here's a shortcut for you. And it's not what they're really talking about. They're talking about using AI data to help predict and help, but that's the larger picture. Everything they're doing is about, I like the joke of the movie WALL-E. It's like where it seems to be driving is these, you just, everything's taken. You can sit in your chair and just with VR goggles on and just be fed by a tube. That's what it seems like the world's driving towards if we keep going in this direction.
Let's stop waiting and let's definitely stop faxing. Let's start building.
What does that even mean? Stop faxing. I thought about that earlier. I'm like, are we talking about fax machines? Is that even still a thing in doctors' offices? That seems kind of crazy.
The right data at the right time can mean the difference between loss and hope. The time is now. Are you in?
Yeah. I just get a weird feeling for General. I'm sorry. Just, it feels weird. Like I still have a weird sense about how is she just being inserted into all this? It seems like a strange choice. And I really do think it comes back to the fact that it's really about digital ID. She's digital services, guys. That's what it's about. So if you don't understand that, and you think she's the acting director of Doge, then why does it make sense that she's a part of this? Is Doge about health? No. Why is she the one doing that? Doesn't that seem interesting? It's about digital overlap. And she's like the primary presentation. It seemed very strange to me. Now, talking about Doge, it's important to understand that this is apparently just drifted into the background and it's getting some coverage about what didn't happen. But it's amazing that we saw a very large head fake and it just seems to be going away. This is from, I believe it was today or yesterday. The 31st, yesterday. Doge has wasted billions paying people not to work, the report finds. Democrats did the math. And of course, you question it all, right? But you can look at the information for yourself. Doge's war on waste is costing Americans $21.7 billion, they concluded. Right. So if all these claims about savings, I personally showed you that was not true. There are some things that were being cut back, but they were deliberately, and I mean knowingly, misrepresenting what they were showing you, which has to show you there was something else going on. At the very least, that they were not succeeding in lying to you about it. But I think it was never about what they were talking about. They were presenting you a false presentation to go bad Democrat as we justify stealing all of your data. The point, though, is that this is a failure in every possible metric by what they told you would happen. Even his own claims of savings didn't even come close. This is raw story. Doge lied. Expert floored as blistering report finds Musk team blew billions. Same discussion. I mean, I don't think ever really about what they presented to you. And that needs to really reflect on everything else we're looking at. If something as large as this, a central fixture of what they claim they're going to do. Now we have bigger government, more spending, all the wars are continuing, but everything's winning, apparently, if you listen to the liars. This is part of the manipulation, part of where this is going. I think we need to catch up with what's actually happening instead of, getting pulled into the day-to-day, because this is important. Because I think this is what it's really about. Which, I mean, let's be clear. That's not even, I think, that they're doing it. They're telling you that. They're making it clear. AI government, they made it clear in a lot of different ways, as they're already using AI bots for the, what was it? Blanking on the one or more different locations already. I forget the main one. If it's one of the larger, I'm sorry, blanking on that. But they're already talking about it. There's listing different articles already of them using certain AI bots in different government locations. My real question was whether or not this was the entire thing. The Doge, not just stealing your data to make this happen, but was already implementing something like that. But Trump and the rest are making it clear. Efficiency, artificial intelligence. Now, this is an interesting overlap. Remember the whole learn to code thing? I just love when these partisan things become very clear to not be partisan at all. Remember when they were really pushing the idea, oh, you people in the middle of the country, in the middle of the woods, or, rednecks don't know anything, however they framed them, right? You can just learn to code, come back and learn how to, become better. And then it got turned on them when all of a sudden a bunch of mainstream media people got fired and they were like, hey, learn to code. And then they censored you for it. It's crazy. What's interesting is here's the Donald Trump administration doing the same thing. But now it's okay because we're in it. And it's different because Trump, but it's not though. They're now telling you, see, what you have to understand from my perspective, at least, is what they were pushing on you then was driving you to the point, the understanding that this is where the world's going. Right? We're going to be an AI system or AI society. So learn to code. That's the way you're going to be relevant. And of course, then it became, pushed back because it was a stupid thing to say. Like, it was, I don't want to get into the whole thing, but you remember it. The reason it was happening, it was such a stupid story. So now this is Director Michael his name is weird. Kratsios, excuse me, who Derek was just referencing. The person who was involved with censoring around misinformation and working at the Bilderberg meeting. And he's a central fixture here. POTUS is committed to making sure we can upskill and retrain Americans for the very important high-paying jobs that will support the infrastructure, build out powering the AI boom. Great. So learn to code. It's a joke, but it's the same point though, isn't it? And I simply said, so in other words, learn to code. Funny how these partisan narratives always swing both ways. Two-party illusion, guys. Here he says it himself.
First thing that I have come to appreciate over the last 6 months working on this is the intense amount of new labor that we need to be able to build the infrastructure necessary to power the AI economy. A big chunk of the infrastructure pillar of the action plan talks about how the Department of Labor, NSF, Department of Education, many others are going to be working together to reskill, retrain, and prepare more Americans to be able to support the infrastructure build out necessary for the AI boom. So the president.
Is that what we want though? This is government and think tanks planning what your life will be to benefit the government direction. Now, even if you want to pretend at the top that's them thinking that's what you want, whatever, it's not like you're choosing. They're rolling forward the plan that requires your change. It's not how we're told this is supposed to work. Whether it's AI, whether it's foreign policy, whether it's censorship around anti-Semitism, the reality is they're not caring what you want. They'll sure as hell scream America first and then do what they want for Israel, then do what they want for themselves.
Is committed to making sure that we can retrain and prepare Americans for these very important high-paying jobs that will support the infrastructure build out.
Mm-hmm.
I think the first
that will support what we want to build. So learn to code, guys. Let's not forget, by the way, that the people we're talking about, the CTO from Palantir, the CTO from OpenAI and Meta, are lieutenant colonels in the military. We talked about this with Brad Miller, person who resigned from the commander position of the 101st Airborne because he didn't want to be forced to take the shot. Good for him. He made it very clear. There's not some kind of special category. Whether or not, they didn't go through boot camp. They didn't go through any training. They just got inserted into the military at like the second highest position. And now he said that they're no different. It's not like they're a special tech version. They are a lieutenant colonel and everybody's under them except for the colonels. And so at the end of the day, they are now part of this power structure. They always have been in their own way, but now we are literally watching, as I said, technocracy in uniform. It's terrifying to me. I don't know why this didn't get more attention. I mean, I think I do. Obviously, this is a very important shift. But Palantir is interesting, seeing as how it's not being mentioned in this overlap. I think it's because it's got far too much heat. And clearly, the point I made the other day is because Palantir is just completely immersed in the government at this point. It just is. It's like every aspect of the surveillance, it has become the government. So that is why it's invested or involved with everything else. Right. So whether or not they're involved with the tech health discussion or not, there's still going to be a piece of that which will be involved in what that is. You can't decouple this at this point from everything they're using. I don't want to go through every single one, but we've done many shows on this, of the different aspects of Palantir being inserted into the government processes, our foreign policy, the surveillance, the immigration, everything. As Jason Bassler points out, Palantir just locked in, and this is a new one, a $10 billion Army contract. One of the biggest in DoD history. Gee, I wonder if maybe them being in the Army had anything to do with that. Its software runs through 30 plus federal agencies. Think about that, guys. 30 plus federal agencies. The point I was just making. Its market cap now tops Bank of America, Coca-Cola. The techno-military complex isn't emerging, guys. It's already here. $10 billion contract from the Army. Jason Bassler also points out Palantir's ex-Intel head, Gregory Barbashia, is now managing a $70 billion plus IT budget, the digital keys to nearly every government system. When the guy who built the tools to watch us runs the system that controls us, privacy isn't just a risk, it's already gone. Now, this is the same kind of thing I would say from before. Now, you may find this to be how could this be fear-mongering if what he's doing is pointing to absolute facts, right? That's happening. He's there. He's connected to Palantir. He does have those access to these things, and he did build this. So the only part that's opinion is that privacy is not just a risk, it's already gone. Now, you can dispute that, but if you have to understand, the reality is this has become the shift. Like, they are now in control of this. They've removed the silos of information. They do already have access to everything that was once private. So it's gone, guys, at least in that context. So just recognize the people that want to make it about fear-mongering usually are the ones out there with their hair on fire talking World War III every day. The reality is this is important to see, and it is serious. But let's not lose ourselves to it. We can stop this. I believe that. Next one. And this is an important one as well. I'll make sure I didn't mix these up. Oh, here it is. I'll come to that next. This is an important article from Tim Hincliffe's platform, which is sociable.co. Generative AI. This is an interesting one. Oh, wait. Oh, it looks like I did mix them up. So here, let me come to this in a second. I want to make sure you saw his account because the article is authored by somebody else. Oh, it's right here. But just important to see that. We'll come back to this in 1 second. So I guess I will do this first. So here is a clip that I think is interesting. This does include both of them, actually. Alex Jones talking about the idea that Palantir is a small thing. It's just a small little side thing everyone's over focusing on, right? And the Democrats are all upset about it because it's spying, it's meant to look at the government. All of that's lies, including the thing he says about Real ID, also incorrect. But it's important to hear that him and plenty of others are very clearly trying to stop you from seeing what this is. Ask yourself why. And Mad Crab simply says, this is getting pathetic. You don't get to say Palantir's role in the U.S. government is tiny or small or other AI companies when they are literally getting government contracts and embedded in nearly every single federal institution, or the fact that they're clearly gigantic.
What Grok's doing Elon with Grok is really good.
Grok is interesting. I'm more concerned about this suite of companies, though, like Palantir, which is they're feeding all of the data over to Palantir so they can manipulate it with algorithms. And they're everywhere. They're looking at the wastewater during the COVID pandemic.
But you're back to this. I've looked at the scale of Palantir, and it's tiny compared to DeepSeek and all these others and ChatGPT. And I'm not like defending Peter Thiel. I'm just saying it's like I get it from the liberals and the Israel obsessed, whatever you want to call it. So just Palantir. Everybody's asking me about Palantir. And when you look at it,
really quickly, guys, this is just funny to me.
I get it from the liberals and the Israel.
Oh, you mean Republicans? Yeah, Republicans, conservatives, your entire base. That's what he means. Israel obsessed. That's like the majority of people on this. It's just funny to me the way he frames that. But also the idea that what he's talking about is so everybody, left and right, they see it. They keep calling it out. Maybe because it's the truth. like everyone can see, but it's a small thing. Don't mind it.
Obsessed, whatever you want to call it. So just Palantir. Everybody's asking me about Palantir. And when you look at it and you understand it, Palantir and the surveillance systems and the AI and all of it has been an outlier from the bigger companies.
Now, look, you could make an argument that at one point it was the smaller element in it, but in no case has it ever been small. They tried to frame themselves as sort of like the small up and coming groups. Remember when they tried to collect themselves for the new contracts? And they were leading that. And they were not the small ones. They, as he pointed out, have gotten almost every contract. Regardless, as he's saying this, you can prove that they were gigantic. Now, as I'll show you next, they're one of the largest and most valuable companies in existence. You don't think that? I mean, you have to understand, he knows this. He can see that. This is self-evident. And his argument is that it's small and it's not important, or they're at least that these are bigger. Well, okay, if you want to argue they're bigger, then break that down in the context of what you mean by, you mean money? Are they more invested there? Have they been around longer? The reality is, if you look at what Palantir is doing, there is nothing, in my opinion, that even comes close to what they're currently doing. The scope of it is insane. But if you listen to him, it's small. It doesn't matter. It's Democrat lie. Sort of sounds familiar, doesn't it?
And it's been wanting to get big contracts, and Trump wants to use it to track illegal aliens and stuff, and the real ID that they're trying to bring in that's terrible, that never got implemented because it's unconstitutional. So I've been
incorrect
and critical of all of that, and I obviously don't trust Palantir and the rest of the stuff it's doing. But it is small compared to all the other big AI and the Pentagon Sentinel and all the rest of it. The reason you're seeing the attacks on it everywhere is because it's trying to get contracts that other big tech companies already have.
Okay, so now that they have them, Alex, now why? Why now is it still being caught? Well, okay, because they just want them back? It's not, if you think for 1 second this is all, what are you arguing, that Google and everybody's like creating everybody individually can recognize the problem here, and people are calling it out from left and right, as you just highlighted. How do you not recognize that? Shows you something that is self-evident, that everyone can see what's building out from left to right, platforms, mainstream, alternative media, mainstream media, genuine independent media. It's just wild to me that this is the same thing as people coming out and acting, Trump and telling you the Epstein files are a hoax. It really does confound me. Why would we destroy your credibility for something like that? That's why I don't know. I can't answer that, but makes me consider that there's something else driving these intentions, driving these actions.
And because Palantir has been supportive of Trump. And so, yeah, Trump is going to them because they've been supporters.
Well, no, Alex Karp endorsed Democrats, Teal Republicans, right? Because they're not about partisanship. It's about control. But let's ignore all that.
But all this hype about Palantir, all of these systems can be used for control.
Well, that's obviously clear. So why would we not care about this one?
All these systems are out of control. All the AIs are woke.
Okay. Okay, so then, yes, we should all care about it then, right? No, don't forget about Palantir, though.
So Palantir is being used to run AI drones, killing people in Gaza.
And Ukraine.
All of it's very concerning.
But you don't really care about it, as you can clearly tell.
But why do people know about Palantir and nothing else? Well, that's because it comes from the left, only focusing on Palantir.
No, not even remotely. And you just said in 2 different interviews that everyone on the right and left. But let's just pretend like it's just the left now, because that's the easiest scapegoat. Bad Democrat, ignore it.
Because it's seen as something being brought in to surveil the government itself. And
oh, is that the case? Oh, okay. So not you. No, not all of your personal data exclusively. No, the government. We're going to spy on the government. That's just not even, guys, it's mind-blowing to me that people can get away with this kind of BS. So here's the point. As Jason rightly points out, this is from 28th. Palantir is now worth more than Home Depot, Procter & Gamble, Bank of America, Coca-Cola, $375 billion market cap, $3.1 billion in annual revenue. Palantir's secret, a 45% spike in a U.S. government surveillance contracts in just a quarter. Right in a little period where he was going, don't look at it. It's not happening. It's only on the left. Boom, it all explodes. What a coincidence. Surveillance in America is America's new frontier. Palantir joins a list of 20 most valuable U.S. companies, with stock more than doubling in 2025. Top 20, but it's tiny though. It's a Democrat thing. Well, let's talk about the way it's being used in the larger direction from this. Great article here. Pentagon looks to acquire generative AI for influence activities. It says the Pentagon is looking to acquire generative AI for its, and this is one of the reasons I started with that clip, for its influence activities, propaganda, as it faces increasing scrutiny about affecting U.S. citizens and acquiring publicly available information, according to the RAND Corporation, meaning that, as it always has, the propaganda spins back and affects you just as much as anybody else, if not is already aimed at you, which is what I think. But the point, though, is not just that, but also that it is using your personal data, which we were just talking about. That's Palantir. That's everything we're discussing. We're going to come back to the point they made the other day. Commercial data. That's what they're talking about here. Isn't that what they just got? Yes. And it's important, not just for this kind of discussion, but also for foreign policy, for bioweapon discussions. I'll play that before. I'll do it in a second. That's from the Aspen Institute? I'll play it in a second. Commissioned by the Irregular Warfare Technical Support Directorate, the RAND report, quote, acquiring generative artificial intelligence to improve U.S. Department of Defense influence activities. That used to be things they acted like weren't happening, by the way. Remember, the Smith Modernization Act was making it illegal to propagandize Americans, or rather opening the door to doing so if national security was, the excuse before it was illegal in general. The point is it's always been happening. And what they're saying is, or they argued that it's something that was never really aimed at you, but my point is always has been. So now they're just stating it. That's like that video. They're just coming right out and telling you, we lie and manipulate everybody. For your freedom, though, is kind of the underlying point, which is not even true. And takes a look at in my opinion, takes a look at what it would take for the Pentagon to acquire generative AI for influence activities at scale, along with possible implications of its use. An influence activity is, quote, a deliberate attempt to affect a person or group's thoughts, feelings, or behavior. And this goes well beyond just that kind of propaganda. Remember, we're at the age of AI, algorithmic control, neuroweapon, neuroscience, the point of where we're talking about manipulating your feelings and behavior internally, right? Actually manipulating your movement. These are real things in the conversation. But it goes on to say the U.S. Department of Defense sees great opportunities in leveraging the power of generative AI, not only for creating deep fakes and propaganda campaigns for its own influence activities, but also for gaining unique insights into the targeted audiences for planning purposes. Now, let's just say historically you could look at the government's track record and be like, well, they've mostly fought for freedom, right? They've mostly saved and helped people. Then maybe you could go, okay, then maybe it's important for them to be able to influence ideas. But seeing as how you can very easily prove they've got a track record of bloody nations and, despotic regimes and torture and, everything else, and are currently right now from both sides of the paradigm supporting the worst genocide we've ever lived through, seen, and witnessed on live streaming, maybe it matters that they're using tools to manipulate what people think. So do you think they're going to manipulate you to care about genocide? Or maybe right now manipulate you into thinking that's not what's happening, right? See, they want to frame this as for your interest, for the benefit of America, but reality is it's for the benefit of their control over everybody else. They're not good people at this point. You can obviously see that. They are, at the very least, amoral. Like it's not even playing a factor in the decision-making process. But you can see what they're doing. Now, that doesn't mean every single person in every single position, but as an entity, guys, you can't deny what they're involved in. Some of the worst things I've ever had to look at in my life. So deep fakes and manipulation, propaganda is a dangerous tool for anybody, especially in hands like those. Generative AI can be used to create videos that purport to show well-known public figures or members of a particular racial or ethnic group, making statements that support or refute particular political viewpoints or committing particular acts, like deep fakes, to drive people's actions, which, there's a movie about this. What was it called? What's that called? Something like Mountainhead, I think something like that. It was a recent one on Netflix. And the whole premise is of like a bunch of these tech people, like four of them, who always meet at this one location in the Alps or something in the snow. And this time while they're meeting, one of the guys had released an app. It's kind of like an Elon Musk character and all of it, that was allowing them to create deep fakes. And it was just destroying the world. Countries were at war because of videos they thought were real. And it was like this whole and they're just like enjoying their weekend. Now it gets pretty crazy. The point though, is that they're already kind of predicted programming like this. We all know where this is going to go. Right now, the technology exists. I still say this before. I don't know. I'm wondering when that shoe is going to drop. Some major example. I've already seen some that are close. But like I've said before, like a video that purport, like, what if we get one around Epstein and Trump? All of a sudden, bombshell video comes out, and then he says that's not real. They say, no, it is, and you don't know. Of course, Trump would say it's fake if it is real because he wants to cover it. But of course, if it's fake, he's going to say it's fake. And so the problem is you have to use tech to find out, and everyone will dispute it and take it for what they will. If that becomes a massive cascading problem, you can see where that goes. And they're leaning into this. The advent of generative AI presents significant opportunities for enhancing DoD's influence activities by improving the quality, agility, speed, and scale of operations. It says one thing the authors note is that as the digital environment spreads across national borders, it is getting more difficult not to affect U.S. persons that get caught up in the dragnet of U.S. military psychological operations. In my opinion, they do not care even in the slightest. In fact, they're aiming it at you. But if you don't think that, the point is that even if they don't want that, now you're getting wrapped up in this because they can't pull. It's the best word, I guess, would be that it's all kind of, overlapped because like, for example, they're trying to propagandize a foreign country. And then because we're all using the same social media platforms, that kind of spreads into your view and affects what you think. And that's a small example. But the point is that that's happening. And they're feigning to care about how their manipulative, dishonest campaigns might affect Americans. But again, I think they're being aimed at you. But it says DOD's influence activities have faced increasing scrutiny as it becomes increasingly challenging to avoid affecting U.S. persons in the hyper-connected information age. It says generative AI can help the military better understand the audiences they are looking to manipulate. I just love it. It's just funny. It's that at one point, like I said, they never would have even admitted that this is what they were trying to accomplish. One of the recommendations made that the Pentagon should, quote, obtain publicly available information, PAI, and fuse it with all source intelligence to make sense of the operational environment. Okay, so now we have another element of what might have been the reality of Doge. Not just training their models and their AI and algorithms, but potentially more than that. Potentially training other elements of AI in regard to psychological operations and deep fakes. You see, there's something much bigger happening around all of this. And so what they're talking about is this publicly available information, which right now in a lot of ways can just be scooped up. But a lot of it, and what many articles have argued is what they call the gold standard of information, is the secret private stuff. Stuff that because you can go online and you can state something that's completely false, but that still gets absorbed by the AI and still kind of slants one way or the other. But the stuff that they can, your medical actions, what you did, what you stated, and what actually happened, right? These are the things that can train these things beyond way more what they can get in the public eye. And so when they have access to that, sort of like removing the siloed information and giving access to all these tech companies to scoop it all up, this is a part of it too. It says in doing so, generative AI can enhance the capability to identify and acquire relevant PAI. Several industry partners offer, quote, narrative intelligence products that use generative AI processes to perform or supplement PAI analysis. On this front, the intelligence community is already setting up a portal for the government to purchase PAI through the intelligence community. So I guess what they kind of scoop up and analyze and present to people who want to purchase it. And it's the Intelligence Community Data Consortium, previously known as the IC Data Co-op. Sounds folksy, which seeks solutions, quote, to manage a commercial data consortium that unifies commercial data acquisition. Well, that sounds fantastic. Well, here's a video that I think is very relevant. This just came up in my interview with 7 Cs, which again went out as a daily wrap-up, but it's the second part of the show, wherein I go over Trump's new private health tracking system. And we discuss where all this is going. This clip here from 2023 discussing commercial data, Palantir, and used to make ethnic bioweapons. Listen for yourself.
To be clear, I think one of the things we're talking about here is that there are...
Oops, wrong one. Shoot, hold on. I just removed the wrong video. Where were we? There we are.
To be clear, I think one of the things we're talking about here is that there are now weapons under development and developed that are designed to target specific people. Right, that's what this is, where you can actually take someone's DNA, take their medical profile, and you can target a biological weapon that will kill that person or take them off the battlefield or make them inoperable.
So for the podcast, this is Aspen Security Forum. This is not some fringe thing. This is the U.S. government. There's a person, I think it's a general, sitting right next to him.
So you can't have a discussion about this without talking about privacy and commercial data and the protection of commercial data, because expectations of privacy have degraded over the last 20 years. Young folks actually have very little expectation of privacy. That's what the polling and the data show. And people will very rapidly spit into a cup and send it into 23andMe and get really interesting data about their background.
Well, I would argue that it's not necessarily all of them willing to do that, but most of us that just recognize that that's where we are. But always the reason why we shouldn't just go, well, they've got everything, so why? Who cares? Don't do that, right? That's what they expect. Every little bit you can, do your best to keep yourself insulated regardless. But the point is that he says most everybody is, less caring about it. Well, I argue it's just that they're unfortunately forced to exist in it. And they just acknowledge that's where we are, right? But both matter.
And guess what? Their DNA is now owned by a private company and can be sold off. Very little expectation of privacy. That's what the polling and the data show. And people will very rapidly spit into a cup and send it into 23andMe and get really interesting data about their background. And guess what? Their DNA is now owned by a private company and can be sold off with very little intellectual property protection or privacy protection. And we don't have legal and regulatory regimes to deal with that. So we have to have an open and public discussion, and this is going to have to be a political discussion.
Okay, so here's one of the main points. That's what they're forcing through. Donald Trump and his team, really just the U.S. government, are ramming this through before those protections are in place, at a point when we do not have that. So now this is the Wild West where people can access whatever they want for the benefit of this rapid AI growth and whatever else we're talking about, all the different offshoots of where this goes. Does that sound like what's in your interest or what's in the interest of a controlling power structure? Come on, guys, we have to be honest about this.
About what does the protection of healthcare information, DNA information, and your data look like, because that data is actually going to be procured and collected by our adversaries for the development of these systems.
You know, or by your government, right? That's the real point. You can always frame it as the evil other side, like we now do with Democrat, Republican, but it's also your government. Yes, I wouldn't disagree with that. Israel's very clearly doing that. China, I can almost guarantee. The point is that it's also happening here to you from your government. And that's obvious. That's not in a hypothetical. You can see it. And he just explained to you exactly that point about commercial data. And that's exactly what they just talked about in the article, right? That this is where it's going. And now this part of it is about the psyops and getting access to all of that to be able to manipulate and learn how to change your mind. It's everywhere, guys. Everywhere you look right now. And let's not forget what this is really about. This was all the way back in January 2nd, 2025. And in reality, this has been going on a lot longer than that, but just fifth generation warfare. We're well beyond the ideas of the past, the way that warfare is conducted, the way that propaganda is conducted. I've just titled it Drones, Fog, False Flags, and Political Destabilization. Remember all these different events, the Cybertruck blowing up and all these different things that, rapid succession of things that ended up being nothing. Or at the very least, that weren't ever what they claimed, or the different, like whatever happened with the Michigan shooter, or it's just, there's so many different things. Was it Michigan or the guy with the weird mask that tied back to the Israeli security contractor? Or that was in Israel? There's so much going on that it's just meant to just drown out everything else. But it's also about what fifth generation warfare really is, which is why we started with that clip. It's about trying to manipulate you into whatever they think they need at the moment. Or getting you to a position where you're amenable to whatever they say whenever they need you to be somewhere. Like, it's so constant right now. Now, let's talk about a couple of foreign policy things that I think are very important to this conversation. There's a lot of different moving parts to a lot of different conversations, but it's important to see these kind of massive shifts. Like the Ukraine-Russia thing, first and foremost, let's acknowledge that didn't end the war, okay? That's not what happened. Despite the claims that it was already over, all the lies that were spun by mainstream alternative media, it never even slowed down, guys. Trump was pretending to have a deal. It turned out they weren't even really trying to make a deal. And now they funded them more, like we told you from the very beginning. And even in that gap when they weren't, they claimed, I showed you that Israel was funding them, giving them weapons, which is really just the extension of the same thing. So we've always been played, guys. I don't think they ever intended to even slow down, which I think is self-evident at this point. Same with Israel. Remember the claim of on day one? Well, we can all laugh at how silly that is. And all the people that screamed you down for at least doubting that, how unlikely that was. Discourse TV. Just in, Trump orders 2 nuclear submarines to be positioned in the appropriate regions after, quote, highly provocative Russian statements. So many things to talk about in this, but the reality is your provocative statements, you mean like telling countries we'll do something to you we've never done in history if you don't do what I want, which Trump has said in different variations like 50 times from last and current administrations? Right? Or Lindsey Graham, for example, coming out and saying nuke Iran. It's absurd to pretend like what they said is even close to the level of what they constantly put out in this country. And usually it's, like I've said, I think twice in the last 6 months, Russia or some element of Russia, which is not always just the Russian government, but people within the government, or I shouldn't say it like that, but not always like the current administration, but like a Lindsey Graham saying something does not mean Trump's team says that or thinks that. It's what Lindsey Graham said, but he's still part of the government. You see, in this country, they tend to frame anything that even associated to Russian anything is then Russian government. It's easier to frame it that way. The point, though, is that many times they've simply come out and said, yeah, look, if you do something, one of the options on the table is nuclear weapons, because somebody asked that. And then it turns into, by Alex Jones going, World War III, they threatened nukes and we're all going to die. And it's not even remotely what was said. even though, as I've said many times, by the argument you could make from World War II, we've been at a level of World War III metric-wise for a long time. So they use that to push you into certain positions like we just talked about. But Trump said this, based on highly provocative statements of the former president of Russia, former president, okay, so why in the world would the former president's statements have any bearing on what you do? This is propaganda as far as I'm concerned, or something very dangerous happening because it doesn't have anything to do with reality and that something's forcing some real military moves. Even if it's a feigned action, the movement of nuclear subs will have reverberating action. I mean, can you think what would Israel and Trump do at this point, or the U.S. government? If Iran did anything remotely like this, well, you damn well know what they would do, something irrational. But it says, who is now the deputy chairman of the Security Council of the Russian Federation. Right, like I said, not the leadership, not the president, not the inner circle, if you will. But still matters, right? It's like Lindsey Graham says something, we still report on it. It says, I have ordered 2 nuclear submarines to be positioned in the appropriate regions, just in case these foolish and inflammatory statements are more than just that. It's the same point. That's the same thing they do every single day in this country. Words are very important, he says, to make himself look even more, and can often lead to unintended consequences. Yeah, are you really saying that right now? As one of the most blustering people I've ever seen in my life, if that's even the right way to say that, you bluster more than anybody I've ever seen. You're bombastic, you are hyperbolic, and you scream threats at everybody. And in the meantime, you're coercing them using financial manipulation. So it's stupid to think that he even means that. He's just saying this is the justification. So I wonder what the move is really about. Disclose says, there is 1 week remaining in Trump's deadline for Putin to make a deal with Ukraine. At least that's clearly what the indication could be. You're just using this as one more coercive tool, willing to at least threat toward the idea of nuclear war to get what you want. Because that's a logical tactic, isn't it? It's just crazy. But before we go past that, just more thoughts in general, guys, is realizing that the Ukraine war has involved Israel and the United States and plenty of other countries for a long time and has been used. And if we remember the reality of Russia, it's not necessarily good guy, bad guy, because I think all of them are at some point trying to control your lives, but they've lied about Russia from the day one in this conversation. And we showed you in the beginning, well, before the mainstream alternative media even talked about this, that this was planned. You could read these articles as they outlined what was coming. The clips we played of Lindsey Graham and McCain in Ukraine telling them this was coming, as I've played for you since 2017. It's information you already knew if you watched this show, like most other things, by the way. And the reality is they've lied about this, left and right. And so I think Ukraine has a lot more going on, whether it's about resources, whether it's about any number of foreign policy overlapping agendas, or Israel and their Zion, which is a very real part of the conversation. There's something bigger there. But there's also immediate actions around it, miring Russia, how it went down with Syria. But I think that what we're seeing here might just be a level of sort of like, not just distraction, because this is real, right? Those movements matter, but something to draw attention away from other things, but could cascade into something real. Daniel McAdams highlighting Trump War Room and Trump's tweet here, or his post. I have just been informed that almost 20,000 Russian soldiers died this month in the ridiculous war with Ukraine, he says. Russia has lost 112,500 soldiers since the beginning of the year. That's a lot of unnecessary death. Ukraine, however, has also suffered greatly. They've lost approximately 8,000 soldiers since January 1st, 2025, and that number does not include their missing. Ukraine has also lost civilians. Like, you can almost hear everyone going, you're really saying this while you're ignoring Gaza? But he's not right now, kind of. We'll come back to that. But in smaller numbers, he says, as Russian rockets crash into Kiev and other Ukrainian locales. Right. And the involvement of the attacks from Ukraine side is Palantir and Israel, all the same thing, involving U.S. funding. They're involved with this, everything that's happening. This is a war that should never have happened, he says. This is Biden's war, not Trump's. Do you realize how stupid that is? At Trump's last administration, this was already ongoing, guys. Not necessarily the current state of it, but this goes back to, we've talked about it going back to 1948, in regard to the Azov movement, sort of funding of the radical fascism that they grew there, the CIA, Operation Aerodynamic, it's very public. Or during Trump's administration in particular, when they were there, when you could look at them, that's when McCain and Lindsey Graham went there, stoking these tensions, guys. And Foreign Policy wrote a whole article about how they were driving this into reality. He knew this, guys. He was there. Now they're trying to make it about Biden because the easiest ploy is to go Democrat. Look over there. Because I guess that's how stupid they think a lot of us are. Problem, though, is that's not what it's really about. As Daniel McAdams writes, Hundreds of billions of dollars spent on U.S. intelligence community, and the president is worse informed on this critical issue than somebody in a cave somewhere, meaning he's wrong about most everything. The point, though, is I don't think that's by accident. I think it's about misinforming you on purpose. And guess what? On top of all of it, did he end the war on day one? Nope. Now we're going to get Ukrainian refugees because that's what everyone's calling for, right? Give us the Afrikaners, give us the Ukrainian refugees in exchange for the other. This is not what anybody's calling for, but it just continues to show you that there's something else going on. Here's what he was asked.
Let those Ukrainians who fled the war to stay in the United States until the war ends in Ukraine?
I think we will, yeah. I do.
You will?
I think we will. We have a lot of people that came in from Ukraine, and we're working with them.
Oh, great. Right. So you're gonna remove people from the country who literally went through the legal process and have no criminal record, but you're gonna let a bunch of Ukrainian neo-Nazis in the country or some Afrikaner fascists in the country. They're gonna come in and, it's just, I'm being hyperbolic on purpose, but the point is that seems ridiculous when you look at the overlap to all of this. Look at the actual metrics of what they're dealing with now and what they're bringing in. And I thought it was immigration in general. Don't they keep telling us they've shut down immigration? Well, clearly not. That's what I keep talking about. There's more than that, by the way. There's many different examples of this continuing in their own way. The problem, though, where is that going to go? And on top of that, why are we allowing Ukrainians to, all of this comes back to the U.S. government continuing to support what that is and funding it, using it. And now they're challenging almost including his own supporters at this point. I don't understand why people don't. I always say it just frustrates me that I'm not seeing more people who I know don't agree with this, at least in my experience, the people I talk to, that I go out of my way to reach outside of our echo chambers that we all get forced into. And it just does not seem like anybody buys this right now. Anyone's even happy with what's going on. As I was just told by somebody close to me that believes in Trump, that nobody's believing anything right now. I just think it's important to think about that they're collapsing in on themselves. And my point is actions like this, or like the Epstein list being a hoax or an mRNA platform, like while they're already doubting, how do you make sense of that outside of somebody else is driving these choices or he doesn't care what you think? And also, let's not forget, as I said before, Israel is actively involved in all of this. Not just because Zelensky wants Ukraine to be a big Israel, he said when this first started, sort of like now the so-called ruler or leader in Syria suddenly puts a suit on and wants freedom. These are their lackeys, guys. Let's not forget the article I talked about. Operation Aerodynamic goes back a long way, multiple administrations. Documents prove the CIA has been cultivating fascism in Ukraine since at least 1948. There's one other thing I was just going to grab and I just forgot. Either way, important to understand this overlapping connection. Oh, that's what it was, the funding, which you guys have all seen both of these. But the reality, I think that's the one. Yeah, that in 2018, their own people called out the Israeli government for funding the Azov movement. Neo-Nazis, literally the title from Haaretz, rights groups demand Israel stop arming neo-Nazis. The same neo-Nazis they then went on to say aren't neo-Nazis, because that makes sense. Despite them, giving the Sig Heil or having Nazi symbols or Azov, it's the same as having ISIS patches on the people they work with in Syria and pretending like we don't see that. It's just mind-blowingly stupid. This is why I, again, think that they're failing. People aren't being pacified like they were before. This stuff is in your face. It kind of always has been, but now they're starting to call it out. Well, I'll include the show about the Afrikaners, which, by the way, is still continuing and is just another example of how they're misleading you, and it's about other things. But let's talk about the overlap of immigration, because this is insane to me, how far this has gone. In case you missed it already, we've talked about this many times, and in truth, I proved this to you the very first time we really did this in depth around the court documents, April 22nd, 2025. The unprecedented gaslighting and lies around Abrego Garcia. That doesn't mean we know for a fact he's not a criminal, but anything they've ever tried to present to make that case, they've either lied about or have been proven to be wrong. MS-13 connections, proven to be wrong. Claims of human trafficking, proven to be wrong. Now, you may, if you're out there thinking this is all in the works, it's not, guys. They've lost already, and it's continuing that direction. That's why they're trying to distance themselves from it. They're trying to go in other directions. Nuclear submarines, maybe. But this is all imploding, right? People have come back, and I'm going to get to that next. The CECOT discussion is unreal. And they're sending people, or tried to send him, right? They sent people like Andre, the barber that went there, who got sexually abused and beat up. We'll go over all of it because he had the tattoo they claimed was something, and it wasn't. He's now free. They're just trying to hide from all this, guys. This is egregious. And we're going to get to the point to where we're seeing yet again more American citizens being arrested without they're not identifying themselves. They're not presenting warrants. They're bursting into places in people's homes and arresting American citizens. This should be absolutely chilling. See, this is one of the points I was talking about before. How is that not alarming doesn't even do it justice. You have American Gestapo breaking into people's homes without due diligence, without warrants, identification, and arresting people without showing them who they are, without listening to the fact that they're American citizens and putting them in jail and then, maybe getting out. We've already seen American citizens deported. We've already seen people sent who were legally in this country with no criminal record. And Trump has said, you're next. More than once, or at least possibly. I just think it's important to realize how over the top all this has gotten. Melnick points out, important, the Trump administration initially wanted to pretend that Mr. Abrego Garcia was an MS-13 leader or even a member. Now, a fourth judge, realize this is left and right. This is why it's gotten so little attention, because at the highest level, they're mostly conservative judges, but everywhere at this point, there's been Texas judges, there's been judges across the way. Miller has stopped screaming about the activist judges and the coup, judicial coup, because it's being obviously shown to be everybody. So first and foremost, recognize how much that shows you that Miller's a liar, that everyone screaming that was trying to deceive you because they knew what they were doing. Important to think about. It says now a fourth federal judge has found that the evidence does not show even that he's a member of the gang. And that after the Trump admin spent months literally scouring for anything, and I argue trying to make it up because they just got caught doing that with the trafficking part of it. If you don't remember that part, remember they tried to claim he was trafficking by using an old traffic stop that he was let go with a ticket, and tried to claim somebody new testified that he was an evil trafficker for MS-13. And the judge looked at it and literally proved, because of the timing they gave, that it was impossible, that it wasn't even possible that what they claimed was happening. And guess what? The guy that they used to make that claim, he's actually charged and found guilty of human trafficking. He's actually been caught, I think it was 5 or 6 times being deported from this country and has come back. They let him stay in this country for a year at least. That was all testified to if he gave testimony about Garcia, who they've now proven is false, but that guy gets to stay. So you're trying to remove a person who's not guilty and keep an actual illegal immigrant, human trafficking, possible terror, all the things they say, but he can stay. Meanwhile, we'll give all the MS-13 leaders passes and send them back to El Salvador because Bukele's got to deal with them. Also public story. Wild. So here is the post he put out, Judge Crenshaw, on the allegations, and you can read it for yourself. It says, for the court to find that Abrego's is a member of or is in affiliation with MS-13, it would have to make so many inferences from the government's proffered evidence in its favor that such conclusion would border on fanciful. Insane. It's all court documents. Again, right in my show here, the first, 7 or more than that, 12 links are all directly from court documents that quite literally prove that they were lying about what they were saying about him. And here we are. The whole of government, guys, screaming things that you could prove are false. Miller coming out and claiming they won a 7-0 Supreme Court ruling. No, they lost. They lost 7-0. Easy to look up. And he just lied right in the Oval Office. How do you not see what that shows you? That guy doesn't care about American interest. He's making us all look like fools. So, beyond that, Andre Hernandez Romero, he entered legally, did not break the law in the United States. He waited in Mexico, then went to a port of entry, where while there, some Keystone cop, his fool of a CBP officer, thought his mom and dad tattoos were gang tattoos, or didn't even care, used it as an excuse, sent him to ICE detention. From there, he got sent to El Salvador, from which he just came back from. He just got home from that. And I'm going to read to you directly from this article that is just chilling. This is the gay makeup artist, describes horrific sexual abuse, physical abuse in CECOT. So before we get to that, beyond just him, it says further stories of horrors inflicted on people the Trump administration imprisoned in El Salvador without trial are emerging. Without trial, people who were here legally, in some cases had visas, green cards, who have constitutional rights, even if you're an illegal alien, That's due process. You're right. And regardless, and anybody who's still arguing otherwise is either too stupid to know they're wrong or lying to you. And the reality is they did all of this to people who don't, even if they were actually illegal immigrants and broke the law to get in here, sending them to this place is a travesty of justice. It says the 3 men describe how they were punished by guards, stripped naked, beaten for 6 hours or 6 days straight, as men and women watched, laughed, and mocked them. Doesn't that doesn't it sound like what we see going on in Sid Tiemann, Israeli prison? Sounds very familiar. So here is the article. Welcome to hell. Inside the mega prison where the U.S. deported migrants. Now, welcome to hell, that might actually sound kind of familiar. You know why? Because it's exactly the same title that B'Tselem wrote about the Ted Seaman torture camp, that they literally called it. This is where you can read for yourself. They raped prisoners and still continue to do, apparently. And it's cheered on by their corporate media. So it says interviews with 16 former detainees of El Salvador's terrorism confinement center offer the most complete view yet of conditions at the notorious prison. Now, we've talked about the conditions there, which aren't even secret, but it's worse than you think. And the reality is, until now, we haven't had, this has been, secondhand information. Well, technically it still is, but people that were, since we're reading it through the platform, but these are people that were there. And no one's disputing this information. Because there's already, the reality is it appears that they want this place to be seen as some nightmare, as some kind of tool. But the reality is they're working with the people that they're supposed to scare with that. The MS-13 leaders. All public, guys. So there's not even the illusion of some kind of saving the country dynamic is just not true. They suspended civil liberties. They're lying to the rest of the world. And there are people, I'm sure, that claim that they're happier with one thing or the other. But the reality is that that's not what anybody... The idea of allowing the gang members to run the country through Bukele and to shut down civil liberties, let's not pretend like anybody thinks that makes sense. These are people trying to drive in some kind of technocratic feudal state, and they want that to be the model. Look at Prospera. It's the same illusion. One detainee was beaten unconscious. Others emerged from the dark isolation room covered in bruises, struggling to walk or vomiting blood. Another returned to his cell in tears, telling fellow detainees he had just been sexually assaulted. It says, let's hit him like a piñata. Guards shouted amid the beatings. Detainees recalled, the blows echoing across the metal walls. It says, the matching firsthand accounts across multiple interviews offer the most complete view yet of conditions inside the mega prison, where inmates are denied access to lawyers. How is that even? This is the whole thing. There's so many elements to this. Even if you don't agree, they were in this country, had constitutional rights. That applies. The fact that you sent them away you're still violating those rights by not allowing incidents to happen. Due process, representation, and almost all contact with the outside world doesn't exist. And where about 14,000 Salvadorians remain incarcerated. Now that includes the 270 something people they sent there, most of which are simply people who were in this country with the wrong skin color. Not illegally here, had no criminal record. And it says, few detainees have ever left CECOT until now, and fewer have ever spoken publicly of their experience there. Now look at this. This is the cells they exist in. Each group cell typically holds about 80 inmates, 39 feet long, 24 feet across, or whichever way, 39.4 by 24.6. That's not a joke. Look at that. They can't even all stand up at the same time without being basically shoulder to shoulder. That's how can you possibly describe that as even a prison? And they almost never leave. We'll read it directly from the article, which you already knew. I already told you that before because they reported that. The men slept on metal bunks, usually with no cushions, in group cells where overhead lights blazed 24 hours a day. Rarely allowed out of their cells. Damien Merlot, a U.S.-based lobbyist for Salvadorian President Bukele, described the detainees as criminals who belong in prison and said their claims are baseless. You understand the reality is we absolutely, for a fact, know that's not true. One, that their claims are proven by other testimony, including from the Salvadorian government, but the fact that we know they're not criminals because we're now proving that, and we already have. But Andre's home, you understand. He can prove for himself. He's the one giving testimony. No one's claiming he's a terrorist. He's not. You can look for yourself. So even if you want to say that one person is the anomaly, it still matters. But we also know that's not the case. It's not the exception. It's the rule, guys. The facts are clear. And yet here they are. And here are the politicians like Tricia McLaughlin still lying to you about that. Because what else are they going to do? McLaughlin, spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security, provided a statement that repeated and administration claims that the detainees were members of the Tren de Aragua gang, even though they've proven not to be. Though government officials have acknowledged in court that many of those sent to CECOT had no criminal record. So she's just doing her job, lying. Robert L. Cerna, the acting field office director of the at ICE, said in a court filing in March that the, quote, we reported this already, this is something special, that the, quote, lack of a criminal record does not indicate they pose a limited threat, and that the limited information about each individual, quote, actually highlights the risk they pose. So this, without the second part, you could have been like, okay, just because they don't have a criminal record does not mean they're not a criminal. Everyone could agree with that. But then the fact is you're arguing that the fact that they don't have a criminal record somehow then poses the risk. That's what shows you they're a risk. They don't have a criminal. That's guilty until proven innocent based on your subjective opinion. I mean, that's insane. The fact, if they don't have a criminal record, even if they've got a tattoo, that's still not enough to put them in prison or do anything. They're not breaking the law by having a tattoo, let alone one that has nothing to do with any of these gangs. Or the experts will tell you they don't even use them that way. It's just insane. That's specifically, I think, Tren de Aragua. But the point is that these things are being used. They're lying to you to arrest innocent people. And you must be able to see that these statements show you that they know what they're doing. The lack of information shows you they're a risk. That's insane. That's Orwellian. President Trump and Secretary Noem will not allow criminal gangs to terrorize American citizens. Okay, that has nothing to do with this. You're making a broad statement about something you claim, and over here you're arresting innocent people. So because you scream we're not going to let gangs take over does not mean that person's guilty. But see, that's how dumb they think you are. Or maybe how dumb they are. You can decide. Once again, the media is falling all over themselves, McLaughlin says, to defend criminal illegal gang members, or not, though, or that they're not gang members and you're caught lying about it, and you're still desperately flailing about how they're criminals, even though they're home and you can prove they're not. Not every single one of them, and clearly, I made the point, I bet you some of them are. That does not make it okay that they have now arrested so many people who don't deserve to be there, not for any reason, let alone because they're gang members. Violated UN conventions against torture, to which El Salvador and the U.S. are signatories. That's happening there. There's testimony I'll give to you, but that they're torturing people and that what they're doing there appear to be violations of what they've signed in regard to the UN conventions against torture and everything else. They don't care. Quote, based on the information I have reviewed, said Santiago Canton, Secretary General of the IC, or the International Commission of Jurists, quote, there are reasonable grounds for an investigation by the ICC into what's happening there. I hope that happens. The Post has found that many of the detainees, as I've told you repeatedly, had entered the United States legally, 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 and were actively complying with the law, with the rules, with the immigration law and rules. That's many, most guys, and you can prove that from the first 270 something people. Most of they did a report. I think the New York Times did a report. I personally went through it. You can prove that most of them were just people in the wrong place at the wrong time with a tattoo. And so now you can broaden it out to all that's happened since then. And it still seems like the majority to me, but it's hard to know with all the different moving parts. The reality, though, is you can prove it. You could prove it. They were here legally, had no criminal record. It's just insane to me. Here's a couple of examples. Marco Jesus Bastulo. And the real bigger point for all of us is that's not supposed to be what Americans believe. That's what you have. If Biden had done this, let's just say to Ukrainians or to Afrikaners, would you suddenly care? I mean, the reality that this is counter to what you've always told the world that this country is should show you that you either don't believe those things or you're willing to sacrifice them when it comes to your political side. This is Marco Jesus Bustolo. Or is that how you say it? It's Basulto Sanilas, 35 years old. Temporary protected status. So right there, they got the same idea as that regardless of how he got it, whether Biden gave it to him or it's from before, it doesn't mean they can just disregard it. It's the same thing that Trump did for the Afrikaners, right? He waved his hand and gave them allowance here. Same difference. So this person had protected status. from deportation and worked legally in kitchens and pizzerias to pay for his mother's breast cancer treatments back home. He was sent to El Salvador. No criminal record. Here legally. And see, many of them aren't just, protected status or like seeking citizenship, but have green cards, visas. And Marco Rubio says they hate Israel, so send them to a foreign country, put them in prison for life. Andre Hernandez, 31-year-old makeup artist, entered the U.S. legally with a CBP-1 appointment. We told you this already, where an official in the preliminary screening determined he had shown a credible fear of prosecution as a gay man living and working in Venezuela. Roger Molina, remember, all these people got sent to El Salvador, and Andre's now home telling you a story. Roger Molina, a food delivery driver, an aspiring professional soccer player, had been vetted by U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services and federal law enforcement. That happened. Flown to the U.S. and conditionally accepted into a State Department resettlement program for refugees. Then one day they arrested him, sent him to El Salvador. That happened. As the detained men were shuttled onto flights in Texas on March 15th, none were told where they were even being taken. Some migrants refused to get off the plane when they got there. Now, this is actually a terrifying side of this. Now, see, these people didn't know where they were going. Many of which were like, I have a green card. Like, I'm not breaking the law. Then they think, okay, well, shoot, I guess they're just sending me back to Venezuela, which is where many of them were from. Then they show up at a high security concentration camp in a foreign country. I mean, imagine that. Then they go like, what's wrong? I don't want to get out here. I'm not breaking the law. Nobody wanted to hear it. Some of them refused to get off. A guard struck a female passenger. Screams filled the plane. Eventually, Basulto and other detainees said they were kicked, shoved, beaten, and forced off. 2 Salvadorian guards grabbed their arms. Throw them down, they yelled, as detainees were pummeled and dragged to buses, according to detainee Rojas Mendoza. He recounted watching one man get slammed so hard against the bus that his face began gushing blood. Now, of course, these are personal testimonies. They could be misguided, they could be wrong, they could be lying, they could misremember. The point, though, is across all of them, the consistency is undeniable. And again, they're not even really denying that this stuff is happening. They claim like this is what we want because they're all evil criminals, but they're not, though. Molina, the refugee who had been vetted for resettlement in the United States, begged the officers for an explanation. He says, please, I don't understand what I'm doing here. I haven't committed any crime. Please let me talk to somebody. He began to pray. Then the Salvadorian officer grabbed him by the neck. He says, run, you son of a bitch. He commanded him, according to Molina, and jammed his rifle into his ribs. Welcome to El Salvador, hooded officers shouted on the ride. 6 detainees said, welcome to hell. Welcome to hell. Here, the director said, the men would have no rights. This is my point. They claim this. They're public about this. They'd have no rights, no right to a lawyer, no access to the sun. This is their briefing. They were told this while they're sitting on their knees, being punished for the first 6 hours sitting there waiting. No rights, no lawyer, no sun. They would not eat chicken or meat for the rest of their lives. That's what they were told. The only way you'll leave, they were said, quote, is inside of a black bag. Can you just imagine that? Imagine if your mother, your sister, your brother was sent there because they happened to be in the wrong place. Would you still be okay with this? The doctor, quote, would watch us get beaten and then ask us, how are you feeling, with a smile. It was the most perverse form of humiliation. When Tito Martinez, 26, was in immigration detention in the U.S., he said a doctor told him he had kidney failure and would need a transplant. After repeated beatings at CECOT, so that was an issue from before. Now he's in CECOT with the same problem. After repeated beatings in CECOT, Martinez said he could no longer get out of bed. He would wet himself and he relied on cellmates to feed him. Apparently, they laughed about it. Some detainees attempted suicide by tying sheets around their necks or using rusted pipes to cut their veins. Disobeying rules proved costly. When Hernandez's head, that's Andre, who's now home, when his head ached from the heat, because there's basically apparently no air conditioning. It's in the middle of, it's just, this is a torture camp, guys. When his head ached from the heat, he tried to cool down by bathing. He forgot to tell his friends to watch for the guards. Get up, you piece of shit, they said to him. He was taken to a place called La Isla, the island, that's why they call it, where a tiny hole in the ceiling provided only a needle of light and almost no air at a time when he's already struggling from the heat. 4 men entered and began touching him with their clubs and putting them between his legs. One forced Hernandez to perform oral sex on him. And I mean, this is not a unique statement. Conditions improved only when outsiders visited the prison. or when government officials wanted photographs. Yeah, sounds sort of like they call the North Korea to it, right? This is not unique to that. This is what your governments do all the time. Multiple detainees said this. Shortly after a Red Cross visit, Bibles were handed out. For a visit by DHS Nome, the detainees were given better food, even mattresses, though thin. When a group of U.S. politicians toured the prison, detainees with visible injuries were moved to the remotest cells so they couldn't be seen. The American dream had become a nightmare. It's worth reading this whole thing. That's just a summation of even if everything they said is true, is this who we are? Is this what we believe we represent? On top of that, they're not criminals. They were here legally. And the kind of person that is allowing this to happen and cheering it on, there's something deficient in you. There's something wrong here. Same kind of person that seems to be supporting a genocide in Israel, by the way. Welcome to hell. Well, on top of that, The Intercept reports on the 31st, the National Guard has now been ordered to do ISIS paperwork at immigration facilities in 20 states. It's not like they had more important things to do, right? We can make them do the paperwork for all the stuff that all the people we're abusing in this country. I mean, it's just not a secret, guys. They're by and large violating rights and breaking the law. And now they're forcing people in National Guard to take a part of that criminal activity. Here's the terrible reality. This actually kills me. Not only that this is what's being reported by CNN and the way that they deal with Khalil, absurd, still at this point today going, do you condemn Hamas? Like, these people deserve ridicule. Like, you should be laughed out of town with this kind of stupidity. But remember, they're just propaganda talking heads. But then it was posted by Homeland Security. Homeland Security, DHS.gov or DHS.gov account posted this and says, Mohammed Khalil refuses to condemn Hamas because he is a terrorist sympathizer. Which, what does that even mean? Is there some kind of criminal code that says and let's be real, that's not the truth. As he'll say clearly, I condemn any violence against anybody. But that's not what they want, right? We want you to focus on, because they're trying to make it that so they can make these stupid statements. Regardless of all of it, as this person says, you're literally citing speech or lack thereof, a protected First Amendment as a reason to deport a lawful permanent resident. See, there are people with brains out there that can recognize this is insane. This is violating everything we hold sacred because of Israel, for Israel. Because remember, it was Batar USA, a major Zionist group, that handpicked him, pointed to him, tagged Trump, tagged Rubio, tagged Bondi, tagged Noam, and he got arrested the next day. And now he's out because there's no crime. There's nothing. He didn't do anything wrong. Even the lies about what they did and terrorizing Jews and locking people in the library. Nope. All fake, all false. Everything's been proven. That's why he's not in jail. And even then, those things are not what they're claiming is all hyperbolic misrepresentation in the first place. I'll play it for you. But it says, not because DHS painted him as one, he's branded himself as anti-Semite through his own hateful behavior. I mean, it's just this is cartoonish. It is a privilege to be granted a visa or a green card, to live and study in the United States. Same stupid recited narrative. The Trump administration acted well within its statutory constitutional authority. No, it didn't. Straight up, completely textbook did not. As they say down there, you are citing speech. And no, look, there's no rule. There's nothing around this that says that because you stand up and say, I criticize Israel's actions in Gaza, that you have I went textbook through what can be used to remove a green card or a visa. Not even close. It says, as it does with any alien who advocates violence, which he never did, glorifies, supports terrorists, which he never did, harasses Jews, which he never did, and damages property, which he literally never did. I mean, they think we're this stupid? If you're going to claim he damaged property and harassed, called for violence, why is he not in jail right now? He was not even found guilty of any crime. And they want you to believe it's the same thing they're telling you right now. Obama's treason. Well, let's be clear. I think Obama is a criminal, like the rest of them are. But you're calling him a treasonous. You're accusing him of treason, and he's not in jail. How is that possible? Right? He's been floating that for a week now. You see my point? They're just using narrative, guys. This is about manipulation. Here's the clip. This is going to upset you. It should, because it's insane what they're doing here.
Here, though, do you specifically condemn Hamas, a designated terrorist organization in the United States, not just for their actions on October 7th?
I condemn the killing of all civilians, full stop.
Right. If that's not the most clear thing in the world, I don't know what is. You see, that's not what they want. They don't like that. You're not allowed to say all lives matter. You know, it's the same stupid thing. Yes, I'm the same. Look, 100%. Everyone, no matter what, it should matter. And by the way, that's not the first time he did it. This is just the clip. So they're reiterating the point. And he's going, look, I condemn all violence against all civilians. That is far more of a noble stance than the idiocy here of claiming you only care about one side and really the side that was funded by Israel and the side that is, all the same narratives. And by the way, was one day, and now we've seen a year plus of ongoing genocide that they don't care about. Insane.
But what I don't want to get into is
it's a designated terrorist organization in the United States, not just for their actions on October 7th.
I condemn the killing of all civilians, full stop. But what I don't want to get into is
I'm sorry. It's like, she has to be, people that do that, like Piers Morgan, have to either be the dumbest person in the room or somebody screaming in their ear. I condemn all violence against all people. But do you condemn Hamas? Are you stupid? Did you not hear what I just said? That would include Hamas. Do you understand language? But you see, it's not about, they know it. They're not dumb. It's about a propaganda tactic, guys. Just makes me laugh.
But what I don't want to get into is no, I am very clear with condemning all civilians. I'm
clearly meant attacks on all civilians.
Very straight in my position in that part. But it's disingenuous to ask about condemning Hamas while Palestinians are the ones being starved now by Israel. Right. It's not condemning October 6th, where
by the way, Wolf Blitzer just nodded his head right there. Like, this is an interesting overlap. Because remember, all the way back when, he even paled and balked when they tried to tell him that it was okay they killed hundreds of people to go after a Hamas commander that turned out not even to be there. Live on TV, not even Wolf Blitzer could swallow that. Watch again. Just watch. He nods his head very slightly. But I think it's very important right now.
Israel. It's not condemning October 6th, where 260 to ask about condemning Hamas while Palestinians are the ones being starved now by Israel. It's not condemning October 6th, where 260 Palestinians were killed by Israel on before October 7. So I hate this selective outrage of condemnation, because this is not, this wouldn't lead to a constructive conversation.
Do you think she's even listening? She's waiting for a moment to go, but Hamas though, but Hamas? What about Hamas, though?
And this is also like what we want to deal with is the root causes of why that happened. Right. And it's in no way anyone can justify the killing of civilians.
Mahmoud, we did ask about, we've talked at length about your views, of course, on the Palestinians, but it is fair to ask you about whether you condemn Hamas, because the Trump administration has claimed that you are a Hamas sympathizer. So it's very important.
Okay, so because the government levels a completely baseless, fact-free claim, it's okay that she asks it 4 times in a row to get you to answer the question you've already answered 4 times in a row. Because, well, this idiot government keeps screaming that, so keep asking the question. That's not journalism, that's propaganda, guys. And he's doing an incredible job maintaining his, measured discussion here. But if it's outside of what Trump and the team are claiming, look at him, listen to him, look for yourself about his background. Look at the videos they claim he did something wrong. It's insane. He's a very measured, very well-presented, very calm, very educated, very, condemns violence from any side, all of them, and is supported by everybody. All sides of the conversation. Jewish people came out left and right to stand behind him because these people were misrepresenting him. They was chosen by the person in the middle of the negotiations because everybody respected him. And yet they framed that as the one representing terrorism. It is so grossly dishonest at the highest level. They're deliberately lying to you about somebody like him or Garcia or Ozturk or anybody out there who's criticizing what's going on because they're terrible people who are trying to deceive you. That's not my opinion. I mean, maybe aside from the terrible part, but they knowingly are trying to misrepresent the facts. What else do you call that?
Important to actually ask that question in this broad.
No way anyone can justify
just to be clear,
the killing
just
of
to be
civilians.
clear, Mahmoud, we did ask about, we've talked at length about your views, of course, on the Palestinians, but it is fair to ask you about whether you condemn Hamas because the Trump administration has claimed that you are a Hamas sympathizer. So it's very important to actually ask that question in this broad conversation.
Yeah, I simply asked and protested the war in Palestine.
Yep, that's it. That's the only thing that happened. He protested what was happening against the Palestinians, period. And right before that, he said it's what was it? Right here.
No way anyone can justify
just to be clear,
the killing.
No way anyone can justify the killing of civilians. But just to be clear, I mean, do you condemn Hamas? This is a cartoon. I mean, we've all laughed about this for a long time because it's that stupid. There's like skits and cartoons, like actual graphic. It's just that stupid. Even Piers Morgan occasionally does that. I've got a clip coming up of him with Megyn Kelly that's going to make you throw up in your mouth. I just can't believe this stuff, guys. And see, this is every one of these things clearly intertwines with what Zionism has to do with all of these things. You can't, we're on immigration right now. So here is another example, by the way, and how this overlaps into the American citizen side of this. We covered this on Fine Points. We'll be doing another one on Monday, by the way. It'll be on, I think, it's on the BitChute main account, but I'll be posting it on my site so you guys can see it. Quote, you have no rights. You're a migro, whatever the way they say it, like a migrant is what they're saying. He's a U.S. citizen. I'm going to play this for you. This is happening everywhere. The next one's even worse. It says, though Linez Ambrosio repeatedly stated he was a citizen and provided identification, his two friends were undocumented. Which, okay, so their people are breaking the law. Even the way they handled them shows you this is so far outside the realm of anything we've seen before. But he was a U.S. citizen, not breaking the law by just being next to these people. Agents dragged one friend out of the van, slammed him to the ground, and nobody was resisting, by the way. I'll show it to you. It deployed a stun gun on his back. The other friend was put in a chokehold after the officer propped the door open. The U.S. citizen was pushed to the ground and then a stun gun aimed at him. He was subsequently held in a cell at the Customs and Border Protection Station for 6 hours, later being charged with obstruction without violence and sentenced to 10 hours of community service and a 4-hour anger management course for simply saying, treat them like human beings, arrest them normal. Like, yes, they're breaking, they're illegal immigrants, but why do you have to punch them in the face? Why do you have to throw them on the ground? Same point here when he's an American citizen who they treat like a criminal because he's simply there. You can't miss where this is going, guys. Every single moment they're encroaching further on your rights and anybody's rights. But I guess it only matters specifically to people on one side about your personal rights and your friends and family as opposed to anybody else. But this is where it's going. Not hyperbolic. It's literally happening.
¿Ah? No. Okay. Pregunta, ¿quién está aquí legalmente? Si no nos dice la verdad, le vamos a poner más cargos y van a durar en la cárcel más tiempo. Okay? ¿Mande?
Estoy ilegalmente.
Yeah, no
okay. So this person said, I'm illegal. So I'm illegal. Told him.
Ilegalmente.
Okay, vámonos. Abre la puerta.
So yeah, so he was the U.S. citizen was driving to work with his mother and two male friends.
Wait.
Vamos a salirnos todos.
Wait, hold up.
Abre la puerta.
Hold up.
Hold up, nothing. What?
You guys have no rights to do that.
We don't have rights to do that?
No.
Well, so here's what's interesting. Right in the beginning, because it doesn't appear that there was any violation, like this is because of what they look like. And so the question becomes, and this is the main point about whether which we know as a fact, that everybody, illegal immigrants, anybody in this country is protected under constitutional rights. It's an easy thing to prove. The 14th Amendment, it's very clear. So that means that when they come up to this car, there are legal realities here, especially for him as the person driving. The idea being that you can't just burst into my car and grab things without truly knowing what's happening. Now, the guy did say he was illegal, so that might change the overlap of that, but there's still a process to this. That's one of the larger points to this. Not just the U.S. citizen being caught up in it, but the idea that they're masked, they're not identifying themselves, they're not producing warrants for U.S. citizens or otherwise. That should matter to everybody.
Pero ¿por qué?
Él dice nomás va a quitar la foto.
Okay. It says one man was tased, another put in a chokehold. You can see for yourself. I mean, the information, the reality, not even from them. There's nobody like resisting. They just grab them out of the car and treat them this way.
Wait.
You can see for yourself.
Wait. You can't grab me like that. You can't grab me like that. Okay.
Like, what's the point of that?
Hey, wait. That's not how you arrest people. Get on the ground. That's not how you arrest people. Get on the ground.
So again, right there, why wouldn't you just put him against the car and handcuff him like any other normal person? What is the point of? And so, well, let me ask you this: you're getting arrested, whether illegal or not, and you're following orders, and somebody starts punching you in the back, starts forcing your head to the ground, or doing something that gives you pain. Are you just going to let it happen, or how long are you going to let it happen? So you always get the people in the chat. Oh, you should have just let them do what they want. Rights matter, okay? And the reality is, they're treating these people like they're not human. They're beating them up. They're tasing them because they're resisting the violence they do against them, which is unjust. But even then, barely even that. Watch.
Now, on the ground. All right, but you're not going on the ground. All right, hold on. All right. Hey, what you guys doing? That's not how you arrest people. If y'all gonna arrest people, y'all gotta arrest people regular. What y'all doing, bro? Hey, Kevin, no resistas. Yeah, no resistas.
Just stand
What am I doing? Hey.
They tased him.
Hey, y'all get on the ground. All right, bro. You can't be doing that. I'm from here also. Get on the ground.
Okay, get on your feet, sir. Get up. Roll on your side. Roll on your side.
I can't, bro. They gonna push me. They gonna do whatever they were doing to him. No, I'm not gonna get up. I'm not gonna get up. I'm gonna just stay like this. Bro. Y'all scaring the dude, bro. That's not how you arrest people.
What? Here, I can take care.
I got rights to talk, bro.
You got no rights here.
I do.
Illegal, brother.
See? Okay, so now because one person identifies as an illegal person in the car, suddenly everyone in the car is illegal. We're not even going to look. We're going to just rush forward with all of them are because he was, without even verifying that. So he admits to it. How do you know he's not lying? What if he's wrong? What if, probably unlikely. My point, though, is that you haven't verified that fact. And now you're acting and violating American citizen rights because you don't have any rights. You're illegal, man. Get out of here. Without even knowing that, without caring. And in fact, he's wrong. The kind of person that pretends to care about human rights or American rights or U.S. rights, constitutional rights, and then looks at this and brushes it off because you're on a political side, you're a child. You are the problem in this country today. And I think it's the minority.
Get up. I was born and raised here. What about him? I was born and raised here. I have the right to talk.
Okay, all right.
Agent can be heard bragging about making light of the arrest.
Once she got that proper spread on him, he was gone.
You're funny, bro. It's just funny. You guys sound like shit.
He does.
Starting to resist more now. We're gonna end up shooting some.
They're starting to resist more now, which very clearly was not what you just saw. We're going to end up shooting some of them, he said.
If you keep going like this, they're gonna start fighting.
And the point made, which has even been made in Congress, if you're showing up, now this is different because there was a police car present, but if you're showing up in places where you're not identifying yourself, in situations where you're not clearly present as an officer, why wouldn't you fight back? Some masked random person grabs your arm, you're damn right I'm swinging. But of course, then you could charge for violence or whatever. That's what continued to happen. So why the idea, and on top of that, how many stories have we already shown you of people pretending to be ICE and raping people, stealing from people? I've shown you 4 myself. They're creating this situation, probably by design, just fear.
Like this kid goes like, what's wrong with you? No, you can't do that. I'm not doing shit. Like, we told you already to get out. You either get.
Oh, right. Just get out of the car because we said so. Yeah. Is that what we all pretend this is? That's not how this country works, guys. You have rights. They're just making it very clear without even knowing for sure that they don't care for a second. Because they've been given they know they are not going to be held accountable, at least with this current administration.
Get out or I'm going to pull you out. Right. Yep. God damn.
So this is why we've seen that breaking in windows when people just go, I'm not. What am I pulled over for? You don't know who I am. I don't know who you are. I'm not just going to roll. You're clearly coming up with I'm not doing it. And then they bust the window, drag him out of the car. No one's even been identified yet, guys. How is that possible?
Woo. Nice.
Adrenaline junkies.
Smell that too.
He says, just remember, you can smell that $30,000 bonus. Because clearly that's not driving their illegal actions at all, right? There's one story. Here's a sad one. ICE raids Florida family home, arrests U.S. citizen, mother, and children. Daughter answered the door. Agents pointed guns and stormed in. They took all of us, they say, but they're not supposed to. We're American citizens. She and her brothers were arrested, forced to wear ankle monitors for release. Her mother was charged with assaulting agents. She was holding a pot with eggs inside of it for breakfast. Here's the clip.
This is security video from a home on 41st Street in Tampa as Homeland Security investigators and ICE agents came to take Marvin Caceres into custody.
When they came, they were saying to open the door and all that. And they tried to grab him and they started like pointing guns at him.
Brendalise Fuentes was inside the home as authorities came to arrest her stepfather.
They took all of us. We're not supposed to. We're American citizens. They took all of us.
She and her brothers were born in America and are American citizens. They were arrested anyway.
They flipped my beds over like if they were looking for drugs. They didn't have no warrant. They had no reason to come inside my house.
The family says authorities did not have warrants, but when their mother came outside, things took a turn for the worse.
Now remember, we've already talked about this and we're going to make a point about it in a second. To some of these people in the conversation, you're not the right kind of American, right? You may be an American citizen, but you're not really an American. And that's a really terrifying thought. That's where this is going. But yes, you are. From every legal perspective and principle and everything else, yes, you are. The reality is they're trying to create the circumstance where if you're brown, you're guilty by association. They're not even checking. This is my larger point.
According to a criminal complaint, Mary Vasquez Cruz came outside with a pot over her head and tried to hit the officers.
She says she remembers going out with a pot, but with eggs inside it. But in no moment she hit no one with the pot.
Authorities.
Okay, so let's be rational. It's clear. It's certainly possible that that's the daughter, kind of downplaying it for her mother, which wouldn't surprise me. But at the same time, that's possible that it did go that way. But the real point is you're watching this happen. No one's identifying themselves. You don't know what's happening. It's my same point. So you come out with the pot going, what is going on? You're taking my U.S. citizen family. That's illegal. But that doesn't matter, right? It's like the IRS. They can violate you every which way, but you have to follow every rule when it's your turn. That's how these people operate today. That is your government. We're the government and we're here to help.
Also arrested Alfredo, charging him with assaulting federal agents.
They just pointed guns at us in our face. They told us to open the door. If not, they were going to break it down. They didn't have no warrant.
Doesn't that matter to anybody? Yeah, oh, look, he's got a tattoo on his neck. He's probably a bad person. Whatever you need to tell yourself to make sure you can ignore what you're supposed to care about. It doesn't matter. You're not guilty until proven innocent in this country, even though that is kind of the way it works. We're supposed to pretend otherwise. The fact that he looks like something you might not like does not change the reality that whatever it is, even if he is that, they're supposed to present a warrant when going into somebody's home, especially American citizens. But guys, we're there, okay? We're there. We're not coming to this. We're there. It's happening. And it's important that we acknowledge that. So, a couple of the points that I think are important to see. Here's Laura Loomer, and we already showed you one recently about, which one was that? It was another example like this, where they were calling the person, an illegal. Oh, it was the person running for office. And he was a Somalian, I guess. Or rather, he's born, heritage, but he's an American citizen. Jack Posobiec and the rest were like, he's not really an American. Well, he was. He actually is a born here American. They don't care about that, though. That's very alarming to me. That's where this is going. Now, here's Laura Loomer. Now, this is just her stupidity, her lack of due diligence, but it's the same kind of conversation. Breaking, the man who just stabbed nearly a dozen people, innocent people. And let's be clear, the guy who did this, he deserves to go to jail. It's horrifying. He stabbed a bunch of people. That's the point is how it's being dealt, how they're framing it for their own disgusting narrative. She's saying stabbed nearly a dozen people, innocent people inside of a Walmart in Michigan, which then it says it's being described by witnesses as a foreign guy. Well, this is her first post. Sorry, she started with that. Here's what she pointed out. So this Daily Mail says mass stabbings inside a Walmart. Okay. Clearly she had already looked at something or got something, because if she hadn't even done that and her stating this just speaks to my point, but something tells me she already kind of thought she was right and she was trying to frame it this way to make it seem like she guessed correctly. But she says, what are the odds that the person who went on a stabbing rampage in Michigan today was a Muslim immigrant? Think about making that statement if you actually have no indication. God, the stupidity of that is insane to me. The racism, the bigotry is insane. But she goes, Michigan has been invaded. Deport them all. Right, because it's totally okay to just say deport all Muslims because of a guy that might have stabbed somebody. Might be. I mean, my God, guys, these people are vile. It's everywhere. But here's the crazy part. This person, literally a Facebook comment, who probably somebody sent her the screenshot of, simply goes, a foreign guy just lost it on random people. She goes, breaking, breaking. The man who just stabbed nearly a dozen innocent people inside of Walmart is being described by witnesses, not one comment on a Facebook post someone sent you a screenshot of, but witnesses as a foreign guy. Sadly, Michigan has been destroyed by Islamic invaders who have ruined majority of European cities in Michigan. Majority of European cities in Michigan that have now been ruined. What? Has been destroyed by Islamic invaders who have ruined majority European cities in Michigan. Okay, we'll just leave that alone and go forward. That have now been ruined by women in burqas and stench of shawarma. God, she's disgusting. Okay. The idea, first of all, that you're going to care about Islamic invaders here, but then totally ignore the fact that your Trump government is blindly supporting the most obvious embodiment of the thing you claim you're fighting, which is Al-Qaeda and what's happening in Syria, but that's okay. Or Saudi Arabia, we'll work at that. But, she'll give lip service to why they're bad things, but then completely support the team that supports them, that funds them, Israel, the United States, because she's a fraud. But my point, though, is about what you're saying about this person, who, guess what, if you ever already sensed where it's going, is an American citizen. The man is a citizen of the United States. And here's Loomer using a random Facebook comment that she likely blindly used without due diligence to perpetuate her bigoted and incorrect assumption and call to deport all Muslims. Call out these assumers and propagandists. Here she is going further. Our country has been invaded by so many people who aren't white that CNN no longer knows what an actual white person looks like. Now, look, we can all acknowledge CNN and Fox News in their own slanted ways are cartoons. In this case, saying possibly white of a person that's clearly not. That's stupid, right? But we've seen that but that's playing into the left-right woke versus woke right kind of stupid dynamic. I don't ever think, whether they believe it or not, the value of that, like the fighting for woke pronouns, guys, you're being played, okay? These things matter in certain ways. But do you really think that that's about, moving beyond the minutia of the stupidity of all of it, the point is, clearly he's not. But for her to then piggyback that and say, the country's been invaded by so many non-white people, so now you're drawing the line on white versus everything else? Like, did she even think that through? Because that's a beyond the pale for her. That CNN no longer knows what an actual white person looks like. Wow. I'm sorry. I just didn't see. That's just crazy. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. The point was, clearly, for the podcast, I just saw somebody posted a really gross picture of her down below. Not important. Is that this is showing you what they're really driving. Now, whether this is because she's being driven, paid, influenced to drive division down racial lines for an obvious science agenda, or it's because she's gross, maybe both, it's right in front of you. She says, I can't believe how many retards, that's what she wrote, online, don't understand that you don't have to be born Arab to be a jihadi. So here's her trying to do some kind of sweep up, some kind of wrapping of, you're wrong. I wasn't saying deport. No, you clearly went after the person who's an American citizen, claiming he was a Muslim, but he doesn't appear to be as a U.S. citizen. Even if he was, the point is that you made it into be some kind of an illegal action. The point, you weren't talking about Arabs or jihadis. You were talking about Muslims. But the fact is, even here, she's conflating them all as the same thing because she's a child. It's absolutely mind-blowing to me where these people are. And it's the same thing you can see in other examples. People on the other side that do the same thing about all Jewish people. These are people that are either uninformed or just disgusting, in my opinion. Here is the image of the guy. This person says, Walmart stabbing suspect, name still withheld. You know what that means, but it wasn't, though. And before this, as even I reported, I think I talked about it in a different show. It was already out there. His name is not being withheld. He's been identified as Bradford James Guile. Sure sounds like a Muslim, but who knows, right? Anybody can practice any religion. It just shows you what she was doing is not only incorrect, not only completely, assumptive, self-serving, It's also just gross. His name was released the morning it happened, or rather this morning, which would have been the 27th. He's a citizen of the United States and a resident of Sheboygan. Careful with misinformation, they write. It is standard procedure to withhold information while the investigation kicks off. This has nothing to do with illegal immigration. He has prior records of substance violation and assault. He's just a guy struggling. And maybe a murderer, maybe he's clearly is a murderer. My point is, maybe he's gotten some mental issue. Maybe he's spinning out on antidepressants. No way is that meant to justify it. He should go to jail. Point stands. Loomer, Jack, so big people out there trying to make you think that somehow you're not American if you're not American enough or the right color or born in the right place. They are the ones destroying this country in very selective ways. So, overlapping this with the point. Oh, and I was going to play that one more time, actually. Hold on. Don't have it in here. Just because if you haven't seen this, I think it's important to at least see one of the examples where Trump is saying this. And I like to overlap it with what Judge Napolitano said, just because it's important. And he has, he's got standing and people respect what he has to say, and you should. Here's what he had to say.
In some respects, it's just as bad now, the authoritarianism that is coming, Gerald. I am really, really fearful for the President of the United States of America to suggest, as he did on Air Force One on Sunday night, that American citizens could be deported. Yep. For his press secretary to say, we're looking into a way to see if this is legal. We don't know if it's legal or not. A, is terrifying. B, betrays such a profound ignorance of first principles to which he is sworn. He is sworn to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to enforce federal law.
You mentioned that you're open to deporting individuals that aren't foreign aliens but are criminals to El Salvador. Does that include potentially U.S. citizens, fully naturalized Americans?
If they're criminals and if they hit people with baseball bats over their head that happen to be 90 years old, and if they rape 87-year-old women in Coney Island, Brooklyn, yeah, that includes them. What do you think? There's a special category of person? They're as bad as anybody that comes in. We have bad ones too.
Profoundly un-American, utterly unconstitutional, and I am sorry to say, is coming.
Now, in, I think, at least 3 different interviews, maybe it was 2, Trump said clearly, naturalized, but homegrown. He goes, I like to call him homegrown. So let's not pretend like he's not talking about anybody, including you, chief Republican Trump supporter, born in the United States, if you do the wrong thing. That's already happened, actually. There's been 2 examples of Trump supporters who got caught up in all this because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's well beyond alarming at this point. So let's talk about Epstein, how all these things kind of maneuver together if you understand how these things fit together. This one's important to continue to follow up on just because I think they're drowning in a very interesting sort of clearly Epstein, it connects to many things. Israel, obviously. Intelligence, obviously, right? And in the blackmail kind of sexual manipulation network, I mean, these are big things. But what's interesting about it is that at the time when all the rest is happening, right, with the foreign policy, with the larger kind of global things that are taking place, it's interesting that becomes like this major spin out moment. Maybe it's because that it's built, because largely Republicans were, driven to focus on it because clearly it matters. And just they didn't think that it would be that his old statement, he can shoot somebody in the middle of Times Square, they'll still support him. I guess not, right? Clearly there's a line, right? My point, though, is it's interesting that became the thing. And I just feel like it's kind of an anomaly, that it just tripped them up. And like if they have just ignored it, like, what somebody said to me once, months ago when this was first starting, all they had to do was be like, we need 6 months, even though they wouldn't have made him happy to say like, we will release it, but give us 6 months to go through. They could have kicked that down to the year. And even then, it would have at some point had to happen. But who knows what else would have happened in the distraction by then. But instead, he went right to, it's fake, you're lying, and we're going to go through it. It's just weird. And I think that says a lot. I can't say exactly what, but it's clearly there's something behind the story. And that's what everybody is sensing. Now, you could argue it's because Trump is guilty of everything that people insinuate. But it could also just be that he's worried how the evidence, even if he's not guilty of any crimes, evidence being his name on the flight logs, whatever else, but maybe he didn't go to the island, but that will be used against him, which is certainly possible. And you should consider that. That's kind of the narrative you get from the InfoWars side of it, where, he's being played by the Democrats, or at the very least, that's how he thinks might be happening. And so that's why he's doing this. And it's like, it's not invalid. other than the fact that they're going every which way they can to make up stories that just make it seem like he's completely on. He's a criminal regardless of the Epstein files. Let's be honest about that. Assassination of Soleimani, the many different illegal wars, the same things every other president, Biden and before, you could point out. But Donald Trump says his name may have been planted in the Epstein files. Slight deviation, right? It's funny. It just continues to be stated. The fact that he keeps saying these things, it's the, she doth protest too much kind of a point, right? Meaning it's obvious that you're, instead of just saying it, you're like, I'm not there. You start to go, he's probably there, right? It says, on Monday, President Trump told the reporters that his name may have been planted in the Epstein files. But the same files that were fake a second ago, but now exist, but see, that's the argument. You go, well, he didn't mean fakes entirely. He meant that they're manipulated fake. But that's not true, though. He called it all a hoax, and he said it more than once, the whole thing. He can't keep putting words in his mouth, but that's what the Jones of the world keep doing. It says, planted in the Epstein files by former Attorney General Merrick Garland or former FBI Director James Comey. So which one is it? Maybe both, maybe one, maybe the other, maybe Obama. So the point is, we have nothing to back this up. It's not evidence, but we just think that might happen. Okay, well, that's not what you're showing people. The idea that it may have happened, you could know because you can look at the files, right? You can look. So the fact that you keep going, it could have been that, it could have been this, maybe my name was planted, but it's a hoax. It feels very dishonest. The president responded in part, well, I haven't been overly interested in it. It's also a lie. It's a hoax, he says. That's been built up by those way beyond proportion. Those files were run by the worst scum on earth. You mean the people you support in Syria? You mean the people killing kids in Israel? No, he means by Comey, by Garland, by Biden. Well, I agree. There are some pretty bad people, but the worst scum on earth? I mean, think about the people that we're talking about in the world today. Think about the genocide. Think about the Al-Qaeda people beheading children and executing people on the ground. It's just fun. That point is the hyperbolic nature when he wants to, he's extreme. Worst people on the planet had access to this, and that becomes the kind of floating narrative. They were run by Comey. They were run by Garland. They were run by Biden. Those files were run for 4 years by those people. Run by them? He's just conflating all these things. Now people are going to, you know what he's trying to do right there. Well, okay, well, you had those files before this, or rather just the access to this information, clearly, which same thing. Why didn't you show us then? Probably because your name was in there, even if it was because you were on the flight logs, the same point. So you chose to keep it secret. You can't keep throwing it at the Democrats only, guys. It's clearly both sides in this. He says this whole thing is a hoax. You see, you can't keep saying the whole thing is a hoax and then have other people tell you he just means the part Democrats added. It's not what he said right there. The whole thing is a hoax. Direct quote from Donald Trump. They ran the files. I was running against somebody that ran the files. If they had something, they would have released it. Well, that's also an assumption because maybe they're on the list too, or maybe you're all on the same team. It's a stupid argument. The reality is you said it's all a hoax, and now you're talking about real information being released. How in the same sentence? He continued, now they can easily put something in the files that's phony. Now they can? We mean, so you're talking about your own team now? He says, as an example, Christopher Steele wrote a book. We called that the fake news dossier. The whole thing was a fake. Well, that's not actually true. Plenty of parts of it were actually true, but the insinuation, the narrative built was a complete fraud. He says the whole thing was a fake. They can put things in the file that was a fake. Those files are run by sick people. That is like desperate. You don't need to do all of that. That's, you're giving too many details. You're going into, and by the way, what you're saying here contradicts what you've said before. He goes, well, I'm allowed to give her a pardon. In regard to just like Maxwell, I'm allowed to give her a pardon. Here's what he says, but nobody's approached me with it. Nobody's asked me about it. Does anybody believe that? He said the same thing about Epstein. Who? I don't know. No one's even told me. He lied about that. Hell, I was never briefed on it. He lied about that. Guys, it's just one after another. What the hell? How do we not call this out? And he says, nobody's asked me about it. That's ridiculous. Trump told reporters when asked about the possibility, he says, it's in the news about that aspect of it, but right now it would be inappropriate to talk about. You just said nobody's asked you about it. Are you actually going to pretend that as the DOJ is discussing her deal, that they're not going to ask you about whether pardons are on the table? I mean, that's just stupid. Everyone knows that's being discussed. So yes, they asked him. He's trying to present himself as not even involved for a very obvious reason, in my opinion. This one I had to point out. Here's Alex Jones saying, Jeffrey Epstein believed Donald Trump was the rat that snitched on him and first tipped off law enforcement to his criminal and pedophilic activities. Now, that seems like a stretch to me, but the idea is it's a claim of what he believed. Okay. I don't, it's kind of difficult to be able to prove today what Epstein believed. You know, there's a reason for that. Then he says, so using that unverified point, so if Epstein had Trump blackmailed with their Mossad honeypot that now he's trying to lean into because he knows where this is going and is trying to pretend like he's on this side, why would Trump drop a dime on himself? Wow. Okay. I simply said, so you're using an unverified claim of a belief of a sexual predator compared to an unverified hypothetical in order to insinuate that Trump is innocent? You're doing great work, bud. Keep it up. Here he says on the 25th, the globalists have jumped the shark. Now realize, now he's saying something different. This is 25th. He says their strategy of endlessly calling for the release of the files and making that the key issue in the country instead of the incredible economic boom, which is not really happening, secure border, not, and ending the war is not actually happening. I mean, are you joking? Are you trying to embarrass yourself? Ending what wars? The ones you keep telling us are done that are absolutely exploding? The idea here is the strategy of calling for the files, that was the Trump administration. You guys are trying to rewrite history now, and it's embarrassing. This is weird. Here he is on the 25th going, Clinton is running scared. They already had this opportunity, guys. Trump was clear. No, we're not going to go after them. They're good people. That's what he said. This is just getting pathetic. It's just like, this is people trying to deviate this into something to stop you from seeing what's happening. This was the debate, which people said were them just kind of agreeing on most of them, and Nick Fuentes. Here's what Truth Justice says. Elon Musk, tagging him, what happened to Alex Jones' account? Ever since he started exposing the crimes of the Mossad, which is really not happening at all, Israel intelligence, IDF, and Netanyahu, he's not doing any of those things as far as I'm concerned. I don't watch everything he does, but guys, look at the work, look at the support. On top of everything, Trump and Biden both blindly still support Israel, and he supports them. But the reality is, no way is that happening. His account has tanked seriously. Well, maybe it's because everyone's starting to see the clown that he is. Everyone's starting to see the clapping seal that just screams whatever the narrative is or tries to give you feigned examples to keep you, I think people are starting to see this stuff. Look at the comments of his own support base. But I can't know that for sure. That's my opinion. The reality is, for you to now start to pretend or insinuate that his account is being suppressed because he's clearly doing lip service for the agenda of Zionism while feigning to not support like the Mossad blackmail network, he's not fighting against the real things that are involved with this. That's insane to me. He has 4.4 million followers and used to get millions of views. Now he gets 182. Okay, maybe, but it's way more than that now. Okay, so my point is the same. It's certainly possible. Let's put it like this, to be objective. He's giving the smallest amount in the direction, even saying the Mossad network. Okay, maybe that's enough to trip up the censorship platform that he told you was a free speech platform. Maybe. You're at the one that he still tells you is saving free speech. Maybe that's right. Maybe they are censoring because he said Mossad. I could wrap my mind around that, but I think it's a contradiction right there. Still supporting the free speech platform, Elon saving the world. But they may be censoring me because I'm telling the truth. Typical Israeli type propaganda as far as I'm concerned. The reality, though, is this does happen. You see it with many platforms that have large followings or any number of followings that never really get a certain percentage of that on certain topics. I just think this is ridiculous. I said, give me a break. He is still obviously supporting the Zionist agenda and plays team sport politics, regardless of the lip service he gives to manipulate some into thinking otherwise. This is my opinion. He is currently trying to rebrand into what most honest media was saying, we're saying before the election. Remember that? That they all told us we're black-pilled, purity test. Look at them suddenly shifting into that position. Funny how that works. Here's Cat Turd saying, we're winning, and we're winning big time. Be happy. I simply said, that's what's going on. I actually said Benny Johnson did the same thing about something else, and I just said, you're the living embodiment of this meme. This is what they represent to me. Now, Maxwell was granted a limited immunity before she even met behind the scenes with the DOJ, Trump's DOJ. Went to some secret meeting, came back with a box of materials. Nobody knows what's going on. That was the first part. Why that's okay with anybody is beyond me. That means anything she discussed in that meeting, she has immunity to. That's what they listed out. That's the reality. So if she comes in there and tells you everything she ever did, now she's got immunity right there. But the point is, that's the first step about just limited to get what she had to say. But, I'll get to in a second. They claim she spoke about hundreds of people, but nothing has happened. Nothing. And now we're in this back and forth about testifying in front of Congress. Okay, well, then what the hell just happened between here and the DOJ with multiple meetings? You know what I think? I think there's already something going on here. The secret meeting, and now things are shifting. And I think that this was about either you can make it about Trump and his deal to keep his name out of all of this, I get the sense that it's going to be something where she is pardoned or given immunity, and then she gets turned into the victim, which Newsmax already tried to do. That's what I get sense. But of course, we could be wrong. Here, this was on the 25th of July. Ghislaine requests a pardon after the meeting with Trump. Now, after that, the House panel had rejected the immunity request of Maxwell. Here's what it says. A Republican-led congressional committee rejected on Tuesday. This was on the 30th, excuse me, or technically it would have been before that, the 27th, 28th. It says on Tuesday, a request by a longtime associate of the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein for immunity from future prosecution as a condition for testifying to the panel in the midst of a political storm surrounding President Trump. She has been subpoenaed to testify privately. Why? Well, I think we all know why. So either way, what we're going to get is what they want to show you took place. With something like this, there's no reason. I mean, the idea is, they're going to claim because she's going to divulge information about individuals, which that's not, victims. It's not an invalid point. But the reality of this and the way it's already gone, the way the Epstein story from the get-go was exposed, the lie about his suicide, the reality of what went down there, and then being proven to be lies when they showed you the video, which didn't exist. When they showed you, every which way of this is insane. And then they find out that they cut part of the video out. Now they're trying to patch that up. And then they got a secret meeting with her. Then they're giving her materials. What does that mean? And who is she now singing about when they already supposedly got all of this? And now you're going to talk about a private meeting or their private testimony? This is what the American people want. We want this to be, what this screams is the U.S. government is covering something up, which is what they usually do. Ms. Maxwell, quote, cannot risk further criminal exposure in a politically charged environment without formal immunity. That's the lawyer. Maxwell's lawyer said this to Comer. In an emailed statement, a committee spokesperson said the Oversight Committee will respond to Ms. Maxwell's attorney soon, but it will not consider granting congressional immunity for her testimony. Now, that's not just them saying that publicly is not the same as them not doing that. They'll respond to her soon, and they're just saying we're not considering that. Well, that sometimes turns out to be the opposite. I'm not running. Turns out to be I'm running for the presidency. That's kind of what sometimes happens anyway. My thing is that I'm wondering why they're stating that. Or why there's everything about this seems contrived. I'll put it that way. Maxwell is asking the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn her conviction. Trump has said he was not considering a presidential pardon for Maxwell. But then later, as we just showed you, said that I wasn't even asked about it. Okay, well, that seems a little conflicting. Here, and this is from the first. Now, this is where from there, that you most probably already know about up to that point. Now, as of today, Maxwell is quietly moved, even according to the New York Post, to a cushy new club-fed prison as she pushes for deal to tell all, or whatever she's told to tell, on Epstein. It says, notorious sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell has quietly been moved to a cushy Texas prison camp known as Club Fed as she tries to hash out a deal to divulge her sordid secrets about late pedophile ex Jeffrey Epstein. And the BOP, the Bureau of Prisons, we'll mention that in a second. No reason was given for the move, but it comes days after she met Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche twice while trying to seek immunity and the deal to spill her secrets about Epstein. Now, she's currently serving 20 or whatever the reduced sentence was, years. So the reality is, why wouldn't she have already been screaming about things she had to tell about people that want to, she could put in jail right away? The only time I've got all this new information came up is when Donald Trump opened his mouth and said it was all a hoax, which opened the door for her appeal. This feels like a manipulation. And now we're into the door, opening the door to them being able to play a card with the Trump administration, which we already see where that's going. He's already been caught lying many times. And again, my perspective is that it's all of the government or a large part of it. So we're seeing this being, played out where it's going to end up in a situation where, one, prediction, we're not going to get anything. We're not going to get any information. And if we do, it's going to be cultivated. And that ultimately she's going to get some kind of a deal. Now, maybe that is her getting sent to this cushy prison for a little bit more time until we stop paying attention and then let her out. Something like that. Hard to tell. Because giving her immunity, right, would be difficult right now. Maxwell is supposed to be locked up until 2037. Yet, inmates, quote, typically go to a camp that she just went to if you have just a couple years left. So there's an indication they moved her there because she's getting some kind of a deal. But it says, but if someone is cooperating witness, they can request lower security level. Her unexpected move from the Federal Correctional Institution, Tallahassee, was handled directly by the Bureau, the Bureau of Prisons, the BOP. Instead of what usually happens, which is U.S. Marshals, according to the New York Sun, which said it included a brief stopover in FCI Oakdale in Louisiana. Why? Maybe nothing. Maybe it's just they had other business. But the weirdness of this, the prison system is far more, I think, in line with what Donald Trump wants to carry out. And look, the U.S. Marshals aren't necessarily going to do whatever the executive branch wants, guys. I feel like that's a very weird thing to do. To take the Bureau of Prisons to deliver her and have a weird stop-off of everything that's already happened. And now she's in a lower security prison. She's a sex trafficker who's been found guilty of that, who worked with Epstein. Is this what Republicans would say is winning? No reason was given for the unexpected move. Her lawyer also declined to elaborate, simply saying, we can confirm that she was moved, but we have no comment. That clearly speaks something's going on. That's not how you respond when there's just no deal. I mean, he's already said before, yeah, we're working on this. We don't know yet. Him saying we move, no comment. To me, there's something going on. But I think we all get that. I mean, it's pretty obvious something's shifting here. Now, raw news alerts, and this is public. Here's the actual article. Congress has postponed its highly anticipated interview with Epstein associate Maxwell, which was originally scheduled for August 11th. It's August 1st. So we have 10 days, and they postpone it? August 11th. At this time, it's been indefinitely postponed with no new date announced. Okay. Okay. So she gets sent to a nice prison. It's cushy, limited time, and nothing is to come out. Seems to work for everybody. Am I wrong? Now, I'm not saying I know. I'm saying clearly, if you look at that, that seems to work out for everybody. They get what they want. She gets what she wants. Comer says he will postpone Ghislaine Maxwell testimony. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. Clearly, this is weird. And it says, but he agreed to delay the interview until after the Supreme Court rules on her appeal. Or that's what they're saying. So rules. Now, her point was that she wants to be given immunity before this in order to testify. They're saying we're not going to let that happen until the court rules on the appeal. Now, the appeal, I think it's going to include the statements from Trump that it's a hoax. So how can you charge me with trafficking if you're claiming it's not real? And it says, which claims that her 2021 sex trafficking conviction was barred by Epstein's earlier plea deal, that it's not likely to happen before the court begins its annual term in October. I'm willing to bet you that this either ends up like this, where it drifts into the background, or there's something secret that goes on around it. My general point, I think most people are saying right now, left and right, and aware of the illusion, that we're never going to see the reality of this. On the 25th, Alex Jones posted this. Breaking. Top Trump lawyer Todd Blanche reports that Ghislaine Maxwell sang like a canary, answering hundreds of questions of hundreds of different people. Okay, what happened? Maybe it'll happen tomorrow. Maybe it'll happen the next day. But when it inevitably doesn't happen, if that's the case, let's remember that. Remember the cheerleading for one thing, and remember that the people involved with claiming to go after sex trafficking people or, criminals aren't doing anything about it. Trump has opened the floodgates. Democrats' worst nightmare is about to come true. Just so funny. This is Blakely saying, bookmarking this for when Ghislaine Maxwell gets pardoned by Trump and there's no mass arrest of Democrats. Now, even if she doesn't get pardoned, the idea of the mass arrest of Democrats or any of the people they ever claimed, we all see by now that's not happening. Not Fauci, not Gates, not Biden. Whatever you think about it, the promises were there. Pedro Gonzalez says, July 16th, Trump insults his base for believing the Epstein files. Called them weaklings. Called them, what else was it? cowards, I think. July 23rd. Confirmed DOJ briefed Trump that his name appears in the files. Right, so I think right there is when you saw this weird deviation where suddenly he's like, oh no, my name is listed all over this thing. Well, now I have to call it a hoax. 25th, Trump denies being told his name appears in the files. July 28th, Trump says, okay, my name's in there, but it was planted. And let's say 24th, he was like, it's a hoax, and still to this day. He says, this is so funny. And right-wing media just runs with it. Yeah, it's a Democrat hoax, never existed. Wait, we're getting reports now from the White House that the files do exist, but Trump's name isn't in there. Okay, we're hearing now that it's in there, but Obama did it. All right, now we've got official confirmation that only weaklings would ever consider discussing the existence of the non-existent files. It's just so stupid. And we all see it. That's why you have to, the people like the Joneses stand out so much, guys. You're not stupid. You can see this is wrong. And again, it could just be that Trump doesn't want the association, but it's still dishonest and they're still covering for him. It's embarrassing. An interesting point that 7C shared. Looks like I grabbed the wrong one. 7C's also posted this. Here's his account right here. Richard Willett from Iconic Network shared this, saying, great work from 7C's. The distance between Epstein's private island and how do you say it? Anguilla? 13 minutes approximately, which is then a short 20 to 25 minute ferry to St. Martin, where Donald Trump owns a chateau. Now, that doesn't prove anything other than he's close. But it says St. Martin has two airports, one in the Dutch side and another in the French. Now, those reports, right, of the flight logs that he claims he never went to the island, which maybe that's the case. Well, he went somewhere, right? And so if that was to this airport, this place, where he's 13 minutes away, maybe that's what happened. It's a valid point to consider that maybe there's another way this happened. But don't let that be proof. It's just another data point. David Icke points out another extension of all this. By the way, on a quick side note, the whole thing with the Daily Beast and then like censoring their own post when they're simply pointing to the reality of how he met Melania through the Epstein kind of overlapping associations. It's a very real point, and it's ridiculous that they were pressured by Melania's team to apparently take their post down. Very weird to me. Bloomberg post, the FBI redacted Donald Trump's name, as well as the names of other prominent public figures from the Epstein files under privacy exemptions. As David Icke writes, I have lived a long time, but this has to be one of the most blatant cover-ups played out in the public that I've ever seen. Just crazy. Now, I got this late in the prep for the show, but I can maybe go through this in a future show, but I find it really interesting. It is longer. I thought it was kind of short. The idea, I'll just read this. The Bureau's FOIA team tasked with conducting a final review of the records blacked out the names before higher-ups said last month that releasing the documents would not be appropriate or warranted. They have been covering their association with this from the very beginning, guys. Raw Story reports, whoa, accusation that Mike Johnson complicit in the Epstein cover-up shocks conservatives. This is interesting. This is basically just I see this as the Trump side of this trying to go. I mean, I think he even said this in here. Yeah, it says the Epstein files reportedly include the names of President Trump. Earlier this week, where was it? I'll just read it from the beginning. I thought I had it highlighted. It says, it was Bill Kristol that said this. The Bulwark's Bill Kristol wrote Thursday that House Speaker, Mike Johnson and House Republicans were complicit in an Orwellian cover-up to protect powerful people involved in the Epstein scandal. Kristol quoted Johnson telling CNN Jake Tapper, I want everything to come out of the Epstein evils. I'm pushing aggressively for the full release of everything as possible. And by the way, so is the president. We're using every mechanism within our power to do that and to do it as quickly as possible. He says, and yet, Kristol wrote, Johnson panicked and recessed the House in order to avoid a floor vote. He did. Massey called him out. What I find interesting is the effort to make it not about Trump, but kind of pivot to Johnson, which, by the way, is probably just as likely to be involved in all of this. I wouldn't doubt any of them. But I find it interesting. Like, this starts to feel like damage control, right? Let's make Johnson the scapegoat. Let's shift it to him and hope that takes the brunt of it. But here's Thomas Massey also calling out Mike Johnson. In another post where Mike Johnson does a whole clip here, basically claiming Thomas Massey's effort to vote on this was a manipulation. Massey just does a whole thread breaking down exactly why he's lying about it. And he goes, Johnson is making false claims about my discharge petition that seeks to force a House vote on the full release of the Epstein files. And he just goes through it and breaks it all down. Johnson lies about it in every possible way, and then basically postpones the vote till October, I think, or September. I think it's September. The point is, not a long time from now. Right before that was going to happen. And you can go through it. He just goes through the nuanced kind of minutia of it, where he claims that, it's going to, I don't want to read through it. The point is, you can read it. It's just about the specific statute to different points of where, he claims that if you do this, it's going to make it last longer. He's lying. And the point is, what Johnson is doing is in order to keep it from coming out, and what Massey's trying to do is to get this to happen. At least that's what it appears to me if you look at the facts. Here's an interesting overlap. Alternet points this out. Trump backer who pledged to, quote, fight against child trafficking, arrested on similar charges. Now, this doesn't have to mean anything other than this one person, right? It never should it be that you go, that means all MAGA are pedophiles. It's just what a lot of people would do about Democrats, or vice versa. Don't be that stupid. Be objective. Be, honest with yourself. But what's interesting is on both sides of the paradigm, you can find a lot of this. People that want to get involved with movements, so they can give themselves the veneer of honesty. It's the same reason you get people like the Tates or others that try to align themselves with Tucker and Candace Owens and try to look, we're honest people. They're not. They're horrible people. And both Tucker and Candace let them just lie to you all day long, and you can easily prove it for yourself. They're terrible people. They're like the Jersey Shore example of the existing of this field. It's terrible. The worst of the worst. The point, though, is that you can see an example here of a person who tried to align himself with the we're fighting human trafficking side, and then got caught with child pornography on his computer. Interesting to think about in an example, a microcosm of a larger issue, not of average people in the movement, but of people in power who gravitate towards them to cover who they are. I don't know, like a Carp Teal kind of overlap where we're libertarians and they're really not. But it says a passionate supporter of Trump who is married to a prominent Republican operative in Wisconsin and publicly stated in 2024 that he was casting his vote to combat child trafficking is now facing 10 counts of possession of child pornography, of images of exploited children. Now, what's crazy, he said, I'm voting to fight against this, human trafficking. More than 15 years prior to that post in 2019, Door County investigators examined his laptop after he admitted to downloading illegal images involving children. So he admitted to this. But for reasons that remain unexplained, the case was never sent to the district attorney's office. There's so much of this going on, guys. For some reason, now it's happening, maybe driven because of Democrats. It doesn't change the fact that he's admitted to being guilty, admitted to doing that. And he's connected to a high-level Republican. I think it's important to see how much of this is probably going on. Now, interesting overlap to the propaganda. So remember, we talked about this right away, and I will credit Adam Cochran, who's the first person I saw this from. And as far as I could tell, well before anybody, July 7th, he posted this. Now, remember, if you watch this, he just nailed every single point he makes in this is outstanding. And it's very clear. And you can watch the whole video for yourself. We included it when we did this show, which is right here. We went through it mostly piece by piece. Not the whole video, but his posts. And then showed some parts of the video. And what's crazy is things that they literally show you in this video explicitly prove they lied before, which is just clumsy, or I don't know, maybe an accident. They cut pieces out of the video. My point, though, is one of the things they show you is one of these random people remember that orange thing that slips in and out of the scene, and these different examples, or the cut video, all this different stuff. Well, guess what? CBS breaking news. Investigation of Jeffrey Epstein jail video reveals new discrepancies. Oh, this is just funny, by the way. I just thought that was hilarious. Spot the Epstein dossier. It's so funny. If you can't laugh, if it was Biden, I would laugh the same way. It's just it's funny that it's the whole hair over thing is just hilarious. People just, so quick to defend their personal side. Biden and Trump, they're both stupid. Let's laugh at them all. But the funny thing is, they're trying to push this idea now. News investigation of Jeffrey Epstein jail video reveals new discrepancies. And they literally go over these new discrepancies. This is July 29th. And what are they highlighting? The random orange anomaly that comes out of the scene. All the different things that that Cochran was talking about, that we covered after he posted it. I'm simply just highlighting that let's put it this way. The mainstream media will happily, whether they saw it on his post or not, grab their work and go, no, look at what we found. And everyone's never seen it before, because a lot of people haven't, because they only see through the lens of corporate media. But they don't want to point to him because he's doing it. But they want to use it in a truncated way. They don't give you part of the story and keeps you down the rabbit hole, or like keeps you from going down the rabbit hole. My point, though, is that's just like the mainstream alternative media today, which that's the point. They're the same thing. They have the same model. They do the same thing. They're just new and new TikTok elements of it, but it's the same thing. I just thought it's worth pointing out that people like Cochran should get a lot of credit for doing it, and they got a lot of reach on it. It's a great post, but people like the corporate media will happily jump in and just take credit for things that have been out there since July 7th, because that's what they do. And usually it's after it's relevant, right? This point, it was good to see it right when it came out, but now it's being used to keep you from looking at something else probably. But we go over in this show, you can watch for yourself. Lastly, on the Obama connection to it, you might have seen this, July 30th, Brooke Singman says, Kash Patel has just randomly found thousands of sensitive documents related to the origin of the Trump-Russia probe, buried in multiple burn bags in secret room inside the Bureau. Sources familiar told me. Now, obviously, I'm skeptical. It's just, my point is, has anybody seen any of that? Has anybody gotten any evidence that actually exists? I'm not saying it doesn't. I think most people know, left and right, that the Russiagate thing was a complete manipulation. But again, there were elements of it that were based on real things, but it was a manipulation. It was a hoax. It was a lie, guys. That's what it was. And what's funny about it, though, is that they keep now pointing to that with nobody else going to jail and going like, this is the thing. Look over there. But Obama's not going to jail. None of them are. Comey, are they being arrested? Are they being investigated? Well, you can argue they're being investigated, but here's the thing. If you keep telling us you've got evidence of crimes, if you keep telling us that they committed treason, that's either libel, if you don't know that for a fact, or you're telling us you know for a fact, and yet you're not arresting anybody. How about Clinton? How about other Clinton? How about any of the people you've been claiming all these years? Nope. Same thing. So I think this. I'm like, okay, I'm not buying that. And you know me, I wouldn't buy it regardless until I saw some facts, because anybody who just takes at face value a government claim deserves to be manipulated. Reality, guys, I think that is a complete look over there kind of thing, just like this. Tim Pool, holy F! This is massive, he says, July 31st. Hillary and Obama admin conspired to undermine and sabotage the U.S. government. Yeah, that's old news, bud. Everyone everywhere knows about this. Doesn't mean it's not important. They should go to jail. I agree. But you just keep pointing to this as if that's, it's too conspicuous. Oh my God, the thing that we all know. Don't look over there, but oh my God, this is so crazy. And the Patriot Voice just goes, and nothing will be done about it because he sees it. And Tim Pool will go, oh my God, look at the next thing. We are told to point that because that's what they seem to do. I don't know if they know it or not, but it's pretty obvious what's happening. Nick Sorter comes out and goes, President Trump posts, it's time to indict Obama, the traitor, for treason. Okay, as somebody pointed out. Well, okay, if you keep, I think it was 5 times August, if you keep accusing somebody of treason, he's been saying this for what, a month now? And nothing happens? Are you then complicit in said treason? That's what he literally wrote that. But let's not forget, Alex Jones says, let's go, get Obama. And again, I agree with that, but I agree with Trump too. They should all go to jail. But I simply pointed out again that, Trump has already said publicly that Obama has immunity because of his case. He said, Obama should thank me. And yet here we are, keeping you, what's the right word for you? Just dragging you along with the narrative. Go after Obama, get her, lock her up. Meanwhile, they're locking you in their panopticon, but let's keep pretending this was happening, just like Jones did the last time. So the same thing applies to the Israeli conversation, or rather the Israeli government conversation. And this will be the last part we're going to get into today, and it's very alarming. And again, as usual, there's some tough stuff to look at, guys, but it's important that we look at it. Now, in the first section here, it's about Israel and the control over the United States, where there's 100 points every day for you to point out. But as this one stands out more than most, even the chief Trumpster calls it the United States of Israel. Donald Trump posted, wow, Canada has just announced that it is backing statehood for Palestine. How dare they? That will make it very hard for us to make a trade deal with them. I don't think he thought that one through. I don't think he even thinks about these things. The thing is, guys, obviously, statehood for Palestine is what everybody should be asking for, even what Israel pretended they wanted up until 30 seconds ago. But on top of all of it, regardless of what you think it is, he's literally saying, if Canada does not do what Israel wants, we can't make a deal with them. Doesn't that seem insane? And as Daniel McAdams writes, I thought the tariffs were to bring back our manufacturing base, not to punish countries who criticize Israel, America first. But see, if you're not a child, you already know what's happening here because you can look at the precedent, right? Not just the narrative from day to day, but the actions and what's actually happened. Well, he's currently coercing colleges into censoring people around anti-Semitism. Or like we just saw, he's using the money around AI stuff to coerce states into doing what he wants. That's what they do. And it's not just Trump. It's just the way the government operates. He's just a much more cutthroat element of it. So again, not manufacturing. It's about using it to force countries to do things, in this case, for Israel, at the expense of Americans. Daniel also says, first, Matt Walsh, rightly, again, Matt Walsh from the Daily Wire, he writes, this is ridiculous. If a trade deal with Canada is beneficial to the American people, regardless of whether it's the truth or not, the point is that's what Trump is insinuating. This is going to help America, right? So if that's the case, then it should go forward, right? Regardless of whether Canada has a stance on Palestine, which has nothing to do with this. The benefit of the American people should be the guiding principle. Yes, which shows you, without a shadow of a doubt, that it's not America first. How do you misunderstand that? This is Israel first. Even if it's America second, guys, that's Israel first. Daniel McAdams writes, Team MAGA is bugging out of this America last administration. It really, everyone is starting to see this breakdown. As cat turds going, we're happy and great and everything's fantastic. And Trump's reporting that it's only a small part of the base that no one's paying attention to. They're drowning in this right now. And realize it's not Epstein, it's all of it. Because clearly the Israel part is not going away and Epstein is linked into that. But of course, here's what happens the next day. Trump hikes tariffs on some Canadian goods to 35% after officials fail to reach trade deal? Or is it because you already publicly said they support Palestine? I'm sure you can work it out for yourself. Same thing. And I simply said, at this point, you either admit the obvious or you don't care about the people of this country, guys. I hate to make it a binary thing, but come on. I mean, that's like before. It's like there's something deficient in this. If you can't acknowledge that this is not what you think was what you were told, what you cheered on, what you told us would happen, then you either don't care about it or you're lying to yourself. This sentiment applies to the lie that we are being sold about tariffs or the fact that Israel's controlling U.S. policy and many other points as well. Daniel McAdams says Trump is betraying his strongest supporters and his base for a foreign country, and he knows it but doesn't care. Here's the article. Trump reportedly told a Jewish donor, my people are starting to hate Israel. It's not hard to see where his side is on this, guys. And again, I'll always include this. I could have been adding this for 17 other videos. Just a lot going on. But the point is, all of these were pre-selection, pre the last election, and every one of them show he was willing to censor you for Israel, that your rights are secondary. It's obvious now. It was obvious then. Oh, and don't forget, by the way, that's what I always forget to point out. Do you notice the anomaly in all of these supposed American campaign trail tours? These aren't all the same spot. But weird, these first two are, but it's weird how we always seem to, it's like Trump fans. Okay, well, what are the Israeli flags for? Why are the Israeli flags there? Why are the Israeli flags there? And well, that's an Israeli American Council side of it. But every single one of these, even in this one, if you span out, there are Israeli flags. These ones are different at the bottom. And look, here's Miriam Adelson speaking on his podium. I don't even need to say anything else. What I just said are facts. You guys can decide what that means. Here's Glenn Greenwald. Perfect illustration of the Trump administration mindset and priorities. Rant against the evils of campus censorship while expanding hate speech codes to ban common criticisms of Israel. Vow to destroy DEI while forcing universities to create new DEI programs for Jewish students. See, it's really important that Glenn Greenwald, of all people, taking a stand on this, dying on this hill, as it were. It means something because he has a good reputation. And there's plenty of things I could criticize anybody about something. I don't agree with everybody about everything. The point, though, is that his track record, I do think, speaks for itself long term, and not just about always being right, or even the point is about his stance in regard to partisanship. That's all I'm talking about here. He has consistently shown that he'll criticize any side if it challenges his principles. I find that to be integrity. So my point is, him standing on this and saying, you know, you can't, it's hard for you to come around and say you're a racist, a Nazi. As a Jewish person himself, as somebody who has consistently called out all of these things, I think it means something. And the point is that he's calling out what other people would call us racist for saying, which is that you're just doing the same thing, or rather even from the partisan side of it, with a different flavor. And he says, I encourage people to read the ransom contract between Trump regime and Brown University and to consider the sheer madness of that we have reached, whereby private institutions are being extorted to cut off programming for disfavored groups. Now, whether you think about DEI or not, you know my opinions on it. It's not the point of what it is. It's about using your coercive tactics to get them to do what you want. Now, if they were stopping DEI to go to something that wasn't the same thing, at least that would be okay. At least they're stopping the but they're not. And start new programs for the favored group, Jews. Now, really, I think it's more about using that for the Zionist agenda or even just about Zionism. But either way, it's the same point. You're creating a certain circumstance, a certain, speech code, a certain censorship avenue. That's the same thing everywhere you look. And I've always pointed out, it's not even about the point. It's about how they utilize it. And he says, a person can certainly have different opinions about the merits of programming to support different groups, but the fact that institutions are being extorted into promising not to promote unlawful DEI goals while at the same time promising to support a thriving Jewish community is insane. That was what he wrote. Now, some examples of people allegedly America first. Randy Fine. Actually, I forgot about it. Let me play this for you, because this is wild. I mean, and this is what so when they're talking about that, and when they're talking about Khalil, for example, and trying to claim he's this radical, racist, anti-Semite who wants to hurt Jews, this is the kind of thing that they pretend is, this is what they point to. And what you're about to see is a video of a girl who, yes, is being vulgar, yes, is saying, scream, F you. But she has a right to say what she wants. She has a right to think what she wants. Isn't that what we pretend in this country? And she's talking to a person wearing an IDF shirt supporting Israel. Now, that's not crime, right? Oops, sorry. And there's going to be cussing, so heads up on that. The point, though, imagine, okay, right now, look, we don't have to tiptoe around this. Israel's committing a genocide. The IDF is committing a genocide. They're literally screaming and cheering and supporting, as we're going to get to in a second, the execution of children, the raping of innocent people. Okay, this is what's happening. It's been going on for 77 years. So as a person like her, who clearly is upset about it, and you come across a person who's wearing a support the IDF shirt, is that not the same as wearing a Nazi symbol in the middle of the World War II? That's going to irritate a lot of people. How dare you point out the obvious overlap to exactly what's happening? Yes, it's the same. So same thing. You could argue, how dare you just attack him because he's wearing a certain shirt? But it's the point of you, not that you accept it, but that you understand why somebody might react that way, especially with all the propaganda and the insane tactics taking place, the attacks on Americans. The point is, she simply yells at him. And let me play it first, and let me show you what Randy Fine has to say about that. An American politician who claims to be America first. It's going to probably blow your mind. It shocked me. It really did.
Israel, free Palestine, put it on fucking Barstool FSU. I really don't give a fuck. You're an ignorant fucking son of a bitch. Fuck it, Israel.
So, F Israel, screw you.
Fucking Barstool FSU. I really don't give a fuck. You're an ignorant fucking son.
And you're ignorant. And then she pushes the phone out of the way. Okay, fine. Charge her for assault if you want to. See if that sticks. Imagine taking it further than that. Imagine as a U.S. politician calling for her to be expelled from school, calling her a Muslim terrorist, which, by the way, at this point in time can get you deported, according to Donald Trump, or get you thrown in jail, according to Marco Rubio. Here's what he says. Under the Florida law that I authored and passed in 2019, this Muslim terrorist, this white woman in the United States, must be immediately expelled. As a member of the U.S. House Education and Workforce Committee, I am personally calling Florida State to ensure it is done. Why? Because anti-Semitism Stop Anti-Semites on Twitter called this out. So Randy Fine jumps up and reacts because that's what he's supposed to do. And I said, this supposed America First politician is calling for this American citizen to be deemed a Muslim terrorist and expelled for expressing her outrage toward those currently supporting a genocide. What do you think about this? And is Randy Fine America first or Israel first? Right after that, As the Red Pill Media points out, it's just one phone call. Jewish Congressman Randy Fine got a Muslim student suspended from Florida State for saying F Israel. Now, I haven't confirmed that she's even Muslim, for crying out loud, but it shouldn't matter regardless. The idea that it matters more because of your religion, isn't that the racism that you guys keep talking about? I mean, it's insane. These are the racists. That's the whole point, which, by the way, there's a perfect moment to play this again. All right, booted out of StreamYard. Gotta love how this works. Let me play the clip I was about to set up for you, and then I'll get organized again. Thank you, censorship.
Zionism is racism. Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's what I would like Israel to be. I'd like a democratic solution, one state with equal rights for all its inhabitants. Your organization, Human Rights Watch, issued a report last year about Israel, and the conclusion was it is an apartheid state. And there are 4 major human rights groups in the last 2 years who issued similar reports, reached the same conclusion. Israel is an apartheid state. So apartheid is racism. Apartheid is discrimination. But Israel is the only member of the United Nations that I know which is officially racist. And I say this because of the July 2018 nation-state law, which says the Jews have a unique right to self-determination in Israel. Unique means exclusive. Yes. It means Arabs have no right to self-determination. It means even if Arabs became a majority, they would still have no right to self-determination. So most certainly Zionism is a racist ideology, and it is largely responsible for the Nakba that has unfolded throughout the last century and continues today.
Man, it's frustrating. Having just, I have to like take precautions knowing that's going to happen. Welcome to Technocracy. So here we are. I lost some stuff, but here we are. So the point is, one call it took him. He even writes that it took one call. She's been suspended until expulsion hearing and has been trespassed from campus. Okay, how about every time a Zionist beats up somebody that we can publicly see and nothing happens? Both should matter, guys. If you're going to hold him account of you pushing his phone away, get you expelled from school, then you damn well better do it for all the different things that are being thrown at people protesting Palestine or for Palestine. I mean, it's just this person is the guy calling for killing children, saying bombs away, starve them all. He keeps posting stuff like this. And this is an American citizen that he just called a Muslim terrorist. And again, the point is, based on looking at this, I couldn't tell whether she was a Muslim or not. If she is, it seems like she's probably a convert, but I don't know for sure. Either way, it doesn't change the reality of this. Whether you're Jewish, Muslim, Christian, the point is about your constitutional rights and the fact that this monster is acting for a foreign government against Americans. Every single day, this guy is showing who he is. Here's another one. Stephen Miller, captioning what Glenn Greenwald said. And Glenn said, no foreign students are being deported by the Trump State Department and ICE for criticizing the U.S., only for criticizing Israel. This is basically responding to this ongoing conversation. Criticizing America is tolerated but accepted, but criticizing Israel isn't. And Glenn's going, exactly. This is a research journalist who doesn't not just scream things he doesn't know. And I can agree with it because I can prove it myself. And he says, just like the, quote, hate speech codes Trump demanded U.S. colleges adopt, allows students to call the U.S. a racist endeavor, but not Israel. Here's what Stephen Miller said. This is just patently false. Quick spoiler alert, it's totally not. We have officials working continuously to identify, he meant identify, I imagine, revoke or deny foreigners visas who espouse hatred for America or its people. This is a top priority. College students who witness such conduct can use the ICE tip line. Also, there is no speech code of any kind in Columbia deal. By the way, anybody, visa, green card, And so somebody saying America sucks is not a legal reason to deport somebody. Even the fact that it even says that like that's okay is insane to me. Showing you this is a ridiculous person who is, even if, and the point is, that's actually not what's happening. It's about Israel. As Glenn will even follow up and reiterate. What's crazy is that he thinks it's okay to say, no, we're going after Americans for going after the United States. But, you're allowed to hate this country. You're allowed to think it's doing bad things. By that logic, he could deport me. He could put me in jail. Guess what? They're going that direction. My point is, if you can't decouple at this point what the government is and the American people are, that he's trying to get you to, he's trying to make you think that they're one and the same. Your job, America, is to criticize the government. Your job is to hold the feet to the fire, especially when people like Miller are out there destroying the country. College students, he goes, you witness such conduct and use the tip line. There is no speech code of any kind in Columbia deal. Yeah, there literally is, and he posts the screenshots next. This guy's a liar. As we just talked about earlier, there is an ironclad requirement with enforcement mechanisms to admit students based on actual merit and not illegal. He's leaning into what people thought was going to be the case. The meritocracy. Nope. Not even remotely what's happening. And here's Gen X girl going, 3,500 students have been detained for criticizing that genocidal pariah state that majority in the U.S. hates. Name one student who was detained for criticizing the U.S. Hasn't happened, guys. It's a fact. You can't, Zionist, is what she writes, because you work for Israel and your government is to protect your genocidal ethno state. That's her opinion. But he's a proud Zionist, and he actively does things that are against American interests. Even Robert Barnes chimes in and goes, Miller's wrong. There is indeed a speech code being imposed that redefines anti-Semitism as anti-Israel. Glenn Greenwald proved that. So think about this, guys. If even Barnes, who's a lawyer, who supports Trump, is calling out Miller, the Zionist, lying to you about going after America, what does that show you? He's a dishonest person who's acting against American interests. He's saying that what he's doing is going after anybody who criticizes a foreign country. Remember, he's the architect of this whole thing. Glenn Greenwald follows up and he goes, that's patently false. He goes, these are demonstrable lies from Stephen Miller. Trump admins said in federal court, see, they don't think most people even have the time or the interest in reading these documents like we often do on this show. He's wrong, though. People are quickly recognizing that I think they're quickly recognizing people are not as stupid as they want to pretend they are, or maybe as stupid as they are. Trump admin said in federal court it wants to deport Tufts PhD student. That's Ozturk. Solely for her op-ed in Israel. That was their argument, guys. That's why she's not in jail anymore. Trump White House adopted the IHR hate speech code, which is simply criticizing Israel is racism, demanded it for Columbia, Harvard, and others. Fact. Here's the proof. Here's the link to it. And I mean, it's the proof of what he just said. Look for yourself. Look at their actual documents and what they actually say, why they did it. It's obvious. Well, that's actually just the report on it, but here's the document. It's all right there for you to look at, and this is so embarrassing. This is what Miller does all the time. Now, part of me thinks he's lying, so we see them lying. So we kind of lose faith in this and everything collapse. I feel like there's an element of just deconstruction and collapse right now. But maybe he's just trying to lie because he thinks you're that stupid. I can't tell. He says if Stephen Miller wants to deport law-abiding students from U.S. because they criticize a foreign country he reveres, everyone sees it. At least be honest about it. Far worse is expanding the IHR hate speech code that Trump admin adopted and forced on universities. It's terrifying stuff, guys. This is unconstitutional. And Stephen Miller says, oh, this was just what Blakely responded, saying, noticeably absent is any denial that you guys are targeting people for criticizing Israel. Yeah, that's an interesting point, right? So we go, no, we're going after Americans too. Okay, you just let it slide that you're removing Americans or people from this country for criticizing Israel. Like even if it's the same point in principle that you have the right to think and say what you want, even though they don't care about that. Most people even would be more amenable to the idea of doing it to somebody criticizing the country that we're in. Far cry from removing people who criticize a foreign country, let alone one who's currently committing genocide. Very good point. He shows you who he is every day, guys. Now, here's Pam Bondi. Thank you. What is this? It's FSU President Richard McCullough. Thank you for leadership and prompt action. Anti-Semitism will not be tolerated. Right. So this idea will not be tolerated, even though we call mostly Palestine support anti-Semitism. But the point is, even Hating Jews for no reason is simply your opinion, and you're allowed to think and say what you want. I'll call you gross too, but you're allowed to think it. The point is they're calling people who support Palestine anti-Semites and saying you're not allowed to hold that opinion and deporting people for doing it. All very clear. Here's Bondi working for a foreign country. She says, and my U.S. attorney, Jack Hyken, will be investigating this. I simply said, Bondi out there fighting every day to make Zionism great again, all while violating your constitutional rights like it's her job. Glenn points out, Jake Sherman reporting, there's the funders of the anti-Massey super PAC. Miriam Adelson's PAC. John Paulson, Paul Singer. What a surprise. Glenn says, what a shock. The huge amounts of money being poured into the super PAC to remove Massey from Congress are all coming from the big GOP donors for whom Israel's a top cause. Guys, this is such an interesting point in time. You have to realize that a couple years ago, saying something like this would get you boxed out of everything, right? Even people in independent media would call you a racist and how dare you, you're anti-Semite. Some of them still will. My point is that he's Jewish himself, and the fact is that he's got a respectable background of work in the independent or in journalism, and he is standing on this hill. I just think it's worth pointing out again. He's saying Thomas Massey they're trying to remove him because of Israel. People in our government are trying to work against him because he doesn't side with Israel. How does that not show you what I'm always talking about? It does. Hey, look at that. One of the videos that I have in my thread. He says, hey, here, by the way, is Trump, who wants Massey out, talking about how the Adelsons were in the White House more than anyone and that they were always there to demand things for Israel. That's one of the clips in my long thread. He sees it, guys. Now, Propaganda & Co. simply points out the New York Times. And this is him in like a Zoom thing. And it says, the New York Times has a portrait of the father of Zionism, Theodore Herzl, hanging on the wall in their office. They are definitely unbiased when reporting on Palestine. How ridiculous. Now, remember, Theodore Herzl was an atheist. He had written documents in his journal and everywhere else about how he hated Jewish people. But I guess that doesn't matter for the people that want to pretend it's all about Judaism. Here is an honest person. This is Aaron Mate's father, Gabriel Mate, telling, remember, this is somebody who lived through the Holocaust, somebody who is a Jewish person himself, who is telling you Zionism is toxic. Pay attention.
It's a toxic ideology. It's a cult. And what I mean by it's a cult, it denies reality.
It's a little bit bad volume. He said it's a cult. I'll let it play all the way through. I won't jump in, so turn your volume if you want, but it's a little hard. It's got like fuzzy background in it. But he said it's a toxic ideology and it is a cult. I agree.
It hates everybody who criticizes it, attacks everybody who criticizes it, just like any cult. If you leave it, you're a traitor, you're a self-hating Jew, you're a terrorist supporter, you're a Nazi. And they repress anybody who criticizes them. They can't tolerate it because they identify with it. It's the identification. Identification means the Latin word idem, which means the same, and facere, which means to make. Once in your unconscious, you make yourself the same as. Then as soon as if I'm a historical victim, and if Israel is my redemption, then as soon as you criticize Israel, you're attacking me because I identify with it. I have no capacity to think objectively about.
This is exactly like the paradigm in this country. And look, what do you know? This Christian Zionism is rearing its head right now all over the country. The point, and that doesn't have to be the only thing. It's just partisans the same way. The point is, people are becoming like they are. It's who they are to be somebody supporting Trump, to be somebody supporting Biden. And that's not healthy. In fact, it behooves us more than anything to be skeptical, especially of the people you believe in.
What actually happened? I don't even care. If somebody tells them what happened, I won't believe it. It's so blind, it's so narrow that there's no debate, there's no discussion. They know how weak their position is. What pumps them up is the support of the evil empire. You know, first the British and then the American. And what pumps them up also, if I may say, is the collaboration and cowardice and opportunism of the Arab regimes.
Wild. So David Icke points this out. Now let's get into some overlapping points about the October 7th foreknowledge that we've done a lot of work on in the past. Two very important things that I thought it was worthy enough to put in the title of these developments, which you already know this, guys. If you already follow this show, if you follow David Icke, if you watched anybody who's being critical about this, Efrat Fangenson, you already know that there's so many anomalies here that there's just no denying that something went awry. Something was either allowed to happen or planned. Still, it's hard to tell exactly, but there is no denying things like this. He says it was allowed to happen, David Icke writes. So what has followed in Gaza could be, quote, justified by Israel defending itself. Now, my one addition to that is it very well could have been that there was a level of allowance because, well, you can't deny the ignoring what they saw, the removing of the post, like all the things that let it be open. But I don't know whether what happened is what they planned for. That's something worth considering, or whether there was other anomalies that played out, or maybe there were multiple factions in Israel that carried out something else, or, there's all these different points. Regardless, the point is this evidence does matter in regard to what they allowed to happen. I just don't see how they wanted this, or maybe they just thought that this was enough to, yet again, the people of the world would ignore it. That's certainly possible too, but just consider that there's a lot of moving parts that we can't truly verify, but what we do have is things like this. He says, this has been blatant since day one, when the most defended fence on earth, with sensors that pick up birds and cockroaches, which is true, Efrat Fangenson, who was in the intelligence side of it, testified to that, was breached in multiple places with no response for a long period of time. Here's what this says. Israeli Raphael Ayon had his radio equipment confiscated before October 7th and returned after October 7th. He tried to warn the Israeli army, but he was told he was blocked from someone in the top. Well, just like the girls who said everything, we're seeing them practice by the wall. And they go, you report this again, we're going to lock you up. That's what they said. We're trying to warn them about Hamas coming in the gate. And they said, don't tell us again. Very weird. Here's what it says. Raphael's brother said forces. Let me see if I can see this better. Hold on. Send forces. Here we go. Let me just let it play. Sorry, I couldn't read it because the time was in there. Send forces to my commander. My commander, his house there is surrounded by the enemy. He says, please, brother, can we get you out of here? This is on October 7th. That's what he's hearing. Before October 7th, they took away your number of systems that they decide you to return to you October 7th. That's the radio. If you had these systems, which I know nothing about, but if you had them on October 7th, would this even have looked different, even slightly? He says the event wouldn't have happened. I just begged to be heard and no one listened. I begged and approached everyone. I approached the most senior people in the system. They told me, Raphael, you're blocked from the top. We have no idea who's blocking you, but we don't know why. Wow. Here's another one. David Icke also says, as I've been saying from day one, October 7th was allowed to happen to justify the long-planned final destruction of Gaza, which is absolutely real, by the way, which we can watch, but long-planned, I agree with. An Israeli soldier confirms the stand-down order. As you can see right here, no patrol on the fence until 9 a.m. That's never the case. So it says, 6:30 in the morning, October 7th, you're at the outpost. For us, October 7th starts before 6:30 every day. I was a soldier in the mortar platoon of the Golani Brigade's 13 Battalion. No big surprise that the, Golani, the Jolani over in Syria, totally not the same thing. That night, myself, my sergeant, may he rest in peace. The three of us were pulling an all-nighter. We'd let ourselves pull an all-nighter until the dawn stand to. And we in the mortar platoon have time to sleep until the next stand to. And it says, so at 5:20, we're sitting by the radio so as not to wake the radio operator. And by the way, this is for the podcast. This is testimony in the Knesset. This is in Israel. These are people speaking Hebrew. And he's saying, and my deputy battalion commander, who was also seriously injured, and thank God he survived, suddenly gets on the radio with a strange message. All stations, I don't know why, I don't know how, something along those lines, no patrol on the fence until 9 a.m. What time was this? 5:20 in the morning. All stations are to hold their positions. So in terms of ground forces, we don't have anything significant. The brigade issued directive to our forces pending a situation assessment until 9 a.m. No vehicles to approach Burma. I'll say it again, until 9 in the morning, pending the situation assessment. So until after this happened. No vehicles to go down Burma. We're in the rear staging areas. Remember the narrative they told you that they had some event where they all had to rush over to the other side? That's not true. That's been shown to be false by numerous reports. So they lied about that, like everything else. Don't ask too many questions. That's the directive. That's what we do. A little before all begins, and timer gives us this look like, and you know, we're simple soldiers, just combatants. Not combatants or officers who can ask questions. An order from the deputy battalion commander. We take the order and don't ask questions. A routine passing of an order. And sure enough, an hour later at 6:30, suddenly alarms, sirens. Because I have to tell you, living with this since October 7th. And I was very afraid to talk about it. When I got asked to the Knesset, after it was a period when I asked some senior army officers what actually happened there. Oh, excuse me, I should have muted that. I'm just reading this. And there was some who initially told me, listen, there was a sniper threat from certain area and we didn't want to send soldiers so they wouldn't get hit. See, that's what he was told. Don't go because there's a sniper threat. From what? You're in these towers in a wall around the area and you're telling us a sniper threat from where? Is there Hamas in the tower? That doesn't even make sense. And then over time, he said, there's a sniper threat. Wait, the sniper threat, how can I beat that? I'm only 200 meters from the threat. I don't know. Basically, guys, you get the point. He's saying he got lied to about the threat. And he realized very quickly it didn't make any sense. And that they basically found out that what actually happened there. I've been living with this hole in my, hole in my brain since October 7th, in metaphor. That's something in my heart. It feels to me that, listen, I don't know what it was. And so, he feels something is off, is the point. They were told to stand down, right? This guy gets his radio taken away. Told you're blocked from the top. With everything else we know, guys, there's just no way to misunderstand this. They were told to stand down because this is something that somebody at some level knew was going to happen. It's just crazy to me. We talked about this many times. One of the ones I think I did a pretty deep dive on, June 18th, 2024. The undeniable reality of October 7th foreknowledge and the Hannibal Directive. There's tons well before that. And the reality is the Hannibal Directive in its own right. I mean, when you realize that they decided to kill more people died by their hand than anybody else on October 7th, that's come out left and right at this point. Even Israelis are calling that out. They killed their own people and they continue to right now, as we're going to get into. But remember, the people that are screaming about just release the hostages, going all the way back to October 9th and 10th, even according to Times of Israel, Hamas had offered a release of all hostages on the 9th and the 10th right in the beginning. As long as the IDF didn't enter into Gaza and they didn't care. They said very clearly that hostages were secondary. Here's one of them. Or first, Mondawai simply saying, you can read this for yourself. It's a great thread. You know, the most unhinged comment we get all the time is just release the hostages, which is just absurd because one, they've had opportunities to over and over that Israel makes sure it doesn't happen. And because in most cases, they're the ones killing them with their own actions. And most Israelis call that out today. But Glenn Greenwald says one of the most bizarre parts of Israel's U.S. financed destruction of Gaza, Israel supporters in the U.S. will constantly deny what Israeli officials themselves proudly admit. Here's Israeli minister. How do you say that? Alua said the key war aim is not the hostages, but cleansing Gaza of non-Jews. She said that publicly. Because that's what they're thinking. And they say it publicly, and your Trump and Biden administrations just ignore it. They lie to you. Again, one of 1,000 examples of how does that not show you what's happening? It's crazy. And yet they'll come up there and go, release the hostages, act like that's the case. Or Keir Starmer. Someone says, release the hostages. It's just stupid. Everyone sees what's happening, and yet those people continue to push it because they support it. And I'll include this is all the way back from, over a year ago. Defeating Hamas is priority. Everything else is secondary. That's the guy who used to be in that position saying that. Hostages are secondary. In fact, I feel like did they change this title? Pretty sure it said hostages are secondary, didn't it? Am I crazy? Either way, it's the same point, but it's funny. I wonder if they updated it now. That would say a lot. Either way. They've always been telling you that. Now I'm going to skip this for time, but the point is another interesting overlap. U.S. Army nuclear submarine officer who is now resigning because of the Gaza genocide. He says, I do not support what the U.S. government has been promoting in Gaza for the last 22 months. How can we claim to uphold human rights when enabling war crimes? Everyone is starting to find their courage, guys. Now, I'm going to play this. This is the one I'm going to play today, since you might have already seen it, but you got to hear this. If you haven't heard this, you have to listen to it. This is a Green Beret, former Green Beret, who is telling you what he literally witnessed. Talking to Tucker, by the way. And as Abir points, just look at Tucker Carlson's face. Dude totally freezes at the U.S. vet, lays out how Israel's army is killing this little child and everybody else there. But you need to see this, because what they're doing is horrific. And I mean, I played from the World Food Program to another example of another officer. This is the third one now. He was there, guys. Listen to what he has to say about what he watched happen at these places that the Israeli government, the U.S. government are all trying to tell you are just helping people. Pammy Bruce will scream at you about how they're just trying to save people. It's Hamas doing it all. Well, here's somebody who watched it happen, who is former U.S. Marine veteran.
This young little boy, his name is Amir. I know that because when he walked over from the crowd of people, he walked toward me. There was two of us standing there, two UG Solutions guards standing in that area, and he was walking towards us, and we thought maybe he was hurt, or maybe he was asking for some more food, because all he had in his arms was a small bag of rice, half a bag of flour, some lentils that he had picked up from the ground. He didn't have much. And we thought maybe he was asking for more food, or maybe he was hurt. And we notioned him over, and he came up and he extends his right hand at us. And so I kind of walked up to him and waved him over. And the guy standing next to me, this young boy, holds his hand and he kisses it. And then he comes to me and he holds my hand and he kisses it. In Arab culture, that is a very significant sign of respect. That's not something that should be taken lightly, or something that should be, that's a big sign of respect. And we were taken aback by that. The gentleman that was standing next to me was also a military veteran, combat veteran. So he's been to Afghanistan and Iraq, and he was moved by it. He was touched. I was touched. And as he was standing there, we were both looking at him, and he was very emaciated. He had no shoes on. His pants were tattered. He had a kind of a rope or string holding his pants up. Filthy. Probably hasn't bathed in months. Probably hasn't eaten in days. And oh, by the way, when they walk 8 to 12 kilometers to get to these sites, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation mechanism provides no water. Zero. Not a single bottle. Because it's too expensive. Distributing water weighs so much that it breaks down the profit per cost per truck.
Now, just really quickly, I'm glad this is coming out through Tucker Carlson's show. But are we really going to pretend that he doesn't know this already? How do you, I mean, this is self-evident. The whole world can see this, and TLAV has been reporting it for years now. So look at his dumbfounded face. I mean, it's frustrating. That's but it's good, and I will still promote it, like I keep telling you, because it's true and it's right to say these things. But I'll read my statement afterward. But I just think it's important to think about. This has been there. The Fairweather Pierce Morgans out there, they knew this, and they were gaslighting you about this while they knew children were starving to death. Now they suddenly act like they're the ones saving the day. Just, that bothers me sometimes.
That's a fact, because I asked why, and I was given a lesson in it. This is why. It's too expensive, so we give them no water. All of their food, by the way, requires water to cook it. Rice, lentils, beans, flour, you gotta have water. So what we're giving them, I don't know how they're eating it, but he's standing there, and I put my arm on his left shoulder, and I look at him, and I can feel the bones in his shoulder. I can feel the weakness in his arm. I can feel the vulnerability. I can feel the desperation. And I look at him, and I got down on my knees, or I'm looking at him in the eyes, and then I say to him, I said, people care. America cares. You're not going to be forgotten. People in the world care. And he doesn't speak English, and I don't speak Arabic. But the connection we had in looking at each other, he felt for the first time in a long time that there was someone that cared. And I got down on a knee, and he came, and to his level, and the items he had in his hand, he sets them down on the ground. And he raises his hands, and they're small, fragile. You can see bones sticking, just the bones through the skin. And he places his hands on my face, and he kissed me. And he looked at me in the eyes, and he says, "Thank you." He said it in English. "Thank you." Like, people are starving in Gaza. People are dying in Gaza. These children that are starving and dying, these children, they look like everyday Americans. This child is picking up noodles off the ground with his bare hands because there was no food left. So he's picking up noodles to put into his backpack. Amir goes back to the main group, and he goes out the exit. We had a very strict protocol that they come in a certain way, get the aid, and then they go out a certain way. From the way they came in, it takes them back to the way they came in. The exit takes them back that same way. So they enter from the Morag corridor. They go south. They go through the station. They exit, and they go north to the Morag corridor. So coming in and going out, they're tied right back into the active combat zone. Site number 2 particularly is a little bit different than the other sites because it's in between site 1 and 2. And there's an IDF combat outpost just off the corner of SDS 2. So there's a berm that lines that road going out.
Which you've seen, by the way. We've shown you the video that he references where they're just popping off shots over the berm and cheering as they shoot people. That's what's happening. He was one of the ones there. He'll tell you. He watched. He was involved with that. And the reality is, we just said, they're not giving him water by design. Too expensive. Right? Because usually humanitarian issues are really about them making money, right? But on top of that, how do they cook this food? Yeah, well, they're probably eating dry food or trying to find dirty water to cook it in. But having them walk all the way there with no water and then walk right back through the choke point through which they're firing at is a death march, guys. It's what this is. They know what they're doing. The governments know what they're involved in. He's literally on one of the biggest shows in the world telling you he watched it. And what changed? What happened? Did they stop? Did they even pretend they care? Well, Trump sure as hell gave a couple of statements about how it's sad what's happening in Gaza. But guess what didn't happen? They didn't shift their policy. They're still funding Israel. They're still blindly captured by the Zionist government. That's what's actually continuing. But I'm glad people are seeing it. I really am. Because we need to change this.
So if people are leaving the exit and someone is on the east side of the berm shooting into the crowd over here, you can't see what's on the other side of that berm because of the obscuration, the field of fire. So the IDF are shooting at the crowd that's leaving. As the crowd left and they would hit the Morag corridor to go west, the IDF would shoot at them, shoot at their feet, shoot over their head. We would shoot at them, shoot at their feet, shoot over their head, shoot into the air.
Sorry, there's like a weird ad in between. Here it goes.
The air. And the bullets start hitting off the ground. There's video of this. It's on the BBC video. Hitting off the ground, see dirt flying up. And I was still on the site. I was below the berm. It was the second time we had done distribution. So when I heard the gunfire kick off, the automatic machine gun fire, I thought we were under attack. I thought something had happened. So I ran up to the southern berm and I laid down to take cover. I'm observing and I'm looking and I see the shooting keep going on, like just the rap and Palestinians dropping on the side of the road. So Amir didn't make it home. He walked 12 kilometers to get some food, picked up scraps off the ground because that's all that was left because the 8-minute mayhem took all of the food. And by the time he got there, walking with no shoes, hungry and tired, the only thing left for him was to pick up some remnants off the ground. And when he left, he was killed by the IDF. Why? Because they lack discipline, they lack standards, and they lack basic human decency.
Wow. And the sad reality is there's nothing new in that other than firsthand evidence of what we've been telling you from way before October 7th. Right there. I just don't know how anybody can go forward. Like I said before, you either, it's right there. Sure. I mean, obviously, he could be lying, right? What about the other 70,000 people that over the years, I mean, all the doctors, all the people that were there, the many whistleblowers from the IDF, from the US government, from the positions and within the military. I mean, it's overwhelming how ridiculous it is that we can, the only thing to come here to conclude is that these governments are either captured or a part of it, like willingly or captured. I just don't know how else to make sense of this. And this person asked, I'll buy, my statement was, let's read this first. I'm so very happy this is finally breaking through for some. But remember, this has been ongoing for 77 years. And most of it has been as obvious as it seems right now, just suppressed. So it behooves you to be very skeptical of those only now beginning to call it out. And I'm not talking about him, obviously. He saw this because he was there. I'm talking about, and not even necessarily Tucker. He's just letting him say his piece. So good. I'm glad. I will share this. But about anybody out there trying to act like Piers Morgan is a really obvious example for me, who up until 30 seconds ago was still going, you condemn Hamas. And now he's suddenly having these grandstanding moments with the, backer of the settler movement. It's not new, guys. This has been obvious for years. He just suddenly decides to call it out because it's in his interest. That's what I believe. Either way, Tucker or anybody else, myself included, just consider whether or not, always important right now. Now she says, I'll bite. What could be the agenda? Okay, I'll explain. I said one of the many possibilities because there's plenty I could outline. One of them, and the one that I've often put forward, well, hypothetically, gaining the trust of a suspicious population who is rapidly becoming aware of a long suppressed truth by, quote, revealing that truth through a controlled source, but only doing so once said truth is already coming out and only in a limited, truncated way. See how simple that is? Now, this is happening all the time. When things they don't want you to know or suddenly start to become seen, well, they use it. We'll throw it at you in a way that gains trust from certain people, and then we'll give it in a limited way so you don't see the full picture. You get those of us over here going, wait, that's not the whole thing. You're missing a big part of it. And we're already 17 stories down the road. That's how it works every single time. Now, right now, we're at a point where people are starting to go, whoa, hold on. He's still saying something. Things are shifting. But we're in a moment where every time they get to a point like this, there's something new that drives people back into the illusion, at least from my experience. But that is important to think about. Any of them suddenly starting to see it is simply about, like, maybe they'll call this out to the end, but then the next time something comes around, they're there to manipulate you. If you don't think it happens, I don't think you're paying attention. It's been going on a long time. COVID was very clear. Many people that right up to this very day will still make the arguments that I agree with in regard to COVID very clearly shifted to pulling you back into the mainstream. And maybe it's because they only saw that one story, but I think we all sense there are people that started to recognize that story was lost and that they could gain that clout and use it for their own benefit or for the government's. I'm going to go through these quickly to wrap up here, guys. The point is, as Derek highlights, next time a Zionist puppet repeats the talking point about Hamas stealing the aid, share this with them. This is a USAID analysis from Trump's administration that found no evidence Hamas was stealing aid. Now, there's reports from before Trump's administration because there's no evidence. Because the reality is, as Robert and I discussed, the ISIS-linked gangs that are now running the GHF food shooting lines were the ones that were in between the food coming in that Israel barely let through and then getting to the Gaza people and Palestinians. And they were the ones that were stealing food and hiking the prices that Israel's working with. It's damn near public, guys. It's evidence that's even come through Israeli sources. You can see it in the middle of the Knesset. They acknowledged that they were ISIS-linked. So you're telling me the group, the ISIS group you're fighting that are supposed to be killing Jews are the ones that you're working with? It's just all, the reality is Al-Qaeda, ISIS, all of these things, they're always working with them. And that's why the point's irrelevant about them funding Hamas. Not that that invalidates the act of armed resistance, but the reality is there are parts from a long time ago that have been manipulated. They are not, the reality of this is Israel starving people to death. As evidence will tell you, as whistleblowers will tell you, as IDF members will tell you. Oh, and this is just that. This is that interview with Tucker and the guy, the Green Beret veteran. Mr. User just says all things you've been reporting for a really long time, which I appreciate. I shared this. I think it's an important interview to watch. Same as the one with Marsheimer, I believe is how you say his last name. It's a great interview. A lot of good things are coming out of that, but still, same point as always. Question it. Question the intention, but share the important truth. Always. Now, this is just disgusting. I'll play this really quickly. Think about what really quickly, actually, let me do this. I'm going to come right back to that. Here is, oh, well, that's why I was going to play it first, I guess. Let me just do the show. See, this is the sad reality right now, guys. I'm sorry I have to show you things like this, but this is, Daniel McAdams says, don't be afraid to speak out against this Holocaust. Don't worry if people will whisper about you if you do. You will surely answer if you do not. These are children starving to death every single day in Gaza, according to everybody at this point. But here's what Israel does. Now, there's a point to be made here about people with already, like children that already have certain deficiencies who are dying first. The argument that somehow that's okay, that Israel comes out and says, unlike his brother standing by his side, Muhammad suffers from cerebral palsy. Okay. Well, he's still dying of starvation, though. Okay. And they go, but BBC, CNN, Times spread a misleading story with a picture of a sick, disabled child to promote the narrative of starvation. He is starving. So too are a lot of children, according to every single thing you can look at other than propaganda. But because he's got some other thing wrong with him, it's okay that he's starving, or it's okay that he died? Are you arguing he died from cerebral palsy in the middle of a genocide? I mean, it's insane what they're doing. Playing into Hamas propaganda. That's Israel's account. My God. And Dave DeCamp, who I'm interviewing soon, by the way, a couple of days from now, I forget exactly what day, it's in my calendar. He says, hey, the state of Israel, starving children with disabilities to death is also bad. And they're always the first to go when a famine sets in. He's right. So that's the point that they're trying to play this. And here is Katie Halper calling out Daniel Friedman. When they shared this clip, this image of that dying child, regardless of his other ailments, who's dying of starvation. Daniel says, I'm sorry the Palestinians' widespread practice of cousin marriage produces so many children with congenital conditions and diseases, but you can't blame that on the Jews. That's actually what he wrote. Katie just simply says, you may have deleted this tweet, but here's a screenshot to document your depravity. Good. Randy Fine. If kids were actually starving in Gaza, the New York Times wouldn't have had to use a picture of a child with a rare... You mean aside from the other 1,000 pictures that we can show, this guy is the worst person in Congress. This is the Laurel Loomer level in Congress. It's insane to me. This guy is seething with hatred and vileness every day. Everything about the Palestinian cause is a lie, he says. My God. And then, yeah, here's Gen X Girl. Well, she says, when you're too fat to understand starvation, and scrolls through an endless screen. I mean, this guys, if we still have to try to convince you after what we just showed, anything that they're not starving, or convince you that we're watching this starvation take place in addition to genocide, I mean, is there even anybody out there genuinely pushing back on this other than people like this who are getting paid by Israel? So before we come back to that, yeah, so in case you missed it, they're starving to death every single day. Here's what Megyn Kelly had to say.
Well, I'm always reluctant to put too much stock in the images coming out of Gaza, that phrase, because they're manipulated and they're masters of propaganda, and they're fine having their own children starve just as long as they can put them on camera and show them off to the world. That's Hamas. And frankly, it's a lot of Palestinians. So I'm very skeptical of taking those images at face value and saying it's Israel's fault.
Wow. Now that's like straight up genocide denial. Like I'm just not going to listen to whatever comes out because lie Palestine. That's stupidity. That's willful ignorance. Now, yeah, obviously, anybody could argue that left, right, up, down, Palestine, Hamas, Israel, IDF, anybody could lie, and they all tend to serve their agenda. But the idea of you just disregarding all of the evidence from every institution and every group that has standing in the conversation because Palestinians lie, that you'd rather watch their own children starve. She is either that warped by the propaganda or is clearly pushing Israeli propaganda, like the worst level of it. And Piers Morgan just sits there like a moron and nods along as he's over here shouting other people down for claiming children are dying. Kills me. That's disgusting. I mean, God darn it, guys. That is the worst people. This is the kind of thing I'm always talking about. That makes my skin crawl, the kind of people they are. Specifically what she said right there. Now, Blakely says she's always been a despicable racist. No surprise, she's also a scumbag Zionist, repeating Israeli Hasbara, the famous blaming Palestinian children for their own murders. Wow. She points out, Charlie Kirk, Israel's not starving Gaza. Israeli minister, yes, we are. right? So here they are screaming that we're not going to trust all that. Ben-Gvir will proudly tell you to your face that we're killing children by starving them. He will proudly display this. He says, this is him saying, resuming humanitarian aid to Gaza is a grave mistake. We cannot give our enemies oxygen, which, by the way, also means the hostages that they claim they want to save, but they'll starve to death to stop Hamas because they clearly don't care about them. Here's another example. Here is he's literally saying, in a morally bankrupt approach, while our hostages are in Gaza, the prime minister is sending humanitarian aid to Gaza. Now, remember, that aid is not making it to Palestinians, and they're not even really doing that. It's other people sending it where it sits outside. The claim that they've gotten some through the GHF, gotten remnants through, is what he's talking about. That's it. And he says, I think at this stage, the only thing that should be sending to Gaza is shells. That's what he says. This is one of the most influential people in the current cabinet. This is what they're doing. And he says, Israeli Minister of National Security, Ben-Gvir, says Netanyahu is morally bankrupt for allowing aid into Gaza, which he's not even really doing. Everything everywhere will show you that outside of their screams. Here's Trump. First clip.
Do more aid, yeah. The U.S. is going to do more aid for Gaza, but we'd like to have other countries participate. We're going to mention that to the European Union today. That's an international problem. It's not a U.S. problem. It's an international problem, and we're giving a lot of money and a lot of food and a lot of everything. If we weren't there, I think people would have starved, frankly.
Now, do you think he's just that uninformed? Which is not surprising to me. He seemed to actually think that guy had MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles. I think he's being played and corralled in a lot of ways, handled. It's hard not to see that sometimes. It's hard, hard to miss it, rather. He could just be lying to you right now, but the idea that he I think they would have starved. They are starving, literally, because of what you're doing. The peer during Biden, the GHF under you, they're shooting innocent people. He's testifying to it. He hears this stuff. You don't think he saw Tucker's interview? Here he is, lying. Hamas does it all. They would die more if we didn't give them. You're not giving them anything.
They would have starved, and it's not like they're eating well, but a lot of that food is getting stolen by Hamas.
My God, it kills me. Not true. Fox News out here screaming, it's all Hamas, claiming only 100 children have died. Like ridiculous propaganda. That's not a joke, by the way. That's what Fox News is saying.
Stealing the food, they're stealing a lot of things. You ship it in and they steal it.
Nope. That's the ISIS-linked gangs that Israel supports, funds, and allows to happen. Just like Hamas on the past days. The point is that he knows this stuff, or somebody around him knows this stuff. You know why? Because people are testifying about it. They're telling them that. The idea that you can see what's actually happening.
They steal it. A lot of things, you ship it in and they steal it. Then they sell it.
That's the ISIS-linked gangs that have been selling it. There was another point.
Stolen by Hamas. They're stealing the food.
Something else jumped from mind. Well, anyway, the bottom line here, that's not really what's happening.
My name is...
Oops, sorry, wrong button. The aid that they're sending in is largely not getting in. And the ones that they do allow in is being used for bait to kill all these people. The idea that Hamas is stealing aid, you realize, right? You realize how stupid this argument is now? Because they're funneling this through this one group who's just jumping it out and killing people. So are you telling me that Hamas is running up and grabbing noodles off the ground and you're popping them in the head? You can't miss how dumb all of this is. And that's the worst part, seeing is how important, how serious, how earth-shattering this all is. Here, and Glenn says, what is happening in Gaza is 100% a U.S. problem, which you all know. You're not stupid. The U.S. government, the U.S. worker, has paid for Israel's destruction of Gaza, armed it, and diplomatically protected it under Biden and Trump on a fully bipartisan basis. It's a U.S. crime as much as it is an Israeli crime. Here's another clip. What do the images of starving kids in Gaza make you feel, Donald Trump?
In the Middle East, you talked about the images coming out of Gaza and the starving kids. Those images are still going. Many of them are much worse. Thinner children, starving. What do you see or feel when you look at those images today?
Well, it's terrible. When I see the children, and when I see, especially over the last couple of weeks, and people are stealing the food, they're stealing the money, for the food, they're stealing weapons.
See, you know this argument. Are we actually pretending that you're sending in money? Guys, that's not happening. The idea, like, okay, the logic is that there's not aid to be gained in Gaza, right? That's why it has to be sent in. So are we pretending that you're going to give them money to buy aid that doesn't exist in Gaza? Guys, they think you're this stupid. The reality is their money is going to people that they're manipulating, like it has in the past. Like the money, we'll just play it again.
So are you saying Benjamin Netanyahu deliberately boosted Hamas to try to prevent a Palestinian state?
Yeah, sure. He deliberately and systematically even told, is on record, whoever wants to avoid the threat of a two-state solution has to support my policy of paying protection money to the Hamas.
So what we did, with the permission of our Prime Minister, is to let Qatar to transfer a huge amount of money in cash, probably more than $1.4 billion. By doing it, we increased the power of Hamas. We did everything in order to make sure that Hamas will go on controlling Gaza, and Palestinian Authority will control the West Bank, so they will fight each other.
Yeah, that's the head of Shin Bet, former head, and a former prime minister, telling you exactly what's going on. Now, no, that's not a narrative to undermine the legal act of armed resistance, regardless of whether they're funded by Israel, which previously they were. But that's not the same as saying they're completely controlled by them, at least they not anymore, if they ever once were. A lot of nuance to it, guys, but the reality is that's a fact. And so as he's saying, my point has always been that money they sent in, they claimed that was for aid. They're sending money in for obvious reasons, guys. They're manipulating the situation. They're not trying to aid anybody. So when he mentions money right here, I think it's a slip or it's some kind of a narrative they're trying to spin in. They're lying to you and they think we're this stupid.
The money, they're stealing. And what I see, especially over the last couple of weeks, and people are stealing the food, they're stealing the money, they're stealing the money for the food.
God, they're stupid.
They're stealing weapons, they're stealing everything. It's a mess.
Weapons. Okay, so you're bringing weapons into Gaza now? I didn't know that was part of the humanitarian aid plan. I mean, what do you think, guys? Is that not the stupidest thing in the world?
That whole place is a mess. The Gaza Strip, was given many years ago so that they could have peace. That didn't work out too well.
He's just so shockingly uninformed about all of this. It's embarrassing to listen to him ramble about stuff like this. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Israel gave that up. Whoever was the prime minister at the time, who I know who it was, but
I forgot about that. I'm already tired already. This is okay. Listen to what he says right there. This is the moments where it's like, okay, I'm embarrassed for him. He's so full of hubris. He has to act like he doesn't know. He doesn't know who he's referring to. He doesn't know who the prime minister was, obviously. Listen to what he says.
Worked out too well. When Israel gave that up, whoever was the prime minister.
Okay, when they gave it up, whoever's the prime minister.
At the time, who I know.
Whoever was the prime minister at the time, who I know.
Who it was.
Who it was. So you know who he was, but you didn't know. 4 words later, you now know, but you started by going like, whatever it was, who I don't know, who I know, because I know him. It's so Trump right there. You have to always be, I know him, and I know what's going on, and I know. Couldn't you just admit you might not know who it was? I can't remember off the top of my head who the minister was, or maybe I never knew. Can't do that. Always got to be pushing out the idea, and you make yourself look that stupid by just trying to force in. You get it. It's funny to me. That's crazy. And it adds to the point of the rambling narrative about what you think you know. He is just reciting narratives at this point, and it's clumsy.
But it was not exactly a very clever peace. That didn't work out too well. When Israel gave that up, whoever was the prime minister at the time, who I know who it was, but it was not exactly a very clever thing to do, because that was given so that they finally have peace, and it's actually made the situation worse. But we'll see what happens.
Like he's just some innocent bystander and totally not completely funding the ongoing genocide. My God.
I think Iran is acting up. I think that we have a lot of people acting. We have Venezuela.
So we're just rambling into the wind now. We started off on a direct question about Gaza starvation, and you just rambled a couple of things about relating to Gaza. Now, Iran's bad, and, Venezuela. Yeah, okay, let's just ramble away from the point. Bad, guys, bad. That's bad. That's very obvious.
They're acting up in a different way. They continue to send people that we rebuff to our border. They continue to send drugs into our country, Venezuela.
Okay, remember the question was, how do you feel about Gaza children starving? Now we're on Venezuela and migration through the country.
Yeah, they've been very nasty, and we can't let that happen. But we have other countries too. We do have, and this is just getting a little off subject, but we have now the safest border we've ever had. And I think in many respects, we probably have the most successful, and I say it all the time.
Okay, you start off by asking how you feel about children dying of starvation, and within 30 seconds, he's praising himself. Very Donald Trump for you.
Every leader, when I went to NATO the other day, every leader said, you have the hottest country in the world. We have the hottest country in the world now.
What is this, a Taylor Swift album? The hottest country in the world? Guys, I mean, this is just embarrassing in 100 different ways. You know, okay, the level of Biden being a senile, decrepit fool who can't think and tie his own shoes, about the same level as what Trump's doing right now. It's just wild. Not just that, but the Zionism, what the world is laughing at us right now. And here he is, the hottest country. I mean, that's like him going, they came and said, please, sir, please make a deal. And then it turns out none of them even reached out to him. That's embarrassing in its own right, because you know what? They know they didn't reach out to him. So they're looking at him going, wow, that's weak. We never asked him that. It screams desperation to me.
In hundreds of billions of dollars, we have the highest stock market we've ever had. We have the best numbers we've ever had. But we have hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our country.
I don't think any of that is true. Not really. When you break it down in the real, tariffs and everything about it. Just crazy. And again, how do you feel about the children starving in Gaza? And he ends by praising himself in 17 different ways.
I think it's
lies, by the way, but still praising himself.
The hottest. And by the way, 1 year ago, our country was dead. We had a
dead, right? Because we didn't live here. God, I just feel like, it makes me sad that there's anybody out there who is swayed by something so stupid, so juvenile. Now, she goes a wrong rant here. I'm wrapping up here. I'm tired already, but this is worth reading. Caitlin Johnstone just tears apart. The point is, Brianna Wu, clear Zionist supporter, has been screaming everything's fake for so long. Gaza's lying, just like Megyn Kelly. She finally comes out and says, this was A1 above the fold in the Times today. I support Israel as strongly as someone can, and I have extreme concerns about their past reporting, but every other paper is saying the same thing. Oh, so now you know it's true, right? Think about the logic of these people, the lack thereof. So I have to conclude, because they're all saying the same thing, because that's not possibly propaganda. Now, I'm not even saying it is. I'm just saying it's funny that that's the logic. Well, all the papers say the same thing, so it must be true. After countless exaggeration, the cries of wolf are actually true. So this is why Caitlin Johnstone is just screaming mad about this, that after you watch a genocide carry out to this point, and you've denied everything, calling it Hollywood, fake baby, dead children, they're lying about everything, no one's starving, to now going, okay, finally now it's real. That shows you that's what Caitlin's mainly making, the argument. They've lost control. And right now, even them arguing about how the PR needs to go, they are very aware that nobody buys their BS anymore. And she says, Israel has every right to defend itself. Wow. So, Mondowise, who has called Israel's action genocide? And it's more than this, by the way. B'Tselem, Israeli's human rights group, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Center for Constitutional Rights, International Association of Genocide Scholars, UN Special Rapporteurs, International Court of Justice, the Limkin Institute specializing in genocide experts who wrote for New York Times going, I'm an expert, I know what it looks like. On and on and on, guys. That needs to matter. Not that you should trust any one of them independently or all of them together. It's the same point. They all could be lying to you, but look at the facts and recognize that it certainly means something, even if it's just the shifting of the Overton window or the narrative, that everybody withstanding is telling you that this is a genocide. And it also just obviously is. B'Tselem, Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. B'Tselem, the Israeli human rights group, the leading group, one of the leading in the world, in fact. It sounds inconceivable, but it's the truth. Everyone's telling you. Daniel McAdams, look at this photograph. Before and after satellite of Gaza City, okay? There's Gaza City. This is what it looks like today. You tell me what that looks like to you. Daniel calls it a Holocaust. I agree. Max says, arguably the biggest fraud pulled by U.S. media during the genocide is ignoring the very common and very open genocidal pledges, from the entire Israeli government in Hebrew. We keep pulling this out too. There's a running meme right now on Twitter. It's like, the worst mistake I ever made in my life was translating a Hebrew text. And it's kind of an unfair thing to say because there's plenty of people writing in Hebrew in opposition to what's going on. But there are some really disgusting people that think they just, they're writing it in Hebrew. No one's going to see it. That are calling for the death of children, rape of people. It's horrifying. And he says, this has never been difficult to figure out. It's never been a mystery. It was genocidal intent from day one. And here he is. He's no negotiations, occupy the area, war until the end, encourage immigration. That's Ben Gvir. Guy's a maniac. Maniac. Here is the Daniel Weiss, the leader of the occupation movement. She says, there will be no more Gazans in Gaza. The murderers and their supporters will be killed. And those who want to live decent lives will move to Africa, Canada, Indonesia, Egypt. Following her interview on Piers Morgan Uncensored, unhinged settler leader Daniela Weiss went on Channel 13, supposedly to be scolded for her Hasbara inappropriate performance on the popular talk show, but really just in order to give her another stage to spew deranged shit that would attract viewers. Here's a report from Middle East Eye. ICC chief Khan warned to drop Netanyahu arrest warrant or be destroyed. That was 2 weeks ago. That's not the same story as before. It's a new threat. A new threat. Ali Abunimad and Arab regimes have just endorsed a plan to meet Israel's war goals through, quote, diplomacy. So it's not a surprise. And most people have called out the falsehood of the UAE, the people out there pretending to care, but siding with Israel. And they're the ones who have now endorsed a plan to meet Israel's war goals of genocide, total disarmament of all Palestinian resistance, and creation of a demilitarized Palestinian Bhutistan run by collaborators and at the mercy of genocidal Zionists. Yeah, so nothing new. And RJ Phoenix simply says, everyone needs to know this farcical vote this farcical vote face isn't about supporting Palestinians. It's about more subjugation of Palestinians. Excellent piece by Ali Abunimad. And you should watch it. It's important. He does good work. But it's obvious, guys. It really is. I'm going to end, actually, deciding now with that video. I believe I still have it. Of her talking with Morgan. I do feel like it's a good clip to share. We've played it before. Maybe not. No, it's not popping up. We'll end with something else. But regardless, guys, it's just, it never ceases to amaze me how ridiculously obvious this stuff is. And it's not just our opinion. It's not just some echo chamber. You can really stand back for some of these things. It's not hard to see. Even through the propaganda, even through the censorship, it's very clear to see what's going on here. And yet, as always, they just keep going. They keep going forward. So, at the point, again, to kind of go off that original point of the IMA show is that, we have to recognize there are bad things in the world. That can't be denied. We can't over-focus on other things and ignore what's really in front of us. But at the same time, we can't lose ourselves to the terrible desperation, the anxiety, the paranoia. We have to try to stay measured and focus and deal with the facts. And recognize that, in my opinion, at the very least, think about it. Like I said the other day, despite all of the pressure and the censorship and the kicking us off of platforms and financial stuff, not just us, but anybody, despite all of that being weighted over this conversation, it is still breaking through. How is that not a monumental success? And on top of that, that it's still changing the conversation with everything they're throwing at it. The world is changing their perspectives on this, and they're still trying to push it back in the bottle. It's not going to happen. But the point is that they're going to make your life difficult because they're still drowning in these lies. Something will shift. They'll be, removed. They'll grow back into power. Something will shift. But as of right now, the point is that they're going to make your life as hard as possible until they can put that genie back in the bottle or destroy it from memory. My point is that that's because you're winning right now. You are making a difference. You're reaching people. People are opening their minds about everything we talked about, whether it's health-focused stuff around mRNA shots or the ongoing genocide. Just recognize that positive note, even though it feels crazy, even though it feels like it's bad, because it is in some ways. But this is what real change looks like, in my opinion. It's, the hardest things in life, in anything, Rather, the things most worth doing are almost always the hardest, in my opinion. All the more reason to keep going. Thank you for tuning in today. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.